Games, board games is what we're talking about. Board games, I'm not gonna shout. We are starting off this new streaming with another little bit of singing, and over there, spinning their head round, it's Chris Backe who can be found, waving their shoulders in a rolling action. It's Chris Backe visualization. Chris Backe is on your screen. You know what that means. Board games and entry games is what we're talking about. Board games and entry games. We're not going to shout, hey!
Look, you got to warm up for a full contact physical board game like this, man. We know we may not be playing in person, but we can still have the whole physical, ready to. So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wait, you box, you punch people while you're playing board games? What kinds of board games are you playing?
Well, funny story. A while back, I was thinking about some sort of dexterity game that not involving, not punching, absolutely not punching, but a more, not visceral, just a very physical game. Take Yogi and then multiply by 3 in terms of the amount of movement that you're doing. Take Yogi plus Happy Salmon, and then again multiply by 2. The idea was to get people physically moving out of their seats. You're doing stuff in different locations, maybe you're doing stuff like different things in different locations with different people, and the gist was that this is not a board game you would play at a table. This is a sort of game where you would need a physical space large enough to encompass everyone doing something different. And this might be something like, like I'm just going to stand up here. How you do like the whole like the swaying with the arms and whatnot. Just something different for each person. And the gist of it was board games are usually something you do whilst sitting down. You activate your mind. Your body isn't really into the game. And with some games like Yogi, like Happy Salmon, there are elements that require you to use both brain and body. This game would be more about body than brain. There'd still be some brain power used, but you would not play this at a table. Was the idea. It never really went anywhere because COVID happened. And designing games where people are expected to do things in close proximity with each other is something that is rather hard to play test right now. So that's on the shelf for whenever things begin to return to some semblance of normal. And yeah.
That's the kinds of games that's how I would get behind playtesting. Something, that's what I'm talking about. Like games that are all about the people, and whether that's how much money, whether it's about the psychology or whatever. And I should say, this is no longer the Betty Bedtime Board Game Letter. This is just this show. This is what's happening here. I'm just going to leave this banner up here all day, literally.
There you go.
And Sate says, not me. They're still coronavirusing and not up for such physical games.
Aww.
Alex says, hello again. It's lovely to see you again, Alex. It's been so long. Do you remember, like, half an hour ago?
A long ago time of 30 minutes ago.
What have you been doing? I had a bite of a bagel with cucumbers in it. This is from the great defrosting of the fridge. And I'm also finishing off the remnants of some yogurt.
Oh, good times.
Yeah, so long. Oh, so long. Anyway, let's this is your moment for like the next 24 minutes-ish. Let me actually quickly share the screen of how much money, and let's talk about what is this game. And we've already talked a little bit about it, people say, hey, how much money would it take you to do this thing? Everyone kind of sets the exact parameters. Well, it's the person who's doing it who's kind of, okay, what are you comfortable with doing? If it's swimming across a swimming pool, are there sharks in the swimming pool? And maybe the person who's doing it says, yeah, you know what? Sure, there are sharks. But then afterwards, everyone guesses how much money it would take them to do it. You could say zero. You could say that they do it for free. We've had some things where people would actually even pay to do it. Like they would pay to get their hand cut off and replaced by a mechanical hand if it was good. And then we've had some things where people did it for no amount of money. So those are valid choices. And then the closest without going over gets a point. That's basically it.
Yeah. So I want to take a step back actually and to talk a little bit about the development of this game. This game basically came up because I've seen a few other games where the question was something similar. Would you do X for $50,000? And it just kind of breaks it out of this binary yes or no question. And more often than not, the answer is like, you may have seen these posts on Facebook. Would you sleep in a haunted house for $200 billion? Of course you would. What idiot would say no to that? But yeah, so from that, there was this sense of, okay, so obviously people like fantasizing about doing weird stuff for money. This goes well beyond what we think of as a job. This goes well beyond what we think of as work. It's just a chance to try something weird, do something weird for money. But the thing is, very few people would actually do the weird thing unless they were, paid some fairly large amount of money. So that kind of led to a question I remember asking some players for another game, like how much money would it take to get you to do this thing? And then there was sort of this brief pause as everyone looks back at me and goes, that's a game right there. And I went, holy crap, you're right. Okay, so now the question is like, what are some of the different stunts you might do? What are some of the possible options? And then realizing that people's interests might be different depending on who they are. Someone might do something for free. Some might say, "Oh, I wouldn't do it unless you, even if you paid me $1 million." And then someone else says, "Well, what about two? What about $2 million? Would you do that for $2 million?" And I realize everyone's going to have a different.
How about a trillion?
Exactly. So everyone has a different monetary amount, if you will, and that kind of that found its way into the gameplay very early. It's not about how much you would do it for. It's not a race to the bottom or a race to the top. It's trying to get into the daredevil's head. Are you able to guess how much money this person would do this thing for? And of course, when you're the daredevil, everyone else is trying to do the same thing with you. They're trying to get into your head. So simply having that guesswork was a great start to the game. But I quickly realized we had a lot of people usually around the table that did not know each other. So there needed to be some way of like in the game right now, it's questions. It's yes or no questions. And the first versions of the game basically just said, ask anything you want. You've got a couple of minutes. Daredevil, you are required to answer truthfully. And what we found was that the time limit didn't really need to be strict. It's set usually at a couple of minutes, but it doesn't need to be anything specific. Just the notion of this is a small part of the game that can be enjoyed, but otherwise don't spend the rest of the day doing it. We quickly realized that the answers that the Daredevil would give could easily be TED Talks or lead to rambling stories, and as such, the answers needed to be short and succinct. So yes, no, or a number was tried for a little while, and then we just said yes or no was the easiest way to make the questions more creative, but also to bring to avoid the whole storytelling. Oh, I remember the time I did something else. No, you don't want the storytelling with this game right now quite yet. You want to talk about maybe that afterwards, after you've seen all of the numbers and whatever. So weird stunts, asking how much money, creating the questions, and then there's a little bit of balancing that needs to happen here, because when everyone says they do the thing for free, it's not fun. If everyone says there's no amount of money that would make them do it, that's not fun. So there's this range in the middle here where you would do this thing for some amount of money from $1 to 1,000 trillions, So as long as there is some amount of money that most people would do the thing for, it stayed in the game. There were some things that were just too out there that no one would do for any amount of money. And then there were some things that were kind of boring, kind of lame. And so this has been the main tweaking process of figuring out which stunts are the best fits for the game. The notion of the mild deck and the wild deck has also taken some tweaking. The mild deck is intended for teens and adults with grandma around, perhaps. The mild deck is dirty, dangerous, maybe a little humiliating, but nothing sexual. The mild deck is best thought of as NSFW for your friends, during which certain substances may be enjoyed at the same time. That is entirely up to you and how you choose to play the game. I am neither confirming or denying that there is a drinking version of this game. I'm simply saying that if people were to choose to do that, then they can. The game is flexible.
The thing that you can start off with, things being, this is so safe. Who would take this in a weird way? But people always make it dirty. Yeah. People always make it adult. People always push the boundaries of what hypothetical thing is possible and say, okay, are there sharks in this pool? Hey, what temperature is the water at? Is the water actually at 90 degrees?
Yeah, and I realized, so early on the stunts were one stunt per card, just to make it simple. Which stunt are you going with? Even with that, even with plenty of text that you can fit on a standard issue poker-sized card, I could not get the stunts specific enough such that it avoided the arguments. Well, what do you mean swimming across a pool? Okay, so I thought, okay, I'll say across an Olympic-sized pool, because that has a standard measurement. People can look up or know how long a Olympic-sized pool is. But there were still other questions that came to mind beyond just the, do you like sharks? Do you like swimming? Things like that. So it was really your playtesting that you've done on stream that has helped me to embrace this as a feature, not a bug. It was always it always caused a little bit of consternation when I was trying to sort of set out the ground rules for this thing. And in seeing it here, recognizing that the Daredevil can set their own terms, can make their own limits, as you will, has really helped to both define things as the exact stunt being done without the card having to spell out every last little detail. So what that does is it makes the game much more dynamic to the group. If you're playing with grandma and some 12-year-olds, it's very easy to keep things PG rated, totally safe for work, mostly squeaky clean. If you're playing with some very interesting folks in a dungeon somewhere at 2 a.m. at a dive bar, you can take this to the raunchiest extreme you like, so long as everyone's consenting. So that's one thing I love about this game, that it can be so flexible for these different groups of people. I have had calls for a kid version, sort of the green bordered cards, something that's very, very safe for kids and totally safe for grandma. I might work on that. I've also had folks that were like, yeah, these wild cards of yours, they're just not wild enough for me. And my next thought was, okay, well, that comes back to the balancing thing. Things need to be in this balance, this universe of the majority of people might actually do this for some amount of money. Because if everyone always says no amount of money, or if everyone always says none, I do it for free, then those are two extremes. And the fun of the game is in the balance.
I mean, Alex says, Alan's questions are very entertaining to the point where it's just fun building the challenge to its most ridiculous specific
Yes.
version. And yeah, that is the thing. That yeah, okay, you've decided getting back to the swimming pool. Like, is there anything else in the swimming pool? Is the water at 90 degrees? Is it close to freezing?
Yeah.
Like you don't, and yeah, I think you're right that it's interesting taking one of those things and saying, okay, this is a feature, not a bug. In the
Mhm.
final rules, this could be like a box out for, hey, this is a thing you can do if you want to just take it in its most basic form. But if you want to, I don't know if you'd want to use the word pervert because that has other connotations, like the noun.
Non-traditional.
No,
Non-traditional.
no, if you want to pervert the thing as a verb,
Mhm.
like
Oh, okay.
like if you want to pervert
Yeah.
your intentions and maybe twist your intentions, yeah, twist whatever you think is on the card.
Yeah.
If you want to twist the card into something that might be a bit easier it
Yeah. There's room for
or a
that.
bit more difficult, it's
Yeah.
kind of just a framework for having fun. It's an incredibly loose game.
Yeah. And that creativity is one of those things that, like, some games will some party games will completely take the creativity out of the game. Take a game like Cards Against Humanity or any of the clones. Your creativity is non-existent. You're just playing a card. You could play at random and it wouldn't matter. In some house rules, the rando card sometimes wins, and that makes everyone kind of question themselves as funny people. But in other games, it can feel paralyzing because now you have to come up with something super creative, and if you're given a prompt, it might not be enough of a prompt. So I like to think of this as a middle ground. There's enough structure in the game that if you added nothing, you would still have a good, solid idea of what to do. If you choose to pull an Allen here, then you can add all sorts of other stuff on top of it, such that it is now the more specific, ridiculous version of the stunt. And that's fine. The game works either way. As long as people are having fun and enjoying whatever level of specificity they choose to contrive, I'm happy for them.
I love the fact that pull an Allen has become a verb now. I'm sure that Alan Alton will be delighted to hear this. It's
Yeah.
almost like yeah, it's a very canny thing to do, isn't it? Like kind of yeah, it's and what I like about this game, what I do like about this game is that you don't have to come to it with a lot of creativity. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because as a questioner, if you don't have any questions to ask, that's totally fine. Other people will be asking the questions. Other people will be maybe pulling an Allen and twisting everything, or
Yeah.
asking the questions that matter. And as the person being questioned, well, you don't have to really offer any creativity. The most creative thing that you've got to do is to write down how much it would take for you to do a particular thing.
Mm-hmm.
But then at the same time, it is that little bit that you've got, there is opportunity to do more. Do you know what I mean? And there's
Exactly.
opportunity to get more involved. There's opportunity to open up the conversation. Like wavelength, it's such a wonderful thing because, yeah, you could just play it without any conversation, but what kind of game would that be? That would be a bit rubbish. Same
Mm-hmm.
with this, that afterwards, it's like, okay, really? Man. And some people just charge more for anything. Like if someone's well to do, then multiply stuff by 1,000 or 100 potentially. If someone's a bit more skint, then maybe they would do stuff for like a tenner. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and obviously people's backgrounds come into play. How people think about money. Would they do something that's just? Do they think of it as like an hourly wage, or do they think of the amount as something to compensate them for, emotional suffering, for example, or something else? There are a lot of elements that can come out. But one thing that I love about the game is beyond the questioning is actually a part we don't normally get to in the online version of this game. In the long ago days of real world playtesting, there's another element that doesn't really translate to the video format that we've kind of created here. After everyone has placed down their number cards to show how much money they think the Daredevil would go for, there's then a round of betting. Everyone has 3 colored poker chips of their color. And in this version, you place your bets. You'll always get these chips back. This is just a chance to score more points. The person with the correct answer without going over will always score some points. If you bet on the correct answer, then you'll score 1 point per chip of yours that's on that answer. So it's I've kind of come to think of it as now almost an optional part of the game, because really the fun part is getting these questions and answers back and forth. But what this betting part does is it allows you to play a bit more strategically. You can choose to kind of spread your chips out on 3 different answers, not sure which one of them is right, but you have a chance to score even if your answer is completely off. So it doesn't really translate to the video format well, because you do need some form of physical chip to hold on to.
So we won't be doing that today.
Yeah, won't be doing that today. But if this game, like when this game gets published, that is one element that you might see in the real world version a couple years from now, versus the version we're playing today. And the version we're playing today is actually fairly close to what I sometimes call the drunk and or baked mode, where you just give a point to whoever's closest, you have a laugh, and you go on to the next round. There's no need for the betting part. The betting part is just there for a bit more strategy. And there's an opportunity to do that and add that to the real world game. But you can almost think of it as an optional module if you want to talk about it in gaming terms.
Aquazulus has brought up an interesting point, which this game might be possibly problematic if you're, because it makes the point how everyone does think of money in a very different way. And for someone, for me, 50 quid might be a fair amount of money. For someone else, 50 quid might not be enough to wake up 10 minutes early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is one of those aspects that any game involving money can get into. And it's worth acknowledging, it's worth remembering that everyone does look at money differently. I try to keep this well in the fantasy realm of what if as much as possible. Partially to, I don't want to say dodge the question, because it's a question that's worth acknowledging, but to keep people in the spirit of the game. It easily could come up in conversation that, oh man, you're such a cheapskate or whatever, and that's not really the fun of the game. That's not really the spirit of the game. It also has been interesting to note, like I've now play tested this game in probably 6 or 7 different countries. This is maybe my 3rd game that I designed when I started getting serious with design. So it's been interesting to see, to some extent, how people from different parts of the world have taken to some of these questions. And some of it comes down to personality. Yeah, thinking about people's personal wealth, I guess my response to that is, yes, it can come up. I hope it doesn't come up, and I hope it's something that reminds people that just because we're sitting here talking about things in a fantasy world doesn't change anyone's like real world standings.
And it is a difficult thing, and for sure, it's, like I say, that Kitty Cataclysm, if you want a meaty game, this is not for you. And even in there, like the take that elements, because not being for someone and potentially being damaging to someone is 2 separate things. And so with Kitty Cataclysm, there's a lot of take that. Now, some people find take that intensely objectionable, like it comes personally, like, oh, why did you steal from me? And there is a level of emotional resilience that you need to have to be able to play a game where I'm going to say, yes, I'm going to steal from you because I want to do the most damage with this card that I possibly can. And taking you from 3 down to 1 is pretty damaging. And it's kind of funny because then you kind of only get one option of what to play on your turn. And someone who kind of takes that in a light note. And in the same way, with if someone is embarrassed by their financial situation, you could always, dodge it slightly by trying to give a number that you think will be more reflective of, hey, would it still work in that way if you kind of try to give a number that you think is more in tune with what you think if you had average wealth?
Well, average wealth is it's something that's going to be varying based on the 5 people you're playing the game with or whatnot. You think of the average wealth of the average American is X, let's just say. But if you talk about the average person living in New York City, that's somewhere up here. The average income of someone in Alabama might be down here somewhere. So average is a wonderful concept, but it really does come back down to who are you playing with, and it's meant as a party game.
And I think that's it. Like, lots of party games where you reveal information about yourself, there is that kind of emotional hurdle, and if it's a thing worth noting and worth addressing. If you are uncomfortable with that, if you think this is likely to be immensely uncomfortable for you, then it's always fine to step out of a game. And I think it was the other day when we talked about Monopoly, and Alex said, oh yeah, we should kind of almost normalize games being left unfinished. If people aren't enjoying them, we just stop them and we don't finish them. But if you want to step out of the game, what I like again about How Much Money is that someone jumps in, they can jump in. Someone comes in late, that's okay. Someone wants to leave, okay, that's okay. You aren't going to mess up the game.
Exactly. And if there's a stunt that is at all triggering to the group, then that card can be put back in the box. It can be torn up. You've taken out one card, one objectionable card of a game that has 150 more. So obviously not every stunt will be for every person, and that's okay. My approach here is not to try to placate everyone 100% of the time, but to definitely try to be conscious that certain people will have things that they don't want to see in a game, and whereas in some games, the notion of like colonization is a major part of the theme. You can't remove the colonization aspect without completely tweaking the theme. So in that case, your best bet is simply to not play that game. But hopefully here, if there is a card that just doesn't work for you or for a member of your group, take it.
And of course, it's 1 o'clock. We're going to be starting this in a minute. And so if there's someone who says, hey, I'm uncomfortable with this, how would you recommend they bring this up to you?
Well, I think what you've done in the past, Bez, in terms of PMing the three stunts to the person that's about to be the Daredevil, then they choose one. That has certainly worked in the past. I don't know, are we playing it here or in Discord?
So you're going to be jumping into the Discord, and I'm going to be basically being very boring for the next half hour. I will basically be just joining in with you. But like, if you watch this, don't watch this, because this is just going to be boring for half an hour. Basically, if anyone jumps in, I'm saying, go to stuffwithbez.com/Discord. If you aren't already in the Discord, Chris Backe is already in there, and there is a little channel which maybe I shouldn't show the Discord, because then I show everyone's chats, if you know what I mean. But there's a channel there which is at the top which says How Much Money, and Krys is going to, and there's a voice chat which you can click on, and you can even share the No, you can't. Yeah, you can do video. I'm actually
You can
doing
do video,
video
yeah.
right now.
Yeah. If we're going to be in two places voice chatting at the same time, we should probably mute ourselves on one of them. There we go.
Oh.
There we go. So, yeah, Bez, I'm not sure how you want to do this actually. People that are only in the Discord chat will need to be able to hear us.
So I'm going to hoping that you'd do a wee text chat to say to everyone that it's starting up, and yeah, I'll just let everyone know on the announcements that we are. Hi everyone. We
There
are
we are.
starting.
Hi, Emily. Hi, Narcissa. Narcissa? Cool. All right, Emily, great to have you here. Okay, so for those of you that haven't played this before, I'll give just a brief overview. Everyone is in, and what everyone needs to do is go ahead and turn on your video stream, if that's okay. You'll also need a piece of paper and a pen. If you have a dry erase board,
So just to say to everyone, I am I'm getting Chris to go into the Discord, and for everyone to go into the Discord. So Xate, if you're watching this, please go into the Discord and let me know if that makes sense. So what I'm trying to do is so everyone's gathering up in the Discord. So we've got David, and we've got Emily and Chris, and a new friend called Narcissa. So this is quite fun to see. And that's fair enough. So Xate isn't up for that, but you're listening to me. Are you saying that you're not up for talking? You can go over there and not actually talk, but use the text chat. Would that make sense? But yeah, if you want to, this is like the first time that I've been trying to listen to things out of one ear, whilst also chatting at the same time. This is a weird experience. I'm just going to talk about what I'm eating for lunch, while Chris explains the rules. I am eating a bagel with cucumber on it. Like, it's got the texture of the bagel, it's got the like little sogginess, it's got the like wholeness, and then it's got the crispness of the cucumber. Oh my god. We talked about how defrosting the fridge and the freezer. I might be having this yogurt. I'm going to try a wee bit with yogurt on it. I have no idea how this will go. So yeah, here we go. Bagel, yogurt, and cucumber. Let's have a thin thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hmm. Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This totally works. This totally works. Yes. Oh. Hmm. 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 So it's like you've got, the dryness is offset by the yogurt. I was thinking originally I was having some cheese and cucumber, but this is so much better. And yes, it's a little bit messier. You saw the yogurt went into the thing. This is so much better. Mmm. I am really enjoying this. My gosh. I hope that everyone else, I hope Sates, if you're actually listening in, I hope that you're having a good lunch. And yeah, I'm sorry that you're having a rough day today. Yes, I am here. Oh, so I've got to work out how much money it would take to bring a large beehive into my house, into my room, let's say. Now Chris is just explaining the rules, and so at this point, if you want to hear the rules, then go into the Discord. So people are asking rules. I'm imagining that it would have to go into this very room. Hmm. I am in this room for a lot of time. I mean, obviously, I stream from this room, I sleep in this room. I, yeah, there's other rooms in this house, but I would very much miss this room. Do I like bees? I mean, look, I'm not scared of bees. I do like bees, like in that, yeah, they provide a lovely, important thing for us, pollinating everything. Maybe I'd feel a bit bad about the bees coming in, frankly. No, I am not allergic to bees. Narcissa, do you have something that you wanted to ask there? I am I frightened of bees? Ish. Like I see other people being a lot more frightened by bees. I think I'm on the low end of the scale of fright. So from 0 to 10, I would give it like a 3. My problem is lack of space. Um, Concern about the bees, like how, yeah. Do I feel like a constant buzzing would distract me? Um, yes, I'm not even sure if I would be able to use this room, frankly. It's just, yeah. Where are you from, Narcissa and David, if I may ask? Pardon? Oh, Worcester. And where are you, David? David's just typing now. UK. So just now, I've written down how much I would do stuff for, and Chris is explaining all the rules. Everyone else has been asking really interesting questions. I have written down my amount, and whoops. $500 was guessed by David. $400, which I think means that Emily wins. And let me explain, because there is a bit of fear in me of being stung by the bees, but if these bees have been humanely transported, and they're going to be humanely transported away, if I'm being reassured of that, I think it would be distracting, but if it was only for a day, that would be quite a memorable thing. And so part of me kind of wants to do that. Like, I like novelty. I like trying new things. So I think that there's parts of me that I'm not saying I would do it for free because there's other, things to be concerned of, like maybe I get stung. I mean, but yeah, there's a bit of a weird appeal there for me. And Emily just won the first game. Emily's stunt is to use the non-dominant hand for everything for a week. So, are there any questions for Emily? Not yet. Sorry, I'm also just almost translating, just telling people if they watch a Discord after the fact what's going on here. That's sometimes why I'm sometimes muting myself here, but you'll see my lips talking. Sorry if that's distracting. Ooh. So the question is, using the non-dominance hand for literally everything. That's quite a difficult thing. Oh, we've got questions about gaming. You know, you can do lots of things with one hand, we've decided. Ooh, we're having chats about Emily's accident. They slightly injured her hand. Just say Jason's preferred pronoun is they. So how much would it take someone to only use their non-dominance hand for an entire hour, for an entire week? I'm going to guess quite a bit. I'm going to guess, I'm going to guess 1,700. Maybe it's 700. Oh, shit. Sorry. And hello, Alan. We're still playing How Much Money in the Discord. Yep, I've said 700. So, Alan, Mike.
You don't have to include me in this. I can go away again.
Mike is muted, Alan.
I should be okay now.
Go to the Discord for 5 minutes if you want.
Yep.
You can join in the last round before.
So I was over. Okay. My name's Liz, by the way. My real name's Liz.
Just. And we're now playing round 3, where someone's got to suggest that they're never allowed on a plane again. Ooh. There's a lots of troubles with not getting on a plane again. So you can't reach your family. we can't. Yeah, even though we can't do that right now, you know, you might want to. Oh, but someone pointed out that you can pay other people to join you. That's a clever wee idea. I like that. Would you be able to travel by train, by ferry? What's across the world? Issue. Yeah. And yeah, I'm telling people I know I'm muted. I think I've decided that I'm going to do no amount of money. Yeah, and right now I'm kind of really wanting to join in. How much? Yeah, I'm listening and wanted to join in, but I wanted to keep the stream on going. And so yeah, like it says over there, and go to Discord for the full conversation. Jason, please do mute yourself when you're typing because it is quite heavy, by the way. So it's just, or you can jump in right now. It's just a guess of how much money would it take, Liz, to not use a, never fly on a plane again, never, not until the end of your life. Or I don't know what happens then. Do you suddenly, never is a long time. And no amount of money. Oh, there's now. Yes. Boom. I'm really excited that I managed to got it correct. I managed to. It was indeed no amount of money. I'm quite excited by that. Okay. So round 4 is to have every thought go into comic book bubble. That's a difficult one. Okay, we've got some sorts of chats which we might not normally have up here, so it's really nice to see. It's really nice to see there's 9-10 people in now playing How Much Money. So we're trying to work out how much money would it take Jason to have every thought appear like a comic book bubble for the next week. Okay, so any questions regarding comic book bubble thoughts? So you've got questions about what it would be like right now, rather than in general. This is quite interesting. We're hearing people's private thoughts and their approaches to how things would go. So people are leaving the house more than twice, but for very quiet things. Ooh. So it's all about who you come into contact with. This is interesting. Yeah. Ooh. There's a lot to ponder here. I've got one final question, if there's still time for one question. Okay, Jason, do you think you would get into a lot of trouble from the kids? Seeing your thoughts. Okay. The answer was no. I'm going to reuse this number. Okay, so 700. Yeah, I think Jason would do it for the novelty. This is... Whoa! The answer was so high. I am so amazed that it's so much. I was almost worried that I thought you would do it not for the novelty, Jason. Okay, yeah. I'm going to break in really quickly, Krys, to say that Alan's going to join me on stream now. I would like everyone to basically carry on enjoying this, and this is something that can continue presumably for a long while. If you already know Alan's game, it's a kind of two-player asymmetric, quite strategic game, and it's basically up to people. I hate kind of splitting it into two, but that's just the way things happen. But yeah. and just so people know, Alan's game does only take 2 people. So afterwards, Chris, when Alan's game starts at 2 o'clock, if people are wanting to play this, you could play more of this if there's people wanting to do that as well. Because this is a really nice thing, and I apologize, I'm going to duck out. And hello, Alan. I can't quite hear you there.
Oh, hello, hi. Sorry, I'm using a sophisticated system of muting myself inappropriately. Let's get rid of
this sophisticated system of muting yourself inappropriately. So what's the benefit?
There really isn't one. So I think I'll stop doing it. Actually, it's a good idea.
You could just mute yourself on the Discord or on here, and
yeah, I've got an overarching one on my headphones which I keep using. Probably not a clever idea. Anyway,
I am going to deafen everyone, but I'm just having an eye out. It's been really lovely to see. We had 11 people playing, and yourself, you jumped into a round of how much money? Did you enjoy it?
I did, yeah. That looked like good fun, I have to say. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Oh dear. Let's switch my phone off.
Is that your alarm just in case?
That's my alarm just in case. Yeah.
So you'd be here like a few minutes late.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for joining, Alan, Paull. Again, for anyone who might be watching, they've already seen you, and
yes,
probably. I'm just going to check who's in the. So we've got.
I'm trying to get my phone to.
Yeah, I see a few faces. And yeah, like we met. I think it was via your contest, wasn't it, that we originally met?
Yes, it was a UK Games Expo redesign competition, which I was helping to run with. It was actually run by Leisure Games, and with we had a little judging panel, and the idea of the competition was to take an existing game, and use the same components to make a new game. That was the essence of the competition, was to do that. And we awarded higher scores for people who would make the best or the greatest use of components that were existing in the original game. So you could theoretically just take, I don't know, a bunch of wooden pieces and use them and not anything else. But we wanted people to use the full set. And
I entered. It ran for 3 years, I think, and I entered the first 2 years.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, the first year I got my entry, which was basically you paid a tenner, then you got this box full of bits, and then I had this idea. It was basically a dexterity game where you use the sprue, like, you know, the bit where you punch the tokens out of, and then you're going to throw other things through this token board, and it was kind of like a target. And I had a bit of fun playing it, but then I was like, yeah, this isn't a good enough game. And I kind of decided right at the start, so I'm going to make a dexterity game. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to subvert it, whatever it is.
Yes.
And I just couldn't do that whilst and because I had to use different components, it was, you know, I know you love your games because they're from you, but even I could tell this is not good. I mean, do you love your games more than you love other people's games because they're from you, do you think?
No, not necessarily. No, I mean, no. I think that's quite an arrogant stance, though, isn't it? In a lot of ways, it's. I think. I mean, there are so many. There are so many really, really good games, better than I have designed at the moment.
Oh yeah, of course.
I'm not saying that I won't necessarily design the best game ever at some point in the future. But you know, I think no, there are quite a few games which I like better than mine. I mean, I was the one I'm really happy with is Confucius, because that kind of came out pretty much as I wanted it to. So I'm hoping to get back to those kind of
I've
heights.
still never played that one. I mean, so look, if people want to hear your chats, I can't remember what episode it is, but it's like 40 something, like many months ago. Like I've been doing this streaming for so long, but I don't know if you even really talked about. We must have talked about how we met and like how you were kind enough. Like, well, I did the Hunter's Pie for the second version, which was at the time called Yo Dog, I Heard You Like Moving Gnomes. So move a gnome, to move a gnome, to move a gnome, to maybe remove a tile.
Yes.
Which basically tells you the rules of the game.
Yeah. That was a really good game. I know that I remember in our judging panel, which was me and one of the UK Games Expo guys and Michael Fox. And both Michael Fox and I said, yeah, we'd like to publish this. When we saw your game, we thought this was good. It's a nice game, and we are going to we are eventually going to publish a version of this. But I think the lovely thing about that game, I hadn't realized that you'd already used the sprue idea in the previous game, but in the game, the Yo Dog game, you used that sprue in an innovative way to create another board. Effectively, to put the little arrow. The sprue in the original game was a nine squares.
Yeah, 3x3.
Board, 3x3, and you'd put arrows in those so that when you have a piece in there and you move the piece around up to 3 spaces clockwise around there, and you land on an arrow, and that arrow indicates where you had to move a piece on the second set of tiles. And that was such a neat idea to make use of the sprues as well as the rest of the components. I think we all liked that.
Oh.
Definitely, that was good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, we should, once it's actually done, like it'll just be like parts of the once. Like, I feel like this is going to become a thing that probably continues in some fashion even after lockdown. Like when I go to UK Games Expo, basically as long as I can get an internet signal, why not do this? And like just say, okay, you know what? It's 10 a.m. I am going to stream for the moment, but hey, here's the other people. You can see, okay, here's some demos going on the Stuff by Bez stand. I'm going to have a quick wander around UK Games Expo, and here's what's going on. And that's us. But I hope you have a wonderful day wherever you are. And why not do a daily stream? I mean, wherever I am, it feels like a reasonable thing that I can commit to. I mean, they don't all have to be hours long. I could do something, and I asked people, like, if I were to do a 15-minute one day, would you like that? And it seems like the regulars who pop in every day, you know, it's kind of a way of chatting to other people for that 15, 30 minutes to say, hey, how are you? Let's touch base. What have you been up to? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry that you're like not feeling great today, and I hope that you've got stuff to look forward to.
It's such an easy thing to do with StreamYard as well.
I should say, if anyone wants to use StreamYard, ask me for a referral link.
Yes,
and then we will both get money off.
Yeah, it's very, very useful bit of software. Yeah, I like it.
But
anyway,
like that's the thing. We became friends. Like, oh my gosh, we're rambling again. Like, you took me to Essen with Charlie, and then at some point, you know, you made Cousins War with. No, wait, you didn't have anything to do with Cousins War. It was 100% Dave.
It was right. The design was entirely Dave. Yes.
But you did a wee bit of tweaking.
We did some tweaking, but not very much at all, really.
But was that like your first collaboration with Dave, Cousins War?
Yes. I mean, I knew Dave's stuff.
Yeah, Dave's like pretty proper.
And,
like,
and
he's
been
within
to our
the UK design industry. Like, there's a solid group contingent.
Oh yeah, and he's part of our designers' day. He used to come to our designer days as well. So when we were running them face to face. So yeah, we knew Dave, but this was the first one we'd actually collaborated on. It was interesting because it was one of those things where I think I'm trying to remember how it was pitched. I mean, I think Dave had taken the game to. I have a feeling it might have been Nuremberg. One of the few times we were at Nuremberg, and we happened to meet in Nuremberg. And David said, "I've taken this game around to lots of companies, and nobody seems to like it." And I said, "Well, why don't you just show me it?" So he showed it to me, and I thought, "Well, this is actually really nice. Let's arrange to play it, and we'll see what happens. And then, having played it a couple of times, I thought this is really great. Let's just publish it, because I felt it's one of those games which was a nice, slick, smooth design. It works well. It had a lot of deep decision making to make, even though it's a relatively small box. I think possibly people were put off by the fact that it was quite a small game. And from our point of view as a small company, that suits us fine. If we can get something which is relatively easy to manufacture and sell, that's really great. And I really enjoyed it a lot. I thought, well, this really deserves to be published, and it fits our suite of games. So we did that, and that was good. And in fact,
I should say hello to Paull Grogan, who pops in, and Paull is doing some more live streaming themselves this afternoon.
Hi, Paull. Good to see you. Or nearly see you anyway. Yeah.
We are just talking about the development of the latest game from Surprise Terror Games, Ming Voyages. And whilst in my Discord, which I think I should put onto the thing.
Well, as Paull is here, I should mention that Paull has actually done videos for both the 2-player and the solo versions of the Ming Voyages. So if you want to see a full demo that isn't by me, then Paull's videos are really good for that. Yeah.
It's
Thank you to Paull.
interesting because, learning games, I mean, parts of the appeal of today, I think, for me, that, okay, what can I show to people? It is that enthusiasm of being shown a game from the designer. Right now in my under window, even though I've got it muted. Oh, I have muted myself, thank God. I'm not bothering everyone else with my chatting there. But I can see everyone else in the video chats. They're laughing, having a good time, playing How Much Money. And that's partially because of having the designer in the box. Do you know what I mean? That old thing, oh, you don't get the designer in the box. Well, sometimes you do. If you go to a convention, you do get to learn from the designer. But then for sure, if you want to learn in a slightly more succinct manner with a bit more editing than something like what Paull does.
I should do a second game, which is the Flash Gordon one, really, still called Ming Voyages 2.
Ming Voyages, aha. Ming, aha. Destroyer of the universe.
You have to save the universe in 20 minutes or something. Yeah.
No, it's Ming Voyages. So Ming is destroying the universe, surely.
Yeah, but Flash Gordon is. Yeah.
Oh wait, so you're anti-Ming?
Oh, I think so. Yeah. Oh, surely you've got to be the good guys in that, haven't you? Maybe not. Maybe you just subvert the whole.
I mean, there's that villainous, from Disney. Come on.
Well, yeah, it can be, I suppose. Yeah. So you win if you subvert the whole thing. You win if you conquer the universe as Ming. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, damn that Flash Gordon who keeps getting in your way. But
it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Oh, but yes, it's. So you started off this game, and where did the original idea come from?
Right. Okay. The original idea was Dave's. Dave wanted to do an asymmetric game, or based on the kind of similar to the Cousins War. Now, in the Cousins War, you have these multifunction cards, like in Twilight Struggle, and in the Cousins War, it's completely symmetrical. So, both sides get the same cards, and the effects are the same. So he thought it would be a good idea to do an asymmetric. Now, the asymmetric, I think the whole thing came from this asymmetric idea, and the idea was that one side effectively starts with a hand of 5 cards and plays 1 card, and the effect happens. And if there's an action for the other side, they get to do that action as well. So you end up that the first side's got 4 cards. The other side starts with 4 cards, and on their turn they play 1, and then you swap hands. Now, the beautiful thing about that is it means that if you make it so that only one player draws cards, then effectively, in this version, in the Ming Voyages, the Chinese take the cards, so they know exactly what they've handed to the barbarian player. So you've got full knowledge of what the barbarian has got in hand, whereas the barbarian doesn't know what new cards the Ming player has picked up. Now, the great thing about that as a basic fundamental idea is that you can seed your opponent's, well, the Ming Emperor can seed the barbarian player's hand with cards that force them to do things that the Ming Emperor wants them to do. And that's the kind of secret, if you like, the secret of the game. But since it's an action selection, it's an action based game. You play a card, and as you can see on that card in the diagram there, the cards there have text which says what you can do if you play that particular action. And the Ming Emperor gets actions based on the voyages they've completed. So all the voyages are numbered, and the actions are similarly numbered. So if you've played voyage number 2, it effectively means you can play the specific action of voyage number 2, and that voyage number 2 is generally to do with getting gold. So if you give the barbarian player lots of cards that have got that voyage 2 set of actions on them, you can force the barbarian to play cards, and then you can take advantage of that particular reaction that you take to get loads of gold without you having to play it on your turn. And that's the kind of that's the kind of basis of that part of the manipulation of the card. Now, the Cousins War also had a little subsystem for battles, which was basically a version of Liar's Dice, and you both roll dice, and one of you rolls them secretly first, and you make a claim about what you rolled. So you might say, I rolled 2 5s, and then your opponent has to guess whether you're telling the truth or not. And if you were telling the truth, you reveal, and the opponent loses a cube if they've guessed you were lying and you weren't. And if you weren't telling the truth, you would lose some. And then the main battle is trying to beat that roll anyway. So that was a kind of variant of Liar's Dice. Now, in the Ming Voyages, we've got the same basic principle that both sides will roll 3 dice, but we've changed the mechanism. So in this mechanism, you're still trying to roll high dice. You're trying to roll a high single or a double or a triple. But this hasn't got the bluffing element. You're just simply trying to beat your opponent's roll. So if I roll 2 5s, you can roll your 3 dice and hope to beat 2 5s, either with a double 6 or with any triple. And you play rounds, and there's losses associated, and I'll explain that later. But the secret element, if you like, of the dice rolling for battles is that instead of playing a card for an action or for command points to get more troops or to move things around, you can play a card and reserve it. And that basically says, I'm going to use the command points on that card to re-roll dice when it gets to combat. So then that raises a whole raft of different decision points that the players have got during the battles. It makes the tactical bits much more interesting, because if I've got a reserve card, my opponent doesn't know whether that's a 1, a 2, or a 3 CP card, which is the number of rerolls I can take. And also, in a sense, I want to win if I can without using the card, so I've still got that as a threat. So you've got that decision about when do I use my reserved cards, when do I keep them hidden. It also, the reserving mechanism also allows you to reserve cards that you don't want your opponent to use. So if I've got a really powerful card for my opponent, I can just reserve it, in which case that action can't happen. So there's a lot of extra flexibility in that reserve card action over and above the Cousins War. So that's, in a sense, that's our development of the Cousins War. It's relying on our experience with the Cousins War and then tweaking it to make it an asymmetric game. And we decided on the Ming Chinese as a theme, really because historically the Ming Chinese got a lot of information about what was happening in the barbarian lands, and they were to manipulate the border areas by sending out spies and trading missions and things like that, and gaining tribute from all these places. And I figured that gives us that historical reason for having the Chinese ceding the barbarian player's hand. So that was how that theme came about. And it's the period of the Chinese treasure voyages in the early 15th century. So that gives us the way of linking the play of cards to limiting or filtering effectively the actions that the Ming has available. So that's slightly
certainly the amount of power that the Emperor has in, as you say, filtering those cards and knowing exactly what's in the barbarians. And I mean, it's not exactly totally thematic, because for sure the barbarians would be having some sort of elements of surprise sometimes, but there was, if anything, it reflects that kind of power imbalance a little bit.
Yes.
And the asymmetric, okay, one person's building up a force and just trying to hold on, the other person's trying to attack, and it's just smashing their face. And Paull says 95% of their knowledge of world history is from board games. So I'm always happy with games like this because I've learned something about what really happened from an abstract point of view. I don't think the Mongols were little wooden cubes.
No, they were little wooden cubes on horses, obviously. Yes, I mean, yes, I mean, as I often say with this type of game, and so it's the same with Confucius, which is set in the same time period. It's not a simulation. It's not. Okay, I try to make it as historically authentic as possible, but it's not historically accurate. I mean, the big conceit of this is that in the early Ming period, certainly, the Ming were not under pressure from barbarians. In fact, the Ming were reconquering the borderland areas of China from the barbarians, from people like from the Mongols and to a lesser extent Manchus and others like that. I wrestled for quite a long time with whether to have the Koreans or Vietnamese in the game, because in fact they were probably more relevant out on the fringes of the empire than the Mongols and the Manchus. But the thing is, that's probably less well known than your classic barbarian is your Mongol, isn't it? And so
sometimes it's just about tapping into that knowledge that everyone already has.
Yes, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to get the feel right for that period of history. So there is some sacrifice of accuracy. I mean, certainly later on in the Ming dynasty, they were obviously threatened by what the Chinese called barbarians, because they were later overrun by the Manchus. So that there is some reality in that. But yeah, there's a limit. Especially, this is quite a small game. It's not something which you can really address with complete historical accuracy, nor would I want to. I also wrestled. Oh, there's lovely little bits in this. I also wrestled with and tried to research what were the border provinces of China at this particular time, because if you look at a map of China now, Sichuan, for example, is not a borderland province of China now. It's more or less, it's kind of in the middle. It's almost in the middle of China. But back then it was very much under threat. So I had to do so. The borderland provinces there are carefully selected to be, I would say, historically authentic. There's part of the difficulty is there's some changes in this time period about how things were named and the size of provinces and all this kind of stuff, and it gets quite complicated. So we don't make any attempt to reflect the actual complexity of how that works. But
there's so much nuance that must be missed, and I know, like Martin and I spent a good while ostensibly talking about theme, but it was basically about 25% of that was actually about the topic. I mean, it strikes me that you are both ramblers, as am I. I'm going to hold my hands up. Yeah, I'm a bit of a rambler. We could definitely sit down and talk for days. But
I do love discussions about theme and topic and things like that. Because I love because so many games have got. I don't know what the appropriate term most people use, but I use theme to mean not necessarily a historically accurate detail thing,
like
but
a
kind of layer. In fact, yes, but it doesn't have to be a very accurate one, and you can pay lip service to the theme. You don't have to actually be concrete with the theme. Whereas if you're doing a game which is much more, I was going to use the term historically accurate, but much more historically focused and with more detailed historical authenticity, then you're looking very much at. You're going more towards, are we simulating this more? Are we actually saying this is a trading game about how medieval Florence actually how the medieval Florentine merchants actually traded? You could do that, and that's I'm not sure I would call that theme. I think I'd need a different term because I tend to use the word theme to mean this kind of layer.
I would love to have like a long 2-hour conversation with you, Isaac Shalev. No, not Shem Phillips and Martin Wallace. Because Shem Phillips, has been talking about how they think of theme as trappings. Like what they want from a theme is the setting. They want to have the narrative.
Yes.
They don't necessarily want the immersion. Whereas other people think of theme as immersion, like that what you're doing is the decisions that you're making are similar to the thing. And then Martin Wallace says, oh, if you're looking up a lookup table, that's not thematic because looking up rules breaks you out of that immersion.
Yes.
And anyway, look, Ming Voyages, it's not the most thematic game by any of these measures, but there is a good amount of setting, there's a good amount of a little tiny smidgen of immersion that you feel that power imbalance. We're going to start it up, and I would invite you to join the Discord in a minute because this is the schedule for what's going to be the featured games. So what would you say is the one thing before we finish off that you're most proud of about Ming Voyages?
Oh, that's really hard. I think that I'm particularly pleased with the mechanisms we use for the solo version, because we didn't originally think of this as a solo game at all. And I was really pleased with how the solo version came out. And the particular bit is the difficulty cards that we've got, and how we moved away from using the actual main deck of cards, and we introduced these new difficulty cards with 3 different levels, and how that actually works for the solo game. I was very pleased with that, because it still gives you the same. I think it still gives you the same flavor of having an opponent. And sometimes those solo cards, as they come out, those barbarian bot cards, it can do things which are really, really testing for the solo player. And that's nice. I like that. So that's the bit I'm very pleased with. I seem to have lost sound.
Oops, sorry about that.
Okay.
I think you've managed to achieve a lot in this game, so well done. And
thank you.
It's a shame that obviously this year you're not able to demo it physically, but I hope that you manage to get a couple of people to join you for a game right now. And I hope you have a wonderful game. And so for now, I guess I'm going to say just to Alan, we're not finishing off the stream, but bye-bye, and thank you for joining me on this.
And if anybody would like to do this, there's the Ming Voyages table, and I see I have somebody already, which is great. Okay. Thank you. So I shall bow out.
Au revoir.
Bye.
just removing Alan, and hopefully I can see Alan there. You can just, yep, Alan can just if you are on a StreamYard with me, it's just about closing the windows. And so, yeah, thank you to Paull Grogan for joining us, and yeah, thank you to Alan Paull. And I see that there's David and Alan joining up again, and in the other room, Krys and Isaac are having a chat about the way that that works. It's really lovely to see, everyone kind of having a good time. I'm not going to say that I built something amazing, but I think it is kind of what I was hoping, which is just for people to be making connections. And it feels like that's already happened, because how can you not make connections when you're playing games? Do you know what I mean? I mean, that's what games do naturally. Whether you're no matter how low the interaction, even if you're playing Number 9 or Nano Muckell, you've got that interaction of one person calling it and everyone else. Okay, Freedom and Free says Friday. I see that's over on my desk. That's a solo game. Do you get an interaction with that? But it's a weird one. But board games for me, I do play solo games. I don't know how everyone else feels about them, but for me, the joy of it is just in having other people around the table and watching and circumnavigating the strategies of each other and trying to consider, what's that person doing? And learning about each other as we all do something slightly different. And that's something wonderful about board games. I think, that's why, seeing these lovely people. So, just to reiterate, if you want to go there, where's my... Okay, yep, if you want to check out, go to the stuffbybez.com/Discord, and you can have a chat about things, or just do whatever feels kind of natural. What are you doing? Are you having a good day? I think I might have a bit more of my breakfast. So last time we were looking at breakfast, this is what I was eating. I've had so far almost 3/4 of a bagel. Oh my god, I love cucumbers. For me, cucumbers are... And I just want to say, now I'm just basically filling up time for the next 25 minutes until I get Isaac Shalev on here. So this is basically the schedule for the streams. Got Isaac Shalev coming on. This is actually going to be my first time chatting to Isaac Shalev. And chatting to Isaac Shalev, if you've got any questions for them, feel free to ask in the chat. We're going to be talking about Q4U, which is a word game. Let me actually talk a wee bit about Q4U whilst we're waiting for them. So this is pretty much... Oh my gosh, this is such a nice game. So these are the instructions. There's a download that you can get, which... There's a print and play. Let's see if I can open it in Firefox. There we go. So it's originally by Isaac Shalev and Matt Loomis for 3 to 16 plus players. And there were... basically everyone has these topic cards, which are the cue cards, which the topic cards kind of tell you, hey, this is something that you've got to write about. Then it has another twist on, there's so many word games like this. There's Wordsy, there's My Own Wibble, there's, oh my gosh, where you've got to use certain letters, but you can use any other letters you want. Now, in Wibble, you have to use these certain letters, and that's it. Once you've gotten that word, boom, you shout your word and you take the card. That's the point, and it becomes slightly harder for you because you've got a personal obligation, but then it carries on. In Wordsy, which Prolix was what's inspired me, each of these letters, if you use them, you get a certain number of points. With Isaac Shalev's system, it was very similar to Prolix Wordsy, but it also had these bogus cards, which were a thing that made it slightly different, where the bogus cards actually were letters that you had to avoid. Now, this was really interesting. So trying to make a whole phrase without using the letter N, or without using the letter S, or whatever. And so this was exciting. It made it different. But there was so much going on. There was the trying to find a topic that fits things somehow. There was the trying to... so you're not trying to just find words in Q4U. You're trying to find phrases. So like the phrase might be, what's a thing you would like on your pizza topping? And then if you'd like a certain type of thing on your pizza, then you say, okay, I would like anchovies, and maybe you've got to use the letter X. How can I use the letter X for bonus points in this answer? Okay, I'm going to say, because I've got to use the V, I've got to use the X. It's like anchovies and not excrement. That would be disgusting on a pizza. That would be disgusting to eat anywhere. But anchovies and, come on, something with an X. Oh my gosh, why am I so bad? Xylem. Xylem. Maybe I want some xylem on my pizza. And I say, yes, I want the xylem because I like the stalks of those celery. I think that those stringy bits of celery, because that's basically what the xylem are. You've got the stringy bits, and then you've got the phloem, which I think is like the sugar, and then the xylem is transporting the water. Anyway, so if you've got green bits on your pizza, you've got xylem. Right, so I say on my pizza, I want anchovies and xylem. And I scored a bonus for the V, I scored a bonus for the X. And maybe I wasn't meant to use the letter T, so I'm okay. And the most important thing, there were two other aspects. Oh my gosh, there was so much going on. There was also the aspect of having to tick off every letter in the alphabet during the course of this game. Then there was also the aspect of finally pushing your luck. So you score a point for every letter, but the person with the longest longest phrase, I should say, scores nothing. And that was a really interesting thing. So like, if I raise my answer from 8 to 9 letters, then I get to hold extra points, which might be quite a bit. But if I'm now the longest unique answer, then I'm basically disqualified. There was so much going on in this game. So like we had, and I feel like now I'm getting into bits where I should have Isaac Shalev to come on for this parts of the conversation. But yeah, I'm just going to say to Isaac that I'm talking about your Isaac's game at the moment. So I hope that's okay with you. I mean, I don't want to take you away from a good conversation, Isaac, but yeah, if you're up for that. On the StreamYard. And Chris, thank you for running How Much Money. And I was like looking on, and it was lovely to see everyone having lots of fun and laughing. And so, yeah, great game. And yeah, see you in a wee bit. Oh, I'm just going to... So yeah, Isaac, if you go into the red room in the bottom channel, or on Facebook, I've also sent you a link to the StreamYard, or on Twitter, I've also sent you a link. Okay, cool. And I will just disconnect. Sorry about that. To people watching the stream, I hope this is not too confusing, because I'm basically watching the Discord and this at the same time. And so now we're about to be joined by the one and only Isaac Shalev. And so just to introduce them, Isaac is a game designer, podcaster, writer, and non-profit industry guru is what they do in their own time. And so Isaac Shalev started off self-publishing ChronoSphere and has signed 5 other titles with other publishers, 4 of which have been published already, probably best known for Seikatsu. Isaac also co-hosts the podcast On Boardgames, and is generally a lovely person. And yeah, I'm just introducing you. And also co-authored a book, which I didn't have space for there, but I think the book is... it was here.
I've got a copy I can show. Hang on.
Yeah. And Building Blocks of Game Mechanisms with... Let me move you over and make you bigger. So here we go. Building Blocks of Tabletop Game Design, an Encyclopedia of Mechanisms. And this is such a lovely idea that you had. And so, yeah. Thank you for doing it. I understand that what basically happened there was that you both had this idea at the same time to write this book, and so you were like, hey, why not collaborate?
Yeah, that's about right. I was on Ludology. Geoff Engelstein invited me onto the show after he'd been reading my blog, which is at kindfortress.com, and I write about game design patterns. And so, and Geoff and I had known each other from previous conventions. He and I didn't live not that far apart, so we'd had some personal relationship. And after the show, he reached out to me and said, I've been thinking about writing like an encyclopedia, and it looks like you're kind of already doing that on the blog. What do you think about writing a book together? And I don't know, when Geoff Engelstein calls and says that he wants to write a book with you, you write a book.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some amazing work from Geoff Engelstein. So for those who don't know Ludology, it's basically... I don't know if it was the first, but it's certainly, in any case, you shouldn't care about being the first or being the biggest or being the longest. It's just some aspects of being really good, which Ludology is. Now there's, yeah, Alex says that's the kind of thing that prompts a yes before the sentence is even finished. And yeah, they've come up with these little snippets that were in the Dice Tower. And, I love those things where for game tech, now there's a book on my shelf. I can't see it. It's somewhere in this room. Anyway,
I'll go get mine.
Don't worry about it. Game tech's a great book. Achievements Relocked. I've not read that, but I've got high expectations. Yeah, lovely book. I see you've got the glossy version. Mine's not glossy like that.
Oh yeah, I sprang for the hardcore, for the hardcover, hardcore. No, the important thing is, of course, the picture of Geoff Engelstein on the back. If you've never met him in person, look out for him at conventions when we can do that again.
Let me, make you a little bit bigger. Oh, yep.
I'll hold him up, try and get him out of the... Wait, camera goes the other way. Get him out of the glare and focus.
And yeah, Geoff is amazing. And having set up Ludology, now they've kind of passed on the reins. First it was Geoff Engelstein and Ryan Sturm, and then had a few different cool people. And now, after 200 episodes, I want to say, Geoff has finally departed and said, okay, it's Gil Hova and Emma Larkins, who are the main people with, of course, Professor Scott Rogers. Anyway, we're not here to talk about, that's all. We're here mainly to talk about Isaac Shalev. Oh yeah, Tom says, we do all love Geoff. Yeah, that I can get behind that. And yeah. So, yeah, you can go and tag Geoff and say, people are saying nice things about you behind your back. Yeah. But yeah, Isaac, I'm going to ask you the questions that I asked everyone else this morning, because you didn't even get a chance to come on, because I didn't want to ask you on because 10 a.m. my time would be a bit too early for you.
I appreciate that, but now I have to face the music.
So, like, in all seriousness, what time is it there, and where exactly are you?
So it is 9:15 a.m. in Cary, North Carolina, which is part of North Carolina known as Research Triangle, near Chapel Hill and Raleigh and Durham, big university towns, major programs here, and lots of science and biotech and other kinds of biomed. So we moved down here about 2 months ago from Connecticut, which is 650 miles to the north. So we essentially moved from winter to a land of perpetual spring and summer.
Well, that seems like a good move.
Oh, I'm thrilled. Absolutely thrilled.
I mean, I'm hoping to eventually, I'm going to go to South Korea, and then I'm not going to stay in South Korea probably longer than a year or so, and then I'm going to go to somewhere warmer. Because I thought South Korea was going to be warm, but I'm disappointed to find out it's not. I feel like it.
I know it has south in it. It should be, yeah. It's like South Dakota. It's warm.
Closer to the equator. But apparently we've got this whole Gulf Stream thing, so we are blessed and we don't even realize it. Anyway, we talked about games being brilliant this morning, and we all gave our own reasons. Why do you think games are brilliant?
I think games are brilliant because they give us the opportunity to interact without having to care about the real world consequences very much. Like, not entirely free, but a lot less. And when we take off all of those shackles, we become who we really are, and we can express ourselves really fully without fear. And that's, to me, games are about communication, about learning about who we are, ourselves, and one another.
I mean, how much of this who we are is there really? Because are you saying that if you play werewolf and you're lying during that game, that suggests that you are a liar?
No, I wouldn't say it's that direct. I mean, I think it's kind of like acting. Actors discover who they are by inhabiting other roles, and they explore the parts of themselves that they can exaggerate or emphasize or bring to the fore to shape a new character. So it's sort of like when you build Lego, you learn how to build the thing in the instruction manual, but you also really learn how to build all kinds of things, and that you're able to take the most recent build that you did out of the instructions and apply some of its techniques or lessons to what you really want to create.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now, I do always try to ask other people, recent highlights, living life and seeing the sights, recent highlights, playing games and other delights, recent highlights. So, Isaac Shalev, because you were not here this morning, what are your recent highlights?
Oh my goodness. I think my most important recent highlight is that I discovered that I can get pitas, so frozen pita bread, that was brought in, that was imported from Israel, from a bakery in Jerusalem, at a store not 10 minutes from my house. And this is an exceptional thing because, first off, I was born in Israel. I had lived for a few years in Israel, including I spent a year of high school living about a 10-minute walk from this bakery, the Angel Bakery in Jerusalem, one of the most famous bakeries in Jerusalem. And so I used to walk out there in the morning to get fresh bread. I used to walk out there on Saturday nights. They would open at like midnight, and you'd wait online, and you'd get just the most amazing pastries. And so to discover that I can get these frozen pitas, and they're amazing. You pop them in the microwave for a bit, you then toast them, and it's like they're fresh. It's unbelievable. So having moved far from my family and home, to find this sort of touch of something that really brings me back and really grounds me was delightful, and it's great with hummus.
And a quick hello to Rob Harper. It's lovely to see you. And so right now in the Discord, just to let you know what's happening, Alan Paull, I see, is playing Ming Voyages and demoing that. We've had a good bit of, how much money? And Isaac Shalev is going to be talking about Q4U before going off at 3 o'clock to start up a game of that in the Discord. So if you want to listen up, and we're going to be moving to the questionably quick questions. And so, no apology needed. It's just like, come in whenever, like, you're welcome. And thank you so much for spending your time with us, Rob. It's lovely to have you. And yeah, let's talk about some questionably quick questions. So, what did you think of How Much Money?
I rather enjoyed it. It's super fun.
What is your first memory?
I can't remember. My very first memory is actually, I do remember it. I was in a taxi, and I was with my great aunt. I was about 2 years old, and she taught me to say "I love you" in English because I had only just recently arrived from Israel to America and didn't speak any English. And so my first words in English were "I love you," which my great aunt taught me in a taxi cab.
That is so lovely. And so you were already talking at that point, you were already forming memories, clearly. And
yeah, I didn't start talking until I was about 2, and then I started talking in complete sentences.
I wanted to ask you, how did you get introduced to board games? Have you been playing them all your life?
Yeah, I have. I played, starting with checkers and backgammon and chess. My family played a fair amount of chess, especially, but also backgammon. When I grew up, I had 2 other siblings growing up, and we played board games and RPGs. And I remember, my dad brought home Risk, and we played that a bunch, and Axis and Allies, and so forth. We were brought up in an observant Orthodox Jewish household, so on Saturdays we observed the Shabbat, which means that we didn't use electricity, we didn't go out in cars, we didn't use money, and so one of the few things that you could do as a kid was play board games. So we did.
And so at what point did you decide to start designing things? Was ChronoSphere your first effort?
It was my first formal effort, in a sense, but as a kid, I always was designing games or designing rules for games. I remember at some point, my older brother and I really enjoyed Axis and Allies, and we also got some of the other Game Master games, Conquest for the Empire and Shogun, which I think is called Ikuza today. It was Samurai Swords for a while. But we wanted to play that same style of game, that troops on a map game, in a fantasy setting because we were enjoying Dungeons and Dragons at that time, and we wanted that kind of war simulation. So we invented our own fantasy version of Axis and Allies. We drew out the map and we defined all the unit types, and many of the rules were borrowed. But as you go and as you play and as you start tweaking those rules, you wind up with something new, and that was always a feature of how I engaged in games generally. I invented a card game back when I was 16, that was based on the game Azad from Ian M. Banks's Player of Games. And that was a formative memory of absolutely failing, right? The card game, I kept trying to make it work, and it kept just being a disaster in play.
So you tried to keep making this game that was meant to be so super complex and can't be described in this book, basically.
Well, yeah, and even worse, I was sort of modeling it on Bridge. Like that was my core game. It was sort of a trick taker.
That doesn't match up with what's said in the book at all.
Well, so Azad, the game, if you'll recall, was a 2-mode game. It started with a round of card play before moving to like the larger game, and so I was just trying to do the card game part. I wasn't crazy. I was just overconfident.
Oh my gosh. And yes, I agree with Tom. But yeah, you were just doing the intro to Azad.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, just the preface. But when I started playing hobby games, I started being interested in designing a game that might be published. And I have to say, I was really attracted to Kickstarter because I saw an opportunity to make a game, but also to learn all about how games are made. Because for me, my pleasure in life in general is whenever I get into a hobby, I want to learn how to do it, not only how to participate, but how to create. And I'm often terrible at it, right? I learned how to DJ. Turns out I keep a terrible beat. I don't always sense which songs go where, and I don't always read the room right. Not a surprise, not a dancer. But I did learn the techniques and the tools, and I was able to create a mix. And that for me is what I enjoy. I really enjoy learning how to make. And Kickstarter was an opportunity to learn not just how to make a game, but how to make a product, and maybe even how to try and build a community around a product. Those were exciting ideas, and so I kind of went for it. I figured, it's like a scholarship to Board Game University. You're able to learn all of this, and thanks to the generosity and the confidence and the belief of backers, you're able to execute on this. And so ChronoSphere was the first game that I sort of said, of my collection of prototypes, that I sort of said, this is simple enough that I could make, and good enough that it's fun to play and players will be engaged by it. And essentially, for folks who aren't familiar with the game, it's modeled on timeline crossed with BS. So the idea is that instead of just trying to play cards into a time order and revealing them on play, you actually leave them in regardless of, you don't know if they're right or wrong, and somebody has to decide to challenge the timeline before the cards are revealed. So it creates like an interesting tension, and it's fun. And it was successfully kickstarted. It did about 10K in 2013, 2014, something like that. And I was able to make it. I was able to produce it. I was able to ship it, and very, very satisfied with that experience. And it really continued to inspire me to make more games. And AEG picked up one of my games at roughly the same time, called Ravenous River. So I really got a lot of confidence early on from my first encounters with game design and game publishing. And so I kept doing it. Nobody chased me away, so I stuck to it.
So at this point, what is your current relationship with games?
Right now, a jilted lover. So I love to play games, but because of the coronavirus, my opportunity to play games with others is pretty limited. I'm fortunate in that I still play with my family. I've got 3 kids, I've got a wife, but they're not huge gamers. And my appetite for games and for certain types of games is certainly more voracious than theirs. So right now, it's also really challenging to design and play test. The play testing is particularly where the challenge lies. So I'm doing a lot less gaming than I would like to be.
I think that's the case for a lot of people, just wanting to do more stuff. I mean, unless anyone else has any... Oh, there we go. What do you think of playing virtual board games online? So
personally, I don't connect to it very well. The only board games that I play online, so to speak, are Through the Ages, which I play on that phenomenal app. I pretty much always got 1 to 5 games going. And if you want to challenge me there, I'm Kind Fortress, and I'd love to play you. I sometimes play Twilight Struggle online as well, but I have downloaded 50 board game apps and find myself never really playing them. I've tried playing Tabletop Simulator and Tabletopia, and I've actually found that not only do I not enjoy it very much, I in some ways have my opinion of the game drops after playing it online. And it's really not. It's that the experience is not the experience I'm hoping for, because the tactile matters to me and the social matters to me in a way that those games don't facilitate as well. So I'm really, it hasn't worked for me. I recognize that lots of people do enjoy it, and I recognize also lots of people, this is their best opportunity.
And they get lots of value from it. And for sure, I know that back when this whole thing started, I was doing games online actually for quite a while, 4 times a week. Back in, this was more than 170 days ago. That's all I know because I hadn't started this stream yet. But like I say this stream, I hadn't started my 10 a.m. streams. I've not been streaming since 10 a.m. I had like a 45 minutes-ish break to grab some food. And anyway, so the point is that we would play games on Tuesdays and straight after lockdown. I played a game with Sally Jones. It was about hooking up. No, sorry. It was about meeting up and like kind of chatting to each other and being able to see each other's faces and being able to play something together. I invented a game for the LDEC purely for that. It wasn't very good at the time. It needed a bit of playtesting. Now it's become free now. It's something that I'm fairly proud of. Scott Nicholson said it was good. And I don't know if Scott Nicholson is a type of person to say something's good when they don't particularly like something. I don't know. You know Scott Nicholson better than me. Is Scott Nicholson fairly forthright?
I would say.
Okay. So there you go. At least one person likes it. Anyway, so there's this game that I played at the time with Sally Jones and Mark Cook was there. And then on Thursday, it was like, okay, me and Sally, and maybe I can invite some other people. Let's do it in a couple of days. And then we had so many people saying, yeah, let's do this. And then I was like, oh, this has been so much fun. Let's do something. As it was actually getting to Thursday nights, I was like, no, without this, I don't want to be doing it Tuesday and Thursdays and have nothing to do. And so we did it Tuesdays, Thursdays, Sundays for quite a while until we ramped it down and then dropped it. And as I used to playtest every week that I was in London, Fridays, going to Royal Festival Hall down in the middle. I was about to say south, but I live in the north, so it's all relative. But anyway, going to Royal Festival Hall in Waterloo, beautiful place, cycling down through the river, well, over the river, over a bridge, and, you know, going up, meeting amazing people like David Brain, and that was, the joy of it wasn't just in the games that we played. The joy of it wasn't just in making strategic decisions and moving things around. The joy of it for me was in seeing everyone around the table and having those conversations. And between the games, we would meet up at 10 and then start playtesting at 11. And then we would playtest until 12:30 and have a half an hour break. And then playtest another 90 minutes, have another half hour break. And then playtest another 90 minutes and then splits up for the day. And it sounds very structured. And yeah, Rob says it quite well, that there's tactility, there's social aspects, and it makes it what it is. And for me, look, seeing someone on the video camera is closer to the joy I get from real life board gaming than moving pieces around. And so I don't want to remove people from the joy of, obviously, Dead and Breakfast and Ming Voyages, which is being played today, is on Tabletopia, but there's something lovely about. And then let's go to Q4U. Let's introduce Q4U. I've already said how we were meant to be on a podcast together, but we never were, because someone lost the audio file or let it get corrupted or something, apparently. That someone was not me.
No, well, I would say that we were on a podcast, but it's among the lost episodes.
Like it felt a shame that no one heard this amazing episode of On Boardgames. It was genuine, anyway. But it was lovely chatting with you and Kathleen Mercury. Anyway, so there were the three of us. We chatted, and then. Yeah, that's a philosophical question. Is it a podcast if you record it so no one hears it?
Absolutely it is. I think 99% of podcasts are unheard.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, so at the time I was like, oh yeah, this is a thing that I'm doing, and I think I actually said to you both, if you've got any suitable games, let me know. Because at the time I said to people, and I asked on the Cards and Board Game Designers Guild and on Board Game Design Lab, look, here are my prerequisites. A, no one has to print anything except for potentially me. B, it's the focus, it can be played just using video screens like this. because that's what I want, to be able to chat to each other. And C, people should be able to, ideally, this wasn't a prerequisite at the time, but having people be able to jump in, start playing the game, play it for a wee bit, and leave if they want. Make it stream friendly, if you know what I mean. And so Q4U, at the time, I've already introduced it. I've already talked about it. And where's my little, if you want to, this is where it is. And here's the thing that I was going down. And like, there was so much in there that we took out. I mean, there was the crossing off bits of the alphabet. It's like, yeah, that's out. The bogus card that we said, yeah, that's a really interesting thing. It makes it different to other games that you can't use this thing, that you can't use these particular letters, but we decided that's not part of the core fun, so we'll cut it out. And then there's two core parts to this game. One is the bonus letters, which is now not just bonus letters, but bonus fragments of things. You've got to use them. And the other thing is, yeah, the push your luck aspect. I've chatted about this in your own words. Can you talk about the overall view of Q4U?
Sure. So Q4U is a game that I designed in a hot tub in Florida after playing Just One for the first time. So I was at Dice Tower Con, and one of the folks who works for Repos, Stefan, had just showed us, a few of us, Just for One, and we were sitting in a hot tub and talking about it, and we all knew it was going to explode. Like, this was before it had come out, and we all just had been playing it, and we knew it was going places. And it was stuck in my head. What was so fantastic about this game, and some of it is that cooperative nature in a party game really brings, it fits the feel of a party game. It fits what you're trying to do in that environment of bringing people together. But there were some other elements that really kind of lodged in my head. And so initially Q4U was a game about trying to complete the entire alphabet while responding to a prompt that you would only be able to score for if your answer was unique, if you didn't copy anybody else's answer. So using that same cancellation mechanism that Just One used, which I think Just One had actually taken from Scattergories, which used that same mechanism, 40 years ago or whenever Scattergories came out. But with this notion of trying to cover the whole alphabet. And it evolved from there, where covering the alphabet was a good challenge, but also in some ways it slowed the game down, and in some ways it made people's answers less interesting. And eventually I came on this idea of scoring for the letters. So scoring for the length of your letters. And then what really broke the game open was recognizing that I shouldn't just be telling players to use one word, but to use phrases. So the game transformed from a really wordy game, a game that was really about trying to use all the letters and very just centered on the letters themselves, and into a storytelling game almost, because you get these questions, and questions might include something like one of my favorites. I won't use this in the stream, but this is one of my favorite questions: is why are you late? And all of a sudden, why are you late is this great prompt to tell a story. And even if you only have 20 letters to tell it in, you can start saying some interesting things with that. And that's where players really got engaged with the interaction, with the I want to communicate and talk and connect with others. And the scoring was receding, and it was just enough. It was, to my mind, it was doing exactly what you want it to do, which is, in a party game, you don't want people to care about winning and losing. You want the winning and losing to guide them to the part of the experience that's the most fun, that's the most engaging. The idea is that the winning is not a ticker tape that's stretched across the finish line. The winning is signposts along the route. They're telling you where to go. They're pointing you towards the party. And so that's really where I think the game fully developed, and kind of where we are now, where you hear a question, you write your answer, you're trying to be long, you're trying to use lots of letters, but not the longest. because if you're the longest, you'll be penalized. And that's where we kind of brought the restriction back in to keep it a game. And you're trying to use these bonus pairs. So pairs of letters that if you use them, you'll score a bonus. And that's pretty much where the game is. So, if folks are thinking about playing it, you might want to prepare a paper that looks something like this, that has blanks like this. They'll help you score, but it's not necessary.
You just have to count how many letters are in your phrase.
Exactly.
You could also, if you're typing, then you could use Notepad or TechPad, or I use BB Edit, which is kind of the sequel to Text Wrangler, which I quite like. It's white and black. It's basically no frills. Anyway, so you could do that and then just press Control-I or Command-I to get like a letter count. You could do that if you don't fancy even counting.
Yeah, if you want to be especially fancy, you can even do this in Excel.
One letters per thing.
So it's the formula is len. L-E-N is length. So if you just type in Excel and have the second column have the formula equals len of the previous cell, it'll count how many letters are in that cell. So lots of ways to do this, especially on stream. But honestly, you can also just use a regular piece of scratch paper and count your letters. You're generally not going to be writing more than 25, 30 letters at most for any given answer, because of course you don't want to be the longest. And
you've still got the rule where if you are the possible score for length is still capped at 20, right?
That's right. You can't score more than 20 points for length.
The only reason to go above 20 is if you can't fit in all those bonus pairs in.
Or you just need to be that much funnier.
Yeah, or maybe you just want to get to 20 and you want to squeeze in like, oh, I managed to get to 22. I don't want to do the work to bring it down. I mean, that's where I normally, 25. Oh, fine. Hopefully I won't be the longest. We'll see what happens. But I think it's a lovely thing that you said about, especially with party games, obviously the whole Reiner Knizia quotes of the goal of the game is in the winning, but it's the trying to win that matters, not the winning. And I'm totally paraphrasing that, especially since it was originally in German. But I think that Sate gave us a better translation at some point in maybe several hundred hours of streaming, if you want to. But it is possible.
I just want to jump in, and I know Paull said hello, and I want to acknowledge under the Gaming Rules chat and say hi to him, because I know he's got to run out and do something. And Paull, it's just awesome I haven't seen you in forever, so thanks for stopping in. But I wanted to catch him before he left. I apologize, Bez.
No, that's cool. I see that Paull unfortunately left just before you finished giving the overview.
Oh, no!
I had that up and I was waving, so hopefully Paull feels acknowledged. But
everyone who's on stream, tell Paull. Go tweet at him.
Yeah, Paull is at Gaming Rules, and yeah, go to tweet at Gaming Rules. I hope that your plumbing goes well. That's what you should all do. Like, everyone, tweets at Gaming Rules. I hope your plumbing goes well. That would be funny, I think.
I feel like I hope your plumbing goes well should replace goodbye. Like, that should be our normal sign-off.
Well, what if you're not doing any plumbing?
Metaphorically, aren't we always doing plumbing?
What? Okay. Oh my god. Okay, wow. I need just a moment.
See, this is the fun everyone is missing from our On Board Games episode. Can you imagine this plus Kathleen Mercury? It boggles the mind.
Okay. Listen. We talked about it being signposts to get people to do funny things, and I agree that at some point where the game is good, where yes, we are someone. It's almost like the rules need to get out of the way. And maybe I came to this in Fable, which is, I can't remember if you've played any of the LDEC games, but Fable is a storytelling game, and it's you've got to originally so you get your cards. Oh, where's some? Sorry about. Here's my cards. So you've got some cards, and then you say, okay, here's my story elements: an angry penguin, a real lion, and a excitable marsupial. And then you construct a story. Now, during the game, there's two aspects to it. Firstly, you have to start your sentence with one of these letters, just to give you some framework. And then secondly, you give one keyword to the next player. Now, the former of those two constraints was actually removed after, sadly, the latest deck was printed. So the printed rules are, to my mind, a touch more complex than they need to be. Because I realized, yes, all you need is that initial framework, plus each player to give the next person that keyword. And that just comes mainly from you. Yes, there are letters that kind of guide you. If I see an NZ, I'm going to say, okay, well, maybe my keyword for you is nice or zealous. And that's not a word that I would necessarily have chosen had I not had that tiny bit of constraint. But the constraint needs to be small enough so that we can enjoy that creativity and enjoy just making each other laugh, as you say.
Yeah, Ralph Koster talks about fun as being the space between where we're frustrated by difficulty on one end or unchallenged entirely on the other end. That fun happens when there's that grit that makes the pearl, right? Where there's that challenge that isn't too much, that we look at the N and the Z and we're like, I can't figure out a single thing to describe a person with. These are, that is frustrating, right? It's too hard. And I think it tracks well with that. The games that we have, they're fun for us, but when they get too easy, when you know a game really well,
it's like Mihai Csikszentmihalyi's concept of flow, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to acknowledge, Rob sent the tweets, and Paul says the plumbing did not go well, but
yeah, that's typically how plumbing goes, at least for me. Not well.
But yeah, back to the concept of flow and frustration versus boredom.
Well, but flow lives usually within a single person, and I think that's where, as games, we can look at the concept and try and enrich it, because a lot of research on flow state and a lot of literature on flow state really focuses on an individual entering flow state. Mm-hmm. But what we can observe, and I think this is one of the reasons I love sports, is you can observe a team being in a flow state. You can experience a group working together in coordination and being in flow. And if you've ever been part of a high-functioning team at work or wherever, you sort of get that sense of what does it look like to know what the other people are going to do and to understand how you're going to fit into it, and not to know what all the answers are, but to have no fear about what you're going to do to tackle the problems and the challenges. And how do you get to that kind of shared flow state is something that I try to explore in my party and cooperative games, because I think that's really where a certain magic happens, when you can rely on your communication with others as being really, really solid. That's why I love Hanabi so much. Hanabi, if you get in a group that really gets each other, Hanabi is a ballet. It's not it's not a quiz. It's not a challenge. It really is a demonstration of incredible mind meld.
Yeah, it's really difficult. And do you think that, we're not going to do it for today, but we talked about the notion of little extra obligations for people, similar to what I might have in Wibble. And Alan Paull was previously talking about a little concept that they had, actually two little concepts that had come from, I think, Confucius and Cousins War, and then brought them both into Ming Voyages. And it's not just that Keynesian aspect of looking within your own box and looking within it, but it's also, I disagree slightly with Keynesian. I think that, that's why building blocks of tabletop game design is such a lovely thing, because it says, hey, here is what already exists. And frankly, when I am looking and planning to make a game about quickly slamming my hands down on cards and recognizing things, it's like, okay, let me think about, okay, here's a bunch of ways that cards could enter the game for this particular style of game. Maybe you flip them over. I've got certain things that I don't want to say because I have two publishers looking at it. Like, I've got to genuinely, it's like super simple, but you could have like, okay, you have a certain number. You could start off with literally everything on the table, like Grabble. And now, how do you decide what to grab? Are you chasing for things that are a match from the previous card? Are you chasing for sets? And like, then how does the game stop? Like, I'm really proud of the thing, but like using these different things from different games, and like this is like a level of detail that frankly your book doesn't go into. And also, it's also out with the style of game that the book was concentrating on, because slightly disappointingly, the book is 90%, let's say, focused on Euro games. There's a lot about stuff that like competitive versus cooperative and team. Like, you could apply that to any sorts of super like family party style games. But like at a certain points, I was saying, on Board Game Geek, and I know Geoff was like, yeah, that's because we chose to ignore this. Like, you should have flicking, you should have like isolate that, have like contortion, which yes, there's only Yogi, Twister, and Body Party, and what else?
Arrive. Arrive is a Cthulhu-based Twister variant of sorts by Jay Treat, I think is the designer.
Like, there's not that many anyways. Like, there's a lot of things. Anyway, let's...
If you want to play Cthulhu Twister, though, folks, you got to look it up. Arrive. A-W-R-I-T-H-E. A-W-R-I-T-H-E. Yeah, I think it's from WizKids. Yeah, we didn't cover a lot of these mechanisms because we had to draw lines. We had been signed to write the book, and the expectation was that we were going to write in the neighborhood of 300 pages, and we wrote about 150 more than that. So we got to a place where we knew we needed to start cutting. So the game certainly has a lot of Euro mechanisms that appear in Euro games, mechanisms that appear in Ameritrash games, American games, in terms of like troops on a map and dice rolling, a lot of movement mechanisms we cover, a lot of economic mechanisms. But we mention and briefly acknowledge some of the dexterity mechanisms and some of the sort of party game mechanisms. But we left a lot of space open. And I hope people fill it in. So it's really an invitation. I think one of the things Geoff and I were very concerned about is that, on the one hand, we felt like games and gamers and game designers needed more vocabulary and more shared vocabulary. It's really hard to talk about game design when you don't have enough words to describe the dynamics and the issues that we encounter. But we also didn't want to suggest that we... I'm not Samuel Johnson. I can't invent the English language, and so we left a lot of open space. And when Board Game Geek decided to take our mechanisms and use that for their catalog, for their database, that I thought was unexpected, but it was an enormous step forward for solidifying this foundation. But there's lots of holes. There's lots of gaps. So I agree with you. I would love to do supplements. Like, it would be great to release additional supplements focused on dexterity games, focused on, there's a ton of pantomime games of different kinds, physical games, as you mentioned. So, some of these contortion games are, to me, in the same family as things like charades, because you're using your body to convey information. And that's the category to me, is using your body to communicate instead of using your voice.
I mean, yeah, it's like your body communicates the fact that this is here, or that it's the presence of the hand on the target. That is a thing. Yeah, I can see that.
You might subdivide it, or might say, using your body to communicate is one, or using your body to store values about game state is another sort of really broad way to think about it. Or using your body as the playing piece, right? Those are all different. I think there are different ways of saying a similar thing.
Like using your body to communicate. Like, for me, charades is so different from Twister that to me or Yogi. I should stop. I should stop using. Why am I using Twister as an example? But no, it's so different from that. Why do you lump them together anyway? I want to kind of wrap this up. I do apologize because hopefully people are watching this because they are interested in playing Q4U, the new game by Isaac Shalev, Matt Loomis, and a wee bit by me. And why do you want to quickly big it up? What's the thing that you are most excited about right now? This is one game that more than any of the other four, there's still quite a bit of development to be done on this one. Yeah,
that's right. Well, so in the story of Q4U, I mentioned that I came up with it largely in a hot tub at Dice Tower Con in Florida, and that was an incredible experience. But can you imagine today? I can't think of a time when I'm more far away from the experience of being in a hot tub with other people than right now. I would be shocked and horrified to imagine stepping into a hot tub with other people right now. So when the pandemic hit, I turned to the games that I had in development, and I thought to myself, what can be done here to support gamers and game community in a moment when we can't all play? And like many others, I released games that people could play on their own. So I released a roll and write game that you could play on your own or via Zoom. I tried to identify games that we could play in these circumstances. And Q4U was a party game that I had developed for the in-person from that hot tub, but recognized the seeds and the possibilities that it could be played via Zoom, it could be played via video conference entirely. And so I started sort of reshaping it for that purpose and released it that way. So what I'm most excited about is sharing that with you, sharing this version of the game with you, a game that you could learn today and play tomorrow with all your friends. You don't need anything from us. There are some questions that we've come up with prompts for the game, but I'm sure you can come up with prompts on your own as well. So I hope that folks will play the game, they'll enjoy the game, and they'll have another game in their backpack, so to speak, in their virtual Zoom box that they can use to entertain and engage with friends who they haven't had a chance to. So that's what I'm hoping for, and I'm hoping to hear some funky 20-letter phrases.
Or 17 or 27 or whatever they are. It's not about being exact. It's just about having a good time. And I think that quite interesting is when Tom Cauldron, I don't know if Tom's still in the chat, but who was that? Someone mowing the lawn, Sexy Aquaman. Yes, that's what Tom said that they wanted as a birthday gift, Sexy Aquaman. So and then it would be like, just facilitating those conversations, really? Why would you? And so, thank you very much. Hi, Tom. But if you want to play that, then go to stuffbybez.com/Discord, or if you're already part of the Discord, just jump into the channel. Sorry. Do you want to comment on this, Isaac?
I agree. Who wouldn't?
I mean, Tom was talking about the actual actor. Who are they called?
Jason Momoa?
I thought Ryan Seacrest or something.
I thought it was Jason Momoa who also played.
Tom was talking about someone going up and down and mowing the lawn, which, you know what? To be fair, it just kind of feels a bit more. I'm not going to get into it. Rob says it's Jason Mimosa.
Drink it up.
Anyway, so go into the Discord. There's Q4U voice chat, and I'm going to go there and currently mute myself and deafen, but hopefully you'll be able to pop into there, Isaac, Rob. Yeah, Tom, hopefully you'll have a bit of fun if you've... I don't think Rob's had the opportunity to play this. I know that, well, we just talked about Tom's answer, but hopefully you'll have fun with this. Isaac has been making it a little bit harder than I did, so like we'll see how that goes. And so thank you so much for being part of this, Isaac. And
thank you for having me. Thanks everybody for joining. I look forward to playing with you. Bez, I should leave the StreamYard and go into the Discord voice and text chat. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can just enter the Discord voice chat, and if you want, just close the window whenever you're ready to.
Okay, so let me pop into there, and then when I close this, you'll know that I'm all set over there. Excellent. Okay, yep. So...
and I'm just kind of there and I can keep my eye on things. And so for now, I guess this is bye-bye, Isaac.
Bye.
So, yeah. Thanks, Isaac, says Rob. And yeah, if you want to join in, then please do go to the Discord and join in. It is one of those games that you can sort of jump in and play around of or jump out as you want. And so, yeah. Let's see what's going on, and if I can try and yeah, so that was a lovely thing, and so I'm just going to be a wee bit boring and comment now on what's generally happening. So yeah, let's see what's going on. So we've got wee difficulties. Oh, hello, Chris. It's lovely to see you. So just to say, this is my boring half-hour intermissions where I basically try to direct everyone to join the game. Isaac Shalev is currently starting off Q4U right now. And yeah, if you go to stuffbybez.com, well, you already did Discord. Sorry, Chris, I don't know why I'm telling you where the Discord is. But yeah, if you are up for a game of that, then please jump into the Q4U voice chat. Isaac is just about to explain it all. So it looks like things are underway. That's great. And I see Krys and Isaac and Jason are there, which is lovely to see. And meanwhile, just to keep something going on here, I'm going to look at literally all of my Instagram. I'm going to to stop my screen and share my screen. And so, yeah, this is now the more boring side of the Bez and Friends game day. For those who are... Hello, anyone who's new to this stream. Maybe I'm going to... Oh no. Computer is going a wee bit slowly. I'm going to... Hey, sorry about that, those technical issues. I just had to restart a thing. And so, yeah. Don't know if anyone's actively watching. I thought that we'll just... Let's look at some of my things. Here are some pictures from me. Oh yeah, there's Yogi Guru when I sent it out. Oh, Glasgow Games Festival. Do you remember all these? Oh my gosh, all those conventions. Oh, I used to... Well, I still... Oh, that's the thing I drew. Oh yeah, these are a couple of pictures that I drew for Nick from that Ludoquist. Let me actually go back. Oh, this is when I had a moustache. Oh, there's Hardy. I think this is from 2019. Yeah, this is from Cannes 2019. Oh my gosh, Cannes was such a wonderful thing. I don't remember when I started my Instagram. Guess we're going to find out. Oh yeah, this is when I was actually just drawing the cover for Kitty Cataclysm. Oh. Oh yeah, that was a fun burlesque thing. It's basically my life. It's such a lovely thing. I mean, sure, it's kind of self-filtered through the points of stuff being self-promotional, but it's kind of like, hey, here's stuff that I love. Oh, how long have I been working on this? 2018. I think this was the way it started. I'm really proud of this game. So it started off just being one color and nothing else, and now it's red and black. So sometimes you count the shapes, sometimes you count the colors. I want to... Yep, here it is. So now with that thing, sometimes like now there's only 3 things on the card. Sometimes you're counting like triangles. Sometimes you're counting just all the red things, or triangles and crosses. Anyway, again, for those who haven't want to jump into the Discord. The link is below. And oh yeah, that's Dragon Meats. Oh, lovely people. Oh, that's my cat wall. Oh yeah, that's... Oh my gosh, I was so excited then. Yeah, this was in 2017 when Yogi had just come out. Check this out. It's like really big things. It was awesome. Oh, check out how good my hair looks here. Yeah, I'm quite chuffed with And oh, here's a picture that I took. I remember this. I don't know where this is. Oh, was I? I think I took this on the table outside. But yeah. Oh yeah, I used to do these kinds of... Oh my gosh. Oh, this is a game wherein you blether Scottish word meaning to talk at length at a fast rate without necessarily making very much sense, using as many word cards as possible as you spout a stream of consciousness. Trying to finish before the timer runs out, keeping the cards you used and discarding those you did not before each player apportions 5 cards between the 2 bleders. To donate the relative merit, more cards being collected after each bledder to make the game increasingly difficult, as the bleders get more and more furious before a final bledder off, wherein the 2 players with the most cards blether, and everyone else distributes their entire deck amongst the finalists to elect a People's Champion. Mainly designed by Bez, Behruza Behmana Shahriori, and originally inspired by a short list of long tabletop game names, with an associated competition to find the longest game name, which Bez willfully misinterpreted as a challenge to create. I mean, like, am I really right reading out the whole name? You know what? I will read out the whole name in a moment, but like that's basically, I do really need to maybe move somewhere for just a few minutes, and so I'm going to, anyway, this is Bledder Game, and so, oh yeah, that was a nice shot at Board Game. This is where Inside the Box used to be. Oh yeah, I really like this. I like it's animal upon animal, but it's quite yeah. Oh yeah, LARPing. Yeah, games that I play. We used to have this horrible tablecloth. This was a terrible, terrible tablecloth. Oh my gosh, Alan Paull and Charlie Paull. We saw them earlier on. Oh my gosh, I'm just like showing off my things. Also, this is like a cute little thing. It's me. Some funky nails. I used to do far more funky nails and spend a bit more time. It does take just a bit of time. Oh, this is a thing I did for my mum. Oh. I'm not sure why Eric Casey is jealous, but I'm assuming that they're jealous either that they didn't get one or that I didn't make one for them. Either way, and these are like, I used to do these little abstract things. That was fun. Oh yeah, I think this is about where yeah, this is, someone told me about Instagram at Toy Fair. This is how I found out about Instagram. So yeah, let me, I'm going to do that, so you only see that, and I'm just going to carry on talking about this, but yeah, please ignore the background noises. And yeah, so for those who, yeah, this is Toy Fair, this is me zooming around. This is oh yeah, basically just after Toy Fair, where yeah, we did this thing. And this is just a bunch of people playing Grabble, which is quite fun. Oh yeah, this is just my favourite thing that I saw at London Toy Fair 2016. So that's how long I've had my thing. Yeah, it's like kind of one of those Svitz books, but it's like a colouring book. Is that not so much fun? Oh yeah, I just thought this was. Oh, no one's liked this. See, I just noticed. Basically, no one's. Oh, the people like my first one, but no one like. Come on, this is. How's that not? So, yeah, this is me doing a preview back in the day before Wibble++ had even come out, let alone it being called the L deck. This was my preview event. So yeah, there we go. And oh yeah, I don't remember this game at all. A game like Grabble, but you're taking letters higher or lower. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. I remember this. So, I mean, there are so many games for the L deck that I've just kind of forgotten the rules of, if you know what I mean. It's been, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm friends with Rena Nathanson, who's one of the people who, Rena Nathanson, for those who don't know, is the top banana at Bananagrams. And so, yeah, congratulations to Rena for, it's a nice game anyway. It had very nice cakes. And, yeah, I feel so privileged that people continue to enjoy In a Bind and people are continuing to discover yoga. Oh yeah, this was an amazing thing. Like, you can make 5 in a row, but you are allowed to use the reflections. Is that not an amazing idea? I would love to kind of play with this idea a bit more. That's so cool. I really want to get this game. What was it called? Optical Illusions. It says on the back side of the box. Yeah, I wasn't very good back then about making sure that I had the names of the games. It's really good. Oh yeah, this was another game. So many games that didn't come to anything. Oh yeah, Michał. That's a person who used to come to playtest. So yeah, that's the thing. And for those people in the Discord, no one can hear you except for the people who are in the chat, I believe. And it's not been recorded, especially not by me. And, for those people who are watching the stream, do feel free to, join in the Discord. And what I am going to carry on just chatting about these photos, because why not? Yeah, let's get that view. So our people are doing that. And what else is just, oh man, my mum makes amazing food. I'm just going to say, yeah, this was my leaving meal. So as in, yeah, when it was like, oh yeah, maquettes from Edinburgh. Is that not beautiful? Check them out. Oh yeah, Ticket to Ride. What game is this? Oh, the second race to find the 7-letter word. Oh yeah, I think this is draftable. I think it was called. Is it called Draft? It's the one by Ian Vincent. Ian Vincent, because it was like, we've not made a game involving drafting things. Oh my god! I did those stickers. Those stickers were terrible. Wibble was misspelled. EZ, it changed completely. And also, what I've really discovered is don't do a sticker sheet and then cut, because that's way too difficult. You know, do something different. Oh yeah, this is Wibble. Yeah, I did a lot of playtesting. Oh yeah, this is Birdsey and Sarah. This is thing. Fable. Like, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Back in 2016, it was still 5 story elements. And then it was after the release of it that it became 4. And then, yeah, it became 3 like recently because it kind of works well on stream. Yeah. Oh, here's more people playing Grabble. Oh, there we go. Lovely people. Yeah. Oh. Oh yeah, Couple was the new sort of beginner version. I'm going to maybe grab. And I'm just wandering around for stretching my legs a wee bit. Oh yeah. Oh, draftable or selectable, and I think we decided selectable because you're kind of selecting this thing cards one at a time, but draftable is kind of almost a better name, so we decided that we'd keep the name draftable for a potentially even better drafting game. That was a really good game. Oh yeah, Friday tea. I miss Friday. Oh, this is the best game. This is not my game. This is by Matt. This is by an unpublished designer. A maths teacher. This is the only game I know of that actually feels like time traveling. This is genuinely so amazing. And so and yeah, this is an amazing thing because basically at some points you can go to a portal, send your vehicles back in time, but then you actually write everything. So you know that you are actually going to do all the same things. So you know what's going to happen with the old vehicles, but then you have a new version of some vehicles that now have full autonomy. And so it's a crazy thing. Like, honestly, this game is just like the most brilliant game ever. Yeah, there's the designer. There's the designer of Matt's. I don't know. So that's Paul Mansfield on the left, and the person on the right, I don't remember their name, but they're the most amazing designer. Right, that's me. Oh yeah, Max. Oh yeah, Uber Toys. They were the first person that I went into actually chat to about licensing in a bind, and basically I decided to license it because they offered me because they were like, yeah, you know, you could make lots of money, and I was like, yeah, things have a price. There's lovely Kieran Symington and Jennifer Witt, now Jennifer Symington. Some things. Oh, Couple. I really like Couple. I'm really proud of Couple. It's a lovely cooperative game. If you like word games, but your partner's better at them than you are, or something like that, it's a really good shout. And yeah, that is that. So yeah, this is obviously in a bind at HateCon. Here we go. Oh, I don't remember this one. Oh yeah, I think I vaguely do. Oh my god, such good memories. Oh, Andy and Ben. Oh yeah. Mum. Playing Hamster Roll, great game. Oh yeah, these are some things that I drew. Or some things that people drew of me. Oh, I've got a special box. I might do an unboxing, but not now. Oh yeah, this was like deep contemplation of it. It was genuinely. That's not me being sarcastic. If I say deep contemplation, it normally means that it is actually deep contemplation. And yeah. Oh, there's Matthew Dunstan. Yeah, there we go. You see Matthew Dunstan? And so Matthew Dunstan has playtested Phrasal, and they were actually the person who suggested that I split up the things. It was fun. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, this is Misa Half Seen. And yeah. I'm just going to message some people. Sorry. Ignore me. Things ran away. And hello, I see that someone has popped in to say hello and potentially talk about a different game.
Hi.
So, hello, Lewis. It is lovely to see you.
Lovely to
I am
see
just
you too.
basically filling up time by going through photos. Are you familiar with the concept of Misa Half Seen?
Misa Half Seen? No.
So this is an Iranian custom which you do at New Year, which is 21st of March. It's around 21st of March because it depends based on exactly how the sun is and things like that.
Yeah.
But you've got to have 7 things starting with the letter Seen, so or Sheen. So you might have Seer, which is garlic, Mseke, which is a coin, Sombol, which is a hyacinth. And actually this year was the first year that I wasn't with my mum, for New Year, for 21st of March. And so, like, it was because, we were in lockdown, if you remember. Anyway, so I was just going through my Instagram shots from the start, and this is 2016. But this year, I'm not going to race up to 2020, but I did buy some hyacinths. And it was such a lovely thing to be able to plant those hyacinths in the garden to kind of say, yes, I've connected with that. I took some pictures, I shared them with my mum, and we had this lovely moment. And so, yeah, that's Misa Half Seen. It's about enjoying the growth and making a pretty thing. And it's about all these things have meaning. And garlic is about kind of prosperity and like kind of birth, because there's so many bits in the garlic. It's almost like a pomegranate, if you know ancient heraldry.
Yeah. That's not me saying, I know ancient heraldry, but I can see the resemblance between pomegranate and garlic. Not in taste, though.
That was me after Nowruz lunch. That was, we were at my sister's place in 2016. And yeah, I'm going to stop. Although, yeah, it is quite nice. Okay, that's going to be the last photo. Back when Yogi was in a bind, this is how I used to. It's like I need to get to kind of Eminem track. Back when Yogi was in a bind, this is how I used to remind you to make sure that you did the thing that the card suggested. You have to read it out loud. You have to be proud. You have to read it out loud and then do it. Be proud.
I love you, Bez.
No, I love you too, Liz. So, yeah, we are here ostensibly to talk about Dead and Breakfast.
Yes.
Now, you weren't here for the morning. I know that your partner was. Sorry. Just looking. Here we go. So we chatted. Can I quickly ask you the same quick questions that I asked everyone?
Yeah.
Where exactly are you?
I'm in my living room.
In Southend?
In Southampton.
Southampton. Not
in
Southend
England,
at
on
all.
Earth.
Okay. What time is it?
It is. That's a good question. 3 o'clock. No, 3:30. How did I get that one wrong? I'm nervous.
And what is your first memory?
A little. It was a toy house that was in the shape of a teapot. Had 2 levels. And little people who lived inside, and you could open it. It's like a cross section. Little house teapot house.
Sounds very fancy.
It's laying on the floor of my bedroom on purple shag pile carpet, playing on it.
So this was something that you had this craze. It's filled your imagination. It filled you with wonderment. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, that's just that's the earliest thing I can think, because it's difficult to say chronologically what your earliest was, because obviously time gets all wibbly wobbly. But I think that's the one I always remember it being. Yeah. And then I can but I have no other memory of that teapot thing.
I mean, it feels
which makes you think it was a while ago.
Whatever the earliest memory is, it's got to be something that has some emotional resonance with you. Because my first memory is of a Spectrum loading screen, which I made all the noises this morning. I'm not going to do it again. But my second memory is of going to visit this family friend who was an adult, and I wasn't that keen to meet them. I didn't want to get out of the car, and then this cat came along. I was just kind of left in the car in front of their house. It was like fairly safe, and it might have even like been behind the house or something. But yeah, this cat came along, and I was like, oh, well, I want to follow this cat. I wasn't interested in that older person who's my mum's age, but like, let's follow this cat. And then I ended up following the cat into their house. And then, yeah, I remember also watching Robin Hood, the Disney one with the fox. That's my second memory.
I think that's one of Emily's early memories as well, I think. The Robin Hood Fox movie thing.
What's your first experience with board games? Can you tell us about how you came into this crazy world?
I think my earliest memory is probably Yahtzee. Playing Yahtzee around the coffee table in my, parents' living room with loads of people, and just it was nice just having everyone brought together around a thing. The game didn't actually matter that much. It was just the fact that we were all together and all having fun, which was nice. And then I think then it was playing card games in a tent, going camping, and playing like Rummy and things like that, and the kind of feeling like having some real face to face time with people, because otherwise you can spend a lot of time with people, especially like people you live with. In that case, my parents, just kind of coexisting. But games are a nice excuse to engage, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure. Like, we actually, for the first time in I think this is 169th episode, and finally today the brilliant thing was board games. And so everyone else talks about why they think board games are brilliant. You've already talked about them bringing people together. I was like, for me, it's like a safe environment where, I feel like sometimes I don't want all that scary uncertainty in the world. Just knowing this is what I'm meant to do. This is what I'm striving for. And having that clarity, it's really nice. Some people talked about, being able to forget other things for a while, a bit of escapism. Alan Paull talks about bringing people into your world, like not just kind of, hey, it's like wars. I guess that's escapism as well. And then yeah, is there any other things about games being brilliant that you would like to share?
I think it's you specifically board games for me are like a sense of they give me, and I know they give a lot of people I know, a sense of like can do, like a can do attitude. I think that's like behind why so many people are making games now or starting companies or whatever. It's just that sudden dawning realization that everyone had at some point that, oh, I can do this. I was listening to an interview with Frank West on the Board Game Design Lab podcast, and he was saying the same thing, where it's like he'd been playing games for so long and then realized like, oh, I can. This is an accessible way for me to create and to express myself. And that it was, such a rewarding thing that he, drew away from all the other, distractions like going out and partying and all those sorts of things to be able to have this little tabletop playground. And I think that's something that's really valuable for me. And
I loved what, Frank was chatting about, and also there was talk about, satisfaction and all sorts of things. But I wonder if Frank would be up for joining me one day at 10 a.m. potentially. Have to reach out. But I wanted to ask everyone, what is your relationship with board games right now?
I think it's a surprisingly complex one. Surprising for me, I suppose, now that I just sit and think about it. Because it's my livelihood. And anytime that's the fact, even if you really, really love something, it can occasionally become begrudging. But it's also just something that it's there to constantly surprise me and test me and help me express myself. It's therapy and it's escapism. It's you can confront stuff and ignore it when you're or ignore it when you're playing a board game. There's so much like breadth in there. But yeah, it's all things.
I think this is always going to be the way when you've got something that you're so passionate about that it starts off as your hobby, and then you're like, hey, wait a minute, maybe I could do this for money, do this as a living. And there's so many emotions mixed into that. I mean, that seems like something we could talk for hours and hours about, and hopefully we will get the chance to talk to you for hours and hours. Wait, oh, oops. It just took a tiny moment longer than I expected. So, let's get into it, and let's talk about Dead and Breakfast. Now, this is a game from... Oh, I had it here.
Rodrigo Rego.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that you know the names of the designers that you work with.
Some may say that I don't pronounce his name properly, but it would be more embarrassing for everyone involved if I did if I attempted to do a sort of faux Portuguese accent if I did it, but Brazilian. But
tell us quickly. So we've got about 20 minutes, and then hopefully some people will be ready to have a go of this in the Discord, where I'm kind of getting people to play all the games today. How did this come about?
So me and Rodrigo have never met. He sent his friend Daniel, who was working in London at the time, to a board game convention in London, Dragon Meet, to meet me and give me 2 prototypes, actually. One was a game about building an apartment block and putting in little nice things that people would enjoy, and another one was a Animal Kingdom card game thing. And the first one, the apartment block game, was Dead and Breakfast, and over a comparatively swift development cycle, we illustrated it and brought it to Kickstarter, and slowly over the years, it has become I think a beloved game, both in Brazil and everywhere else in the world. Yeah, because it's a rather light but still very kind of strategically crunchy, 20 to 30-minute game about building a haunted bed and breakfast.
And here, I'm just showing off. Thank you to the folks at Tabletopia and to Nick Welford right now. This is Nick Welford, right?
Yeah, showing I think a card prototype of the game.
So it looks a wee bit different now.
Well, just that it's thicker tiles, and rather than a little meeple, we've got a nice little blue ghosty, quite a thick meeple. I think Emily tried to show it off this morning, but then there isn't actually one in this box. Or is there? Yeah, there is.
Okay, let me make you big.
Look at this little guy. From behind has often been mistaken for a cactus, but he is not a cactus, he is a ghosty. And he makes it difficult to draft the tiles that you need, and it incorporates it's just such a little thing, but it incorporates that little extra element of kind of being able to influence what other people can get on their turns.
So I think you are the only people I've had on today who did not design the game.
Ah.
So Alan Paull published and co-designed. Isaac Shalev co-designed Q4U, which is going on in the Discord right now, which is lovely to see. And I can see that there's 4 people on video, plus myself, but I'm not playing. And I think Tom is actually playing, just not sharing their video. But it's nice to see that there's... So that's from Isaac Shalev. Krys made How Much Money, I did Nano Muckell. Do you think that a publisher has a unique relationship with the game?
Yeah, I mean it's the same with designers. Even like obviously the most common path, I suppose, with a designer is, I've sat there and I've worked on every iteration of this game and tested it and so on and so forth. But I've had really varying relationships with the games that we've published, and equally the designers who worked on them have had varying relationships. Like Venice, our latest one, was a kind of idea that started off with Andre until he couldn't get it to work, and then introduced David to the game, and then after David had difficulty with it, was then we were brought in, and I've had like a varying impact on the games that we've published. I've not called myself I've not named myself as a designer on any of them, other than the ones obviously that I solely designed.
Which the Minds Out and Downsize.
Yes, yeah. Although I think there is one game we're working on at the moment where I'm going to name myself a designer for the amount of for the amount of hours plugged into it. But yeah, like it's a.
I mean, I know there's been words about that. It's like some designers feel like if the developer is someone on staff from the publisher, then no matter how much additional developments they do, they should not be on the box, even, some people say. But yeah, to me, that's a surprisingly strong position.
Yeah, it's a strong take, but that opinion is always going to be drawn from their experience, and I think there is a relatively definable difference between developing and designing. When there's elements that the players are going to be spending a huge amount of time on learning and playing that didn't exist when an initial design was given to a publisher. Then obviously some designing has happened in the meantime. You can't develop something out of thin air. But yeah, but I mean, I've kind of happily, made it, additions and rule changes and things to games with where it was still just using what it was the designer had actually created. It was just using new content, introducing new content into that system. So yeah, it's a judgment call really, and like I have discussed it with designers, saying like, would you be happy if I did this? Like, it makes no, fiscal, legal difference, I suppose, but it's a case of feelings.
I mean, again, it's every time we get together, we're going to go off into these tangents, but we've only got like 13 minutes. Let's talk about Dead and Breakfast.
Yeah.
Even though I've taken it off the screen, I do have a quick YouTube link if you want to check that out. But quickly tell us, why did you sign up Dead and Breakfast? What's awesome about it?
So we had come up with the idea for like a haunted hotel game beforehand, before we knew this game existed, and it was an idea that we kind of really liked, but we had no way of implementing it into a game that felt right or felt good. And then we played this, and it really just felt like it was something that we liked to play over and over and over and over once we had the prototype, and it felt just like what we really like to see in a game, which is approachable and easy to learn, and yet you still kind of throw yourself at that puzzle a couple times, and that feeling of satisfaction when it finishes. It's not like, even if you've lost horribly to someone, it's not a sense of being aggrieved. Like, it's just like, I've built a thing, I've made this, and it fits into a nice little time span, which is nice. So yeah, like it's the same. We're like with everything we publish, it's like we played it and we're like, okay, this is something I would like to own a finished version of. So yeah.
Oh, that's being able to play something and enjoy it over and over again. That's like the proof of the pudding, proverbially. And so, yeah, having that marriage of, hey, here's a thing that could work with this other thing. I think that's what happened with Keyflower, if you know it, where Richard Breeze had a mechanism, and then the Sebastian Bleasdale had this other and I think it was actually David Brain or someone said, hey, you should mix these together, and they were like, actually, this is good. And then that became Keyflower, which is, I think that it was either that one or Key Markets, which was the first one with not just Richard's name on it. I might be getting something wrong. Anyway,
I think Dead and Breakfast was inspired by there's a game called The Little Prince, Make Me a Planet, Build Me a Planet.
So beautiful.
And it was that idea, not just of like the tile lane, but like the idea of gaining your scoring conditions as you go along. So you start a game of Dead and Breakfast with only like one thing that you're aiming to do, but it's pretty broad, and then you can aim to pick up different scoring conditions, the guest tiles, as you go along. So it starts off like really low pressure, and then it's only by that like third turn onwards that you're having to make scoring decisions. So it makes it for like a nice opening where you can kind of just learn the mechanics of the game if it's your first time, and breeze through it if it's not. Yeah.
So it's got an approachability. It's got something that keeps you trying to work out how to optimize your little puzzle on your board. And can you take a step back and tell us what is this game? Like, yeah.
It is a tile laying game in the vein of Carcassonne, where you're essentially taking little 2 square tiles from a supply, like these ones, and they have little monsters on and flowers and ivy, and you are trying to connect them to your lobby tile, which I do I have a I have a lobby tile. So you get a little door like that, and then you place them like so until you have a 5x5 grid, and every time you complete a column, you can invite a guest to your hotel, and they look like this, and you put a guest over a window, so you sacrifice something that's already in your hotel, but in return the guest gives you a scoring condition. So this lady is scared of spiders in the same column, And you will get 2 points for every spider that is in the same column as her at the end of the game, including the ones on her tile. And you also have 2 colors of flower on your front door that you want to have on your ivy. So it needs to connect to your front door at the end of the game. So there's a white one there. Getting mixed up with my directions. So that would give you a point at the end of the game. So yeah, like that's the rules pretty much.
So it's kind of like Point Salad, the more recent game by I can't remember the designs, but it was published by, I believe, by AEG, by Gigamic in France, and you're not only choosing where to place these things that's going to give you more scoring opportunities, but balancing that with the things that are going to actually score.
It's trying, because you can't create something that's too perfect, because you'll have to, ruin part of it. So it's kind of having to work around those, and the and also and again, it's like it's just a case of working with what you have available, and influencing as well, like because you have the way the supply of the tiles works. You have
hello, Alex.
Hi, Alex. You have 6 tiles like this on your table, and then the little ghost is on one of them, and he moves around clockwise, and you can only get the 3 that are following him, that are in front of him rather, and then you move the ghost to that tile, so you can then influence what the next player can choose from. So you can kind of look across the table and be like, not just what is optimum for me, but what might they want, and I don't even have to take it. I could just skip over it, and then haha, you can't have it. So there's a little bit of trickery there.
Indirect competition, but there is quite a bit of pondering, and nothing in the realms of take thaty, but
no, I mean, I suppose it's one of those games where like you can turn it into a take that game if you're feeling horrible and mean, but unless you have enough convenient options where it's bad for them and good for you, you'll just kind of work yourself into a corner.
I mean, it doesn't sound like it's got even the meanest potential of Ticket to Ride.
True. Yeah. I suppose that's a good analogy.
So in about 6 minutes, you're going to be in the Discord. I don't know if you're already in there. Like, I know you're already signed up, but there's a little room where people can see a bit further down. Dead and Breakfast has a text chat, has a voice chat, and you're going to be showing this off via Tabletopia, is that right?
Yes, I will pop a link now into the Dead and Breakfast chat, and there are 3 spaces besides me.
So we can potentially have up to 4 people, even if 4 people want to play it, then you could observe and have 4 people play it.
I think if I can figure out how I become a spectator instead of a player, I don't know if I can.
But we'll see who wants to jump in. I'll go into the voice chat and.
Yeah, I've left my seat in there, so there's 4 spaces.
Let everyone know. And so yeah, Alex, if you are wanting to be taught Dead and Breakfast, which let me actually go to there we go, Dead and Breakfast, showing it up on the Brain Crack Games page. Beautiful artwork. Who is it again?
The artwork is by Louis Durant, who
Beautiful.
is a Bristol-based children's book illustrator. I mean, he's done another game for us called Treasonable Doubt that we can hopefully release next year. We've been busily working away on that.
It's interesting because like the colors are just so lively, and there is something almost that fits that Brazilian vibe. I don't know. It feels like it's got that Dia de los Muertos. Yes, it's about something sinister, but it's actually so lively. Oh, Alex is still at work, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. They have. There's a kind of burgeoning board game scene in Brazil that I've been lucky to kind of see, I suppose, yeah, like grow over the last couple of years, because it's obviously difficult doing anything in Brazil, business-wise or otherwise, and I'm trying to support Brazilian and South American publishers in the few ways that I can. And yeah, and it's interesting seeing the kind of style of just like really, really colorful, like funny, like tongue-in-cheek kind of themes that they go for. And yeah, and trying to then introduce that to the rest of the world, because yeah, that's a tricky thing to do. I don't know if you're just talking to the Discord, but I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, Lewis. So I'm just going to say to everyone that Lewis is ready to start Top Dead and Breakfast in like a few minutes.
Yeah.
And so, they're just on their last round and ready to join there, Isaac says. So hopefully we'll have a few players for you. And if... Oh, there's Dina. Boom. Hello, Dina. Has been lurking for a few hours. Totally zombie. Aw, many hearts to zombie. Dead and breakfast sounds like a topic for you. I know that's earlier on. Sates was saying, I feel dead and I need breakfast. What is that what you mean, or are you saying that you want to play? I totally get it. Sometimes we're just not ready to take on learning a new game. But yeah, an advantage is if you want to watch, then Lewis could take over. But we've got one question before you go from Alex. Have you ever taken a Brazilian game and made an English language version?
I mean, apart from this one, it wasn't published in Brazil, but we have done we published it in Portuguese and English, doing with the rule book translated by Rodrigo. But yeah, it's something we are thinking of and trying to do, and it's tricky doing business. But there's some new publishers that have opened up in Brazil that have some really interesting stuff to share. So we're thinking of potentially licensing some stuff.
Well, before you skedaddle, is there any last words that you would like to say before we say bye-bye? Or any reasons that you want to say, hey, come play Dead and Breakfast because X?
Come and play it because it's fun, and it's good little puzzle, and I think it will surprise you. And if you are already sold on it, and you want a copy for yourself, it is on sale on our website, saw.braincrackgames.com. And there is a competition if you think, yes, that is for me, but I do not yet want to pay for it, where you can do a little quiz on our website, with a little Halloween tab at the top. And it's a very funny quiz. We did like a kind of little, not like a choose your own adventure, but it's like a narrative quiz with little scenes that you play through and try and escape the haunted hotel. Yeah, so try it out.
Ooh. So someone's excited by that. So let me say goodbye to you. If you can get yourself in to the Discord, Lewis. I have to say, I'm going to do the full song, but bye, 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 bye. This is a goodbye song. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you for showing us this game along, streaming along.
Thanks for playing along.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here, Lewis. And I hope you have a good game.
Thank you for hosting this wonderful day.
Bye
I wore the appropriate color.
I appreciate that.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye. And so, yeah, that's what's going on. And so, yeah, that is that. I just want to say a quick hugs. Thank you very much for everyone who's watching along. And I'm very sorry, Dina, you're not having a great day. Let me put up the banner to remind people that to go onto the Bez and Friends game day, go to stuffbybez.com/streams. I should actually just pop that in the Twitch, shouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? Then you could link it. But everybody in the Twitch already knows the thing. But Kiddo is in bed, sleeping now. Amazing, congratulations. That's lovely to hear. What time is it over there? 6 p.m? Is that them out for the night, or is there going to be more waking and more chaos going on in a minute? And yeah, it's been a really lovely day, and I really enjoyed seeing people playing How Much Money, and people now in my headphones. I can still hear people chatting about Q4U. Oh, 6 p.m. up again at 6 a.m. That's awesome. You've managed to train them well. I mean, my nibblings, I could find the things, but I think it's like from, yeah, they do sleep 8 to 8, but then there's a lot of extra bits, which I can't remember, but they were just born. I mean, they're a lot younger than yours. Anyway, so last time I was here, I was looking at my Instagram, which seems like a nice way to potentially fill some time. If anyone has any questions for me, then for those people who can't be, parts of the Discord, who don't have the energy for the games, that's totally fair. But yeah. And so, yeah, what's happening just now is everyone's kind of having a big debrief of Q4U, and Krys and Krys, so that's Chris Backe and Chris Winterburn and Jason are all chatting with Isaac about the nature of the game. And yeah, there's a couple of people playing Ming Voyages, and there's Lewis. Ooh, Liz. And just to let you know, by the way, Lewis, the people are having a bit of a wrap up. And so, Liz, if you want to get started, and Lewis, if you want to explain to Liz how to get started, but hopefully people will be along in a couple of minutes. And, thank you very much. This is not technically Bez Day. I should say this is a Bez and Friends game day. Where's the thing? So here we've got the schedule. Oh wait, I had a little banner which was Bez and Friends game day. I should show you that one because Chris made it. It was lovely. So this is the streaming, and we're going to. Oh, basically it's just me until I go off, and then I show everyone Nano Muckell. I could actually just be here and at the Discord at the same time, and it would work exactly the same. I could totally do that and play Nano Muckell at 5 p.m. from both places, but then I'll go off and let Chris chat her from 5:30, and then we'll finish up and have a closing ceremony. Meanwhile, yeah, I'm feeling happy about it, and yeah, it's not like I feel like people are having a good time, and there's like a couple of people that I've never met before who are coming along, and so it's lovely. Oh, oh, sorry, I call it BFG Day for short. So like Bez and Friends Game Day, or you could call it BFG, which I know is kind of a bit weird because there's the BFG by Roald Dahl. This is not at all related to the BFG by Roald Dahl, but anyway, that is a thing. I'm just going to now. That's what I'm going to talk about in a wee bit, and let's talk about back when Yogi was in a bind. This is how we used to. Oh, Cambridge, lots of bicycles. So this is totally I've gone down the BFG route. So unless anyone's got any questions, like if you want to join the Dim Breakfast, you can. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk through my photos from 2016 we got up to. I joined Instagram at the start of 2016 when someone at the London Toy Fair said that they should. They said it would be good for marketing, and I think they're probably right, even though I don't have like as many followers as some people. Condottiere, good game. Oh yeah, Pandemic. This was a great game. This was, we beat it literally at the last turn. Where did everyone go from? Q for you. I'll jump in, and I see that Krys is there. And hello Krys. I'm doing well. So Krys, if you want to jump on the stream, that's cool, and then chat about we're talking about Pandemic, and Dina says it's a great game, terrible event, which I like. And are there any cats in my Instagram? Have I been able to take a walk outside today? Oh, that's a good question. I'm going to mute myself in the Discord, so if you want to join me on stream, you can. It's up to you. Wait a minute, I just realised that Krys doesn't actually have the link for the stream. Let me change your roles. Okay, now Krys should be able to see the red room, and at the bottom of the Discord, if you can see the red room, that has the link. So, I have not personally been able to go outside today yet. I didn't go outside this morning. I am going to go outside, this evening, which is why I decided, okay, 6 p.m, that's a decent time to stop. We've had a good day of kind of playing games, keeps it a bit constrained, and then I get to wander about, exercise myself. I have been able to at least wander around the house, but I don't know about if there are any cats. Oh, here's everybody's. We're not going down that route again. So we're just examining my old Instagram pictures from the year that I started. This is Paull. This is back before it was even printed. This is before you knew me, Krys.
That's insane. It looks
that
so
there
different.
Was a time of Bez without Krys.
Gosh, unbelievable.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Settlers of Catan. I used to do lots of this. I used to do lots of like the splitty framey things, but I think that Instagram started later on. The whole story's very. Wait a minute, Krys dropped out. I talked on We Love Games, W Love Games, yesterday about accessibility. Oh yes, about in game design. It was really scary at first, but once I got started, it was really good. Oh yeah, that sounds like a lovely thing. And so, yeah. Hey, there's Krys again. And I just noticed Boards Game Gran, who's I managed to block off an entire side, as you can see there. Wahahaha. I am evil. Oh, this was my game library some of my board game collection. A few that I could easily get rid of, but I would like to do a review of first as a sort of farewell.
Oh,
I
March
wonder if there's
2016.
any that I have got. Oh yeah, there's probably a couple that I have gotten rid of, and yeah. Oh yeah, these are just some things that I drew. I miss just drawing things for the sake of it. You've done a bit of that recently, Chris, haven't you?
I have been, yeah. It's quite enjoyable just drawing something for no reason. I plan to do some more of that tomorrow.
And this was just like a friend of mine was like feeling a bit down, and I just kind of did this to kind of say, hey, here. Oh, this was the back when I started selling. No, it had been out for a year at this point. Sorry. So there you, yeah, I was demoing DL deck as well as In a Bind back before it was Yogi, and there you can see my good friend Miquette and Stu on the top right, and some strangers in the bottom right, a couple of strangers, and then some strangers on the left side of the table, and then at a certain point there were so many people that they were playing this game of Phrasal, and they were just having a wonderful time together, and I didn't even need to be there, and so I went up to the top floor to look down and take this photo. And even though it's a bit blurry, it's such a lovely memory. Oh yeah, there's Angry Birds Gobbet. Morning told me that time that I can call myself the #1 player of Angry Birds Gobbet. I mean, I don't know if that means that it's actually true, but they told me that I can call myself that.
Untrue titles, hashtag.
I did beat everyone else that night. But it's been a long time, and 4 years later, I'm not sure if I deserve to carry on the thing. Dina says hello, by the way. I don't know if you saw the comments.
Hello. Oh yes.
Chris, can you type in the comments as well from in here? Because can you just try typing hello into the Twitch thing? Remember to change the bottom left bit so it's only Twitch. Oh no, that's in the private chat. Go to the comments.
I think it's.
So this is a live. So maybe Chris might have to log out and log back in. So Kahuna, this is an interesting one. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of really lovely 2-player games from Cosmos. Great company. Nikki, oh my gosh, so lovely. And there, Chris is back again.
Now I'm.
Can you see the comments now?
I can see the comments. I can't though.
You can't type in them.
No, I think it's because I'm not logged in on this link, but I am logged in on Twitch. I don't know.
Don't worry. Wait. Does that mean that you can't pop up the comments? So you can't click on the comments and pop them up like I can.
No, I can only see the comments.
That means that when I go off in an hour's time, well, in 40 minutes time, you're going to have to just respond, but you won't be able to pop them all up. But maybe if you kind of read them all out, you can make it work.
Yeah. I'm gonna disappear for a minute and see if I can do some stuff to get myself into it properly.
Okay, on you go. So that is the lovely Chris. And yeah, there's a bunch of games that I enjoy. Oh my gosh, this is so crazy. Dina, have you seen my review of Smugglers? Do you know this game, Smugglers? This game, Smugglers, is so ridiculous. This is a game all about making plasticine into balls and making the balls the biggest balls you can have, but you want to have the biggest balls that still go through the gap. And so, yeah, you are also smuggling the little thing in your plasticine. It's just completely ridiculous. It's like, what's this all about? Putting balls and trying to make your balls a certain size. It's, yeah, crazy. Anyway, so Monstrous, such a great game. I love Monstrous because it's a dexterity game. It's a proper dexterity game about flicking cards and getting them to be on places, but it's got a little bit of strategy to it. So it's not super clear. which cards I want to aim for. It's not like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 points. It's like, okay, you've got this, and there's that other game that's on Kickstarter right now, right? The one where you roll the dice and then you have to bounce the die, and then it goes onto the target. You know the one I mean? It's like a target, the Dungeon Twister, Dungeon Fighter. Anyway, so yeah, the point is that it's like the 2 bits. The dexterity and the strategy, to my mind, are actually better kind of intertwined with each other, because it's like, okay, I'm going to flick these onto one of these bits, but then which bit is it best to flick my card onto? And sometimes, hey, this is a harder one to go onto, so I'm actually going to choose that one because it's easier from a dexterity point of view. Whereas that other one, it's like, okay, here, do a dexterity thing. Here, make a strategic decision. That's not the way I want things to work. Oh. And I'm just looking through things. And so, oh yeah, great Brainstream. This was, yeah, so bad it's good. Vest S. I don't know what Vest. Salts S. Vest S. I don't get it. Oh, Scoundrel Society. Oh my gosh, I can barely remember this. This one clearly didn't make much of an impression on me. I remember basically nothing about this game. Yeah, the fact that I don't say I love it or anything probably suggests that I was not that fussed about it. Oh yeah, Possession of Scissors, for goodness sake. Yeah, there was a time when I was arrested for possession of scissors. And so, yeah. Now it's in the past, at least. Oh yeah, here's heart and salad, cheese and oatcakes. And this entire meal was about £1.12.
Wow,
so, yeah.
Where was this?
Well, I cooked it myself, but the ingredients were £1.12. This was, I think this was when I was living in Brixton.
Nice.
Yeah. Are you able to click comments now, Chris?
No, I think it's because I'm not logged in as you on StreamYard anymore, so I'm unable to admin.
Yeah, it kind of logs you out after a while, which I kind of like because it's got that extra bit of security.
Yeah.
This is a really nice game called Poison, where, yeah, it's been a while since I played it. I was like talking about how Scoundrel, I can barely remember anything about it, which suggests that, just doesn't make any impression at all. And so I'm going to go out on a limb and say this was probably a mediocre game. Because it made literally no impression. Whereas Hugh had something really clever going on, where it's got one mechanism which I love, which is where you're playing cards, and then at the end of the game you're left with one card that determines how you score. And so you're not only playing cards to influence what things are scoring more and what things are scoring less, but as the game goes on, you're whittling down your hand of cards until, okay, there's only one left, and that final card determines how you score. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So you've got to kind of strategically think ahead by holding on to the card that you want to use to win with.
Exactly. But then when you get to like the final 2 or 3, you could potentially still change your strategy. You have more flexibility, but then it kind of goes down and down. And yeah, this is a really nice game. I should show it to you at some point. So you're basically trying to get the biggest groups of the colors that you're left with in your hand. So I think the middle one you score like double, the outer ones you score single, what the biggest group is. So like here, red, I think, oh wow, red has actually a really big thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Because the big squares are worth 3 each, and the little rectangles are worth 1. So it's 5 big squares, which is 15, and 4 little rectangles, on the bottom left, which makes 19.
So I'd assume you'd have to like hold on to the red color if you wanted to win with red.
Exactly. So you want to hold on to one with the red in the middle. It's a really nice game. And in the poison cards, you can poison someone's entire thing, which is pretty mean. Oh, this is a game that I hopefully still have. Swinging Jive Cat Voodoo Lounge. It's the only game I know that comes with cocktail glasses, actual cocktail glasses, and actual physical monkeys that you hang on the sides of your cocktail glasses. It's ridiculous. And the whole graphic design, it's kind of like Shag or something like that. Oh yeah. No, a lot of my things are just like, hey, these are things that happened in my life. I should probably go back to making sure I post on Instagram every day, because this is actually really nice, just looking through things. And oh, this is more pictures from Compulsion from Edinburgh, from Paull enjoying my stuff. Oh yeah, this is what the L deck used to look like. This was a bit rubbish. But yeah, I knew at the time that this was a prototype. Oh, thank you, Big Potato, who say great game, great games. So yeah, this was basically just hand drawn to each card separately, just to be a very quick prototype, if you know what I mean.
So is this like the first iteration almost?
It's not the first iteration, it's a very early iteration. This was, you know, the first iteration didn't even have borders or anything.
Wow. No, it's really interesting to see it so early in its sort
instead of numbers, it was dots. If you notice the little dots on the bottom.
Oh yes. And are some of them with like dots on the side as well, rather than the bottom?
Oh yeah, I was kind
like HU and IB.
IB, yeah. I was kind of still working out what to do. That was, yeah, bad graphic design. There's the way I used to look. Well, this is when I used to live in Brixton. Yeah.
Long before I knew you.
And back in the time ago, I can still remember. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. So you know Rubik's Cube. This is kind of like the one on the one in gold. It's like a Rubik's Cube. Functionally, it's exactly the same, but you need to get it to become a cube.
So rather than rotating a cube to put the colors in the right places, you just had to make a cube.
Yeah, so you're rotating these cuboids to put them in. It's a really nice, and like when it's wrong, it just looks like a piece of sculpture. Do you not think?
It does a bit, yeah.
Just looks so pretty and beautiful. Oh yeah, this was in Wales. Yeah, this was definitely in Wales. In oh yeah, this has been nice. I should anyway. So, and these are people who have enjoyed Couple, and yeah, you've still not played Couple, have you, Krys?
No, I feel like I have, because I think maybe
5 coats for varied colors. I used to spend so much time on my nails.
Oh wow, is that like multiple layers of glitter?
Yeah, pretty much.
Nice. Oh, have you seen my new nails?
Go on, show off your new nails.
Shiny, but when they're cold, nice. They turn purple.
Oh yeah, this is more photos of Swinging Jive Cat Voodoo Lounge. I hope that they've still got my game in Lewisham. I would really like to get it back at some point, even though it's been so long. And I won. Basically, the monkeys on your glass count your score. It's completely ridiculous. It really is like totally over the top. And your chips.
I do love that it comes with a cocktail glass. It's insane.
Yeah, and all the cards, okay, just if you see slow gin, so every card is an actual cocktail recipe.
Nice.
Game of Thrones, this was, it's okay. It's nice. More nails, yeah. Let's see, I think I was at this point kind of seeing what people would. Oh, yeah, this isn't part of the game. You don't normally have 2 cocktail glasses on top of each other.
I was
That
going to
was
say,
different.
that should definitely be double points or something. That's awesome.
Yeah, more games. I played a lot of. Oh, I think. Yeah, this is in the restaurant near Twickenham, where I used to go occasionally. And again, 5 coats of 7 colours, it says. Oh, yeah, because the different nails were slightly different.
Oh, yeah.
But this is some things that I did. Yeah, just experimenting. Again, the more I see
like
this, more I'm like, why don't I do more of that? Oh, yeah, this is the time when I decided that I was going to
Label each one?
sign every in a bit. So I'd keep the top bit white just so I could number and sign them all. There are a whole bunch that I never got round to numbering and signing ever. But
So, out of
signing
supposed to be.
about, I think once you're signing things actually by hand, 200, okay, that's fine, that's manageable. You can keep track of that. 500, okay, that's a big task. But you can do that maybe in a day. But like even 1,000, that's too many, to be honest. Like I would really not want to take it upon myself to sign. I think it was 1,063. It says there to sign that many things again. Oh, here's Cash on Delivery by David Brain. Yeah, like we used to play games and in real life with David Brain.
Ah, memories.
Oh yeah, UK Games Expo, when we used to meet up with conventions, and Stu ran up the wrong escalator, using the escalators for our jollies.
Great exercise.
And yeah, of course, I'm not obliged, but I want to say, In a Bind is now known as Yogi. It's exactly the same game. Oh, this was the first ever time that I was at UK Games Expo. I've not seen this photo in forever.
Oh, that's wicked.
So check it out. This is literally the first, like I had exhibited because I'd been at Compulsion, which we saw a photo of earlier. But this is like UK Games Expo, which is massive. It's like maybe at the time it wasn't 20, but maybe it was 15,000 people. It's a lot. Anyway, that was basically my entire stand. It was 3 small round tables and these 3 banners, one of which says In a Bind, like you see. The other one says Stuff with Bez, and one of the ones for Wibble, which some of them have been lost. But yeah, there's Gotcha, who you remember, who used to live
I thought
here.
I recognised them.
And there's Dan. And yeah, there's my good friends, Stu and Miquette, and that's the only time that I printed those t-shirts. And I decided after then that I'm like going to just be like, you know what, wear whatever you want as long as it's red. That's the new rule. Under new rules I'd be like, Dan, do you have black trousers? Is that a possibility, Dan? Could you be a bit more red? But yeah, here's some people enjoying yeah, Dan told me I possibly shouldn't have even been demoing it because it wasn't. I was basically, this thing had just finished the Kickstarter, then I was demoing it, and it was meant to come out like any year and a bit. Like, why was I doing that? It seemed a bit silly. But yeah,
Here's a game you can't buy.
Oh, this is how many people got how many cards at a time for In a Bind. So Andy got 22 cards simultaneously.
Nice.
It's a really good score for Yogi. Honestly, seriously, it's exactly the same game. Buy Yogi. Go and buy Yogi and then I'll get royalties. Or tell your friends to buy Yogi. Why not? Oh, look at this. This is, oh my gosh, the challenges. So it looks like, 12. That doesn't seem very good. 10, 12. So apparently 10 and 12 is kind of, I remember people being better than this. What's apparent, like, what's 1? Why would I don't understand this. Why would I put 1 on there? Oh, no. I remember now. Okay. This, on the left, that's the times. 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Minutes.
No, it's actually the hours.
Ah, right.
So it's 1 copy 1 every hour. So basically, each hour, I had this challenge where if you tweeted about the game, then I would look you up and I would say, okay, out of everyone who's tweeted about this game in the last hour using these particular hashtags, I'm going to choose someone randomly. Okay, this is the name. And I reply and say, congratulations, you've won it. Come back to the stand to grab your copy. And then
That makes sense.
they would come back to the stand, and that's why like the ones with the lines through are like, okay, they've collected their copy sort of thing. And then the 1 player challenge was on the right side. Yes, if you see, Friday was Mitch with 20, Saturday was Dan K with 18, and then Sunday it looks like it was 22. So there you go. And oh yeah, this is some of my tops. Guess what color I'll wear? Yeah. Anyway. This is, yeah. Surprise, I was wearing blue. And, oh, this is, anyway, I should stop this. You should start asking me and quizzing me about, hey Jason, Jason feels very special with deer t-shirt, rose-tinted glasses. And this is a game now known as Hunter's Pie, which is going to be definitely made by Surprise Terror Games at some point. Oh, this is when I first got boxes of Innabine Jr. And I've still got like 1.
I think you got about 1 box.
I've got 1 and a bit, I want to say. So oh yes, it was indeed something special.
Oh,
and there you
200
go.
kilos and stairs. Oh.
Yeah, because each box tells you what weight it is, and there was like a lot of boxes. I think I printed 2,000, I want to say. 3,000? I might have printed 3, I don't know. I printed either 2 or 3,000. Anyway, I'm still chuffed with like the artwork, I feel. Like some of the artwork here, like, I feel like, yeah, I like that octopus lady and the chicken lady with the hands going like that, and the blue bird flower person. You know, you can't really tell, but the blue bird person has flower, like their hair is literally made out of flowers. Do you have this game, Chris?
I think I've got a copy on my shelf somewhere.
Oh,
The
Oh, yeah,
artwork is detailed as that, though.
this is just like in the old days. So we've definitely had been going to Royal Festival Hall for about 4 years, I want to say. And, oh yeah, David was the first to let me draw on their skin. Pen tattoos. There you go.
It's really abstract. I like it.
Thank you. Aiden also let me draw on them. Can you tell what the theme is here?
I'm going to assume pirates and treasure.
No, it's cats.
Oh, well, I kind of see it a little bit, but I see like pathways leading to somewhere, and then you got the water and the birds, and I don't know.
Like it's meant to be little fish on the fingers, and it's the bit on here is meant to be like an abstract version of a cat face.
Oh gosh, wow. That is super. I love it. You're allowed to
Thank
draw on me anytime you like now.
Oh, awesome.
Not anytime, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, not literally any time. I can't. Yeah, you close your doors at night. We've discussed this, so I can't just jump into your house and surprise you. But yeah, I'm going to stop this because the point of you coming on stream and deconstructionism, says Jason, was I was going to have you talking to me about Nano Muckell, and I feel like, oh, this is a bit of art that I did for David Brain, where it was like, okay, a bit of illustrations for something that was The Hunting of the Snark, which is a puzzle book. I think I've got 2 copies of it, one for myself to dirty up and one to keep clean, if you know what I mean. But yeah, there's not these ones, it's slightly different. But basically, for those who don't know, The Hunting of the Snark is a poem by Lewis Carroll, I believe. And yeah, there's all sorts of stuff going on, and I just really miss playtesting and being with people. I should just do a chill stream some days and like just be like, yeah, let's chat about things. And I'm going to remove that. Let's chat about Nano Muckell. And I'll put myself into... Let's chat about Krys for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And then let's chat about Nano Muckell until 5. And then I will share if the plan is that at 5 p.m. I'm going to be teaching Nano Muckell, which I realized I could actually have played from here and the Discord simultaneously. And not sure, Jason, if you're wanting in, right, the private chat, I'm a little bit confused. But and so yeah, that's the chat. So like there is definitely going to be chatter with Krys because it's on the schedule.
Half an hour. I hope you're all excited.
You can say literally anything you want.
Hey.
So yeah, Jason, how come you're joining us?
I heard Nano Muckell, and that's my field today.
Okay. So I thought that we'd start off introducing Krys because Krys was not here this morning. So Krys, where exactly in the world are you and what time is it?
It is exactly 16:39 and 12 seconds. I'm inside my bedroom, or otherwise known as my partner's bedroom. I just occasionally frequent here sometimes. But yep, North London. Yeah.
Just a wee bit that way.
You're that way.
Yeah, so we are pointing at each other.
Oh, hold on. There we go. Now we're one person. Hold on. There we go.
Wait. And anyway, so Krys used to live here. Krys, that's how we knew each other because McCall rented a room in this house. I was 2 doors away from McCall because, in between us was the toilet or bathroom for anyone who cares. And
a huge bathroom.
Krys moved in. We became friends. Like at first, Krys didn't like me, but then Krys warmed to me. It's true, isn't it?
I didn't say I didn't like you. Yeah, I wasn't sure, but yeah, I'm definitely sure now.
Well, anyway, so we're friends, and I had, I think it was around October, I invited Jason to join me in making games and actually demoing games professionally and saying, hey, would you be willing to be someone who keeps me on task? At UK Games Expo, you were pretty good at organizing things, and could you help me a little bit with that? And right now, it feels like, Jason, things are going well, but sometimes I'm aware that even with the best of intentions, can only do so much. You know what I mean? I sometimes drop the ball, you sometimes drop the ball. But I think the truth is that right now, life is a bit difficult for all of us. And we do sometimes get a bit down, it has to be said.
Yes, but you also got to be aware these are two creatives trying to lead each other. It's like the blind leading the blind. Creatives don't tend to be so great at keeping on task, but you normally need a fellow creative to help keep you on task because we're more understanding of the creative. Screw it, we'll do something else
possibly, I don't know if you were the right person to choose in retrospect for the task, but it has been really good chatting about things and having that second opinion. And obviously, when I went to Essen in 2019, having you be part of that, yes, I, covered, the expenses, but there was so much value in having you there. And now, there's basically a monthly, I guess it's a salary rather than a wage because you're not paid per hour. Is that the distinction?
I think so. Yeah, something like that.
But anyway, so you get a monthly salary where it's a small salary. Like, I'm not going to divulge the amounts. Like, you can divulge the amounts if you want. I don't care. But I feel like that's, Jason's thing. But it's like...
It's flexible enough so I can keep Bez on task as best as we can keep on task. Unless there's been a curveball like yesterday, I remember my husband being stuck in Tesco's and I'm sitting in the car going, I'm going to be late for this meeting. I'm late for this meeting. And hoping to whatever deity that I don't believe in, I'm going to get there. I think it's been a very interesting journey working with Bez. Very interesting and positive, actually.
I could definitely say the same. Yeah.
That's not to say we haven't had our clashes. I don't believe any friendship is right if you don't have a clash. It's not a real friendship without a clash. I
mean, it depends on the type of clash. I feel like,
and the longevity of the relationship.
Yeah.
Like, you may have just met. You don't want to clash when you meet, but
no. I mean, 4 years now, I think, since we last... 4 years coming up in December, officially, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And, yeah, moving back to Krys,
Krys.
Yeah, I don't know where Xates is. Maybe I should message Xates to say, hey, Xates, you're missing the chat about Krys. I mean... Yeah. Should I message Xate to say, hey, we're chatting about Krys?
I can see that Xate is online on Twitch. But...
You're saying no.
Bring him in. Bring him in.
We're chatting to Krys.
I give it about 3 seconds.
So they've not seen the message yet, but they are on... Oh, where's comments? Message Xate says, do you know? Oh. So anyway, so going back to the point, I had someone who was my first... So I have had so many people helping me over the years. These are the two people who I now consider my currently permanent employees, if you know what I mean.
I was thinking more personal advisors, but yeah, sure.
But what basically, look, I've had so many people helping me at the convention saying, hey, we're going to help you demo this thing. I'm going to show off this thing. At UK Games Expo, last proper UK Games Expo, by which I mean 2019, how many of us were there, Jason? Like 10, 13?
At UKGE?
Yeah, it was double digits for sure.
Yeah, it was definitely double digits. I think there was 15 of us in total.
That sounds about right. But, each day there were maybe 10 people on one given day. Or 12, I don't remember. Jason kind of actually did the work of making it all organized and doing that timetable, which was great.
To be fair, that was slightly selfish on my part because I was entirely baffled and confused, and my poor autistic brain was throwing a fit. I went, can I create a timetable, please? Can I create a schedule? Can I formalize this, please?
Like, shout outs to other people who've helped me, like Rob Harris from Playtest UK, setting up that whole thing. and all the designers who've given me input, like David Brain and Alan Paull and Dina, like who's now giving me marketing information. And like now when I put up
lists of people, lots of lists of people who've helped.
Yeah, and like if you look in, have you opened the little bits of paper? Because that's actually better at illustrating all the people, because it actually talks about those people and exactly what they did. And
got it. Just the one.
Yeah, like if you get the second edition LDEC thing, it goes into it, and yeah, there's like so many people who I want to say thank you so much to, and that's just for that one deck. And there's like so many people who are publishing things for me, like obviously with Yogi, I have to thank Dave Cousins. Yeah, Dave Cousins, who showed it to Gigamic and helped me get there. The people who helped me by backing that in the day, and Gigamic obviously for doing the work that they've done, because they've done a really good job. And all the distributor partners like VR Distribution, who's getting it into the Double H Smith, which I've still not seen it in Double H Smiths, but I believe them. Why would they tell me multiple times that it's going in there unless it's actually going in there? But I'm not going to actually go into Double H Smith unless I hear, yes, it's actually here now. Because, given the COVID and everything, I don't think it's responsible for me to just pop in and say, yep, I'm just popping in to see if you've got my game. No, you don't. Okay, I'll pop in next week. Although...
I'll be honest, WH Smith isn't really the place you want. Well, apart from the post office, but...
Like, it might be quiet there, I don't know.
Yeah, I've never been into a full WH Smith. There's nothing coming on WH Smith, but in the middle of the day, it's not the place most people are.
Anyway, look, the point is that I had people who were helping me so much. And in the first ever person that I paid an actual, okay, here's money for time, was Denim, I want to say. Where, yeah, repeatedly, Denim helped me in terms of typesetting, things getting ready for the boxes. And we were meant to do Plus together, which, sorry, I'm bending over so you can all see my top here. So this game, Denim and I were meant to do together, but like we chatted while I was away with parents, and then was like, yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. Yeah, you just do it yourself. You don't owe me anything, which, yeah, anyway, so Denim without Denim, I would not have been able to finish Kitty Cataclysm and the second edition LDEC in the time frame that I did. And that was the first point where I was like, yeah, I'm feeling incredibly down, frankly. This was when, Cherry had died, and then I was feeling down about that. And, I am sometimes prone to depression, and like going to Tabletop Gaming Live, and I was like, yeah, I had really great fun, but I'm looking for someone to do this. And then Denman's like, I need some work. I can do this. And so, well, brilliant. Come in and scan the things for me. Just scan them in and put them into the... I knew exactly what needed to be done, but it was just being able to get someone else. And now I feel like, yeah, Krys has been really good. And I've chatted to Denim and say, realistically, right now, it's not working out. And long term, Denim was always going to prioritize acting over making board games, especially given what was offering, whereas Krys, you're in a position where you can be like, yeah, I am going to give you 1 or even like 2 days a week. Basically, if I were able to say, okay, I can't be in a situation where I'm like, okay, Krys, I've got 2 days this week, so it has to be somewhat regular. And so I appreciate that I have to do that. But I appreciate being able to have someone who's regularly able to come in, and we have to appreciate your other employer who employs you now for 4 days a week. And that's actually quite good of them if you think about it.
I mean, it's a very flexible position to be in, but I think that was one of the reasons that I left that company in the first place anyway, was that as soon as I became there was that lack of flexibility again. So, I mean, in some ways, Corona has really helped that. to be able to really remind myself as to what is the most important thing for me to want to look at in the future. And working for you is what we've only been working since pretty much start. I want to say somewhere near about start of quarantine.
Well, it was before quarantine. It was in January, I think. It was around the start of the year.
But it's been an incredible learning curve, I have to admit, because obviously from an outside perspective, it seems so intense, so much to go on, and running a business by yourself is not the easiest things to do, and the way you manage and do that is incredible, and part of that, and to be part of helping you develop the things that you want to develop, or just doing the things that you need to not do and do other things. Sometimes those can be the most important things, because I personally, if I know I've got a project and I really, really don't want to do it, then next thing you know, it's 6 weeks later, and it could have taken me half an hour, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, other Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Chris with a CH.
It's Chris. Yeah, I totally get that.
Technically, Chris with a K is the only Chris spelt. You are the only Chris I know who spells it that way. While I'm off, maybe Jason or Chris, there's a few questions that I wanted to ask you for the quick questionable questions that we did this morning. But we've only got 7 minutes now before I'm meant to start doing Nano Muckell. I've not even talked about that. Just talked about Chris, which is lovely. But Chris, can you make a note on a bit of paper or somewhere that while I'm away, maybe talk about why board games are brilliant, talk about your first memory, talk about how you first got into board games, and talk about your current relationship with board games, if you can.
Okay.
So that's going to be coming on in about half an hour.
Could you repeat that again for me now that I have a pen and paper?
Number one, why are board games brilliant? So we're going to be, the people who were not there at the start are going to answer the questions. Number two, what's your first memory? Full stop. Just what's your first memory of anything? Number three, how did you get into board games? What's the early board games you played even before you met me? And then you can talk about me and how and then last thing, what's your current relationship with board games? Nice. And you can talk about me if you want, but you know the rules, don't swear if you can avoid it. And don't, keep it PG rated. I'm trusting you. Somewhat. I am probably going to watch the show back.
No, we're going to moan about you, Dash.
Trust me, but not quite enough to not watch the film.
Honestly, I trust you anyway. It's more to do with me being really nosy and wanting to see what happens.
Yeah, that's fair.
Especially if you're going to talk about me.
We will.
I will attach what Chris was saying earlier, because that actually I do enjoy writing those helping write those to-do lists and be the bouncing board, because I am outside enough of the board game industry to and I won't call myself a professional at all in the board game community. So I like being the soundboard. I know that I like seeing the process of the thoughts and no, that really doesn't work. No, hang on, maybe it does. That's always a fun moment. And actually seeing the reality of what it is to take on such a large, I want to say experiment, certainly difficult challenge especially during COVID, and prioritizing those certain things, and it's interesting to see that, and you to make a success of it. I would consider yourself a successful individual in the board game community, because success for me isn't just about having the most well-known board game or the most money from board. got a nice community that's always hanging around. You've got multiple games being sold. You've always got another idea. You've always interesting to talk to. There's a lot, you know.
I think sometimes those are my favorite parts about working with Bez as well, is that, you know, unlike when I'm working for corporate people where, you know, they schedule these just could have been emails and you're always like, this was uneventful information. But with Bez, it's, you know, we have really good hearty talks, you know, about the future of the company, or just sometimes just about each other, especially if we're, you know, not in the right place, you know, headspace or whatever it might be. It's always a really good conversation with Bez.
I like a good tangent. We have good tangents in the meetings, I've noticed.
Hello, Neko-chan. It's lovely to see you, and thank you so much. So, Neko-chan, I don't know. I think that you actually might not know, but today is the first ever Bez and Friends game day, which basically, for anyone just catching up, it's just wanted to do it to bring people together, to show off, hey, here's 4 amazing games from other people. And we already had some amazing games that Krys kind of did a whole thing for. So we had
look at this.
Where's my window? Sorry about this. I wanted to show you this one where we've been playing How Much Money at the start, Ming Voyages, Q4U, Dead and Breakfast, and now we're going to all play Nano Muckell. Right now in the Discord, I see there's a few people having a chat. I see there's some people playing Dead and Breakfast. And so it's really nice to be part of and like to facilitate. And I've got that sense of pride that I sometimes get, like that I got in 2019, where I was able to kind of take a little bit of a step back and seeing during How Much Money that, yeah, it's not like there's a lot of traffic. I wasn't expecting that, but it seems like there was a bit of solidarity and have a face that I've never seen before to have. Yeah, it was lovely. And so, yeah, Neko-chan, if you want to get involved, I would suggest very much going to the stuffbybez.com/Discord, and that will add you on. Anyway, so for 2 minutes, I'm not going to let you interrupt me, either of yous. You can blather while I'm gone. I will be teaching the game here and multi-streaming here and on Discord, and then I will go, and then you can talk about me, okay? So you can say whatever you want, but for the next 2 minutes, man, 1 minute's already gone, and it's just been with you, anyway. So, let me say that we've been playing so many brilliant games to do Nano Muckell. Nano Muckell came from a game known as Mickle Makes a Muckle. This is the L deck. The L deck has 2 letters on each card. Most people here have seen it before. And so Mickle started off by me wanting to make a 1-player game called Mickle, which many people could play together, which would make a Muckle. And so then what I realized about this was that, what kind of game can we make? Let's all draw the 1 card at the same time and let's all make it the same card. And then let's all put it onto 1 of 3 places. That doesn't sound like a big deal. Which one of these 3 places do you put the cards on? Which one of these lines? Which one of these words do you grow? And at what point do you clear your words? But actually, there's a lot going on there. And then when this whole thing came about, and I was like, okay, well, can this work with pen and paper? Yes, it could. It wasn't very good. Let's make it simpler. Let's make it Mini Muckell. That's a good game. Let's make it Micro Muckell. Wow, this was really getting good. 16 cards. This was like really nice for streaming. Now, Nano Muckell, that was 8 cards. You go through 8 cards. You try to make ideally 1 8-letter word, and that is Nano Muckell. And yeah, let me check the Discord, and I am going to basically just now tell everyone on the Discord to I will be there and I will turn on my camera some. Interesting how one's got a very zoomed out view compared to the other. But Yeah, so if you are wanting to play Nano Muckell, we will play a couple of games, and I will actually play the first game of this right now. I am going to teach you. Both here, this is the first time that the things have co-aligned, because we've got, yeah, me filling up time here, and yeah, Nano Muckell and Nano Muckell. You see, it's like the stars have aligned. Okay, so Krys, you have not played Nano Muckell before, but are you feeling ready? Have you got some paper and pen?
I do.
Great. Jason, are you playing with us? Okay. So, Jason can maybe help wrangle people in the Discord. If you could do that, that would be super awesome. In the meantime, I will explain. It's all about the shouting. No, it's not about the shouting at all. It's about the shuffling. I completely misspoke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 cards. Literally, that is all you get for this game.
I just had to deafen myself on Discord because I had you on double.
That totally makes sense. Let me... So, and hello, Liz. We're just about to start playing Nano Muckell, which is a wee word game for my L cards. So all you need to join in is a bit of pencil, pen, or you can type things on your computer or whatever you want. And it's a quick words game which takes about 10 minutes and we'll probably play a few times. Okay, sure. Oh, I'm sorry. So we've got some people just can't do Tabletopia, and that's a very sad thing to hear. I guess maybe next time we could sort of at least say, okay, these games run in Discord and you don't need anything, and then these games run in Tabletopia. Maybe that's a good reason to keep it like the way we're doing, where you can do either.
I agree.
And
I agree.
I see we've got a new person in the Discord, Tastiest Pizza. Don't know, is that Neko-chan? Like, if, but good to see as always, obviously. Okay, so just going to wait whilst we wait for people to get their pencil and paper. So the rules. So this is a very new game. Oh, so you saw me at Birmingham. I mean, so I've had the L deck for a wee while now, and we were actually looking through the photos. The first ever one that I was at was 2016. But this particular game for the L deck is very new. So there's the whole point of the L deck is that there's so many games available for it. And yeah, this one's a wee bit different from the others. I mean, I did have a thing which was 2 letters, and it was basically cards made out of paper, yes. Well, it's lovely to be remembered. But yes, as I say, we probably should highlight almost a different L deck game each time to just show, yeah, there is so much variety. Maybe next time we could start off with Giftable or something. I don't know.
I forgot about Giftable on my list.
Yeah. Chris and Jason, I would suggest that you two pop into the Discord chat for a tiny bit, and I will invite you to come back here at 5:30. So
Sounds
then
good.
you'll be able to join in the chat with Liz.
I also won't have double audio. That's been interesting.
Okay, so Chris and Jason have just joined us. Chris, you are muted. You can press, just so you know, there is a green button on the bottom left, Chris, if you want to turn on your camera. If you don't, that's also fine. Hello, Chris. Oh, it's spinny wheel of... Oh, there we go. Lovely, Chris. Pardon me. So, let me explain. In this game, you are going to be making words. Ideally, you'll only make one word, but more importantly, you want to use all of the cards. So if you... Oh, hello again. For a moment, I was like, oh, just seeing the ceiling. And so for each word will be on a separate line. You start off by choosing one of the letters. We will actually start with this card. So you would be thinking, okay, do I want to start a word with A or W? Which one is easier to make a word out of? And then I've written down one of the letters. You could choose either letter, and then each turn, you're either going to be starting a new line, or you're going to be putting it to the right of an existing word, if you know what I mean. Correct. You have to choose the letter now. Yeah, like if you've got singing and then you were hoping to get to G, but you didn't, you could still have sing. So at the end of the game, you're going to score 1 point for every letter or wild card that you actually managed to use in a word. So the maximum score there is 8. But you also double the score for your longest word. So if everything is in one word, you score 16 points, which is the absolute maximum. Otherwise, if you get a 5-letter and a 3-letter, then you'd score 10 plus 3 is 13. Or if you do like a 5, a 2, and the other letter you don't actually manage to use, then you score 12. Does that kind of make sense? So, any questions, or shall we carry on going and learn as we go? So, if you haven't already, choose A or W as your first letter and put it down. And I chose A. Everyone else ready? Second letter, S or X. So you can either put S or X to the right of your first letter, or start a new line if you feel like you need to, or you can do this 3 times during the game, draw a star instead, which is just wild cards which you choose at the end of the game. And I've gone with S, because if you can make an 8-letter word, remember that is the optimal. Next one, S or D. I've made my decision. Everyone else ready? Halfway through the game already. A or G? Unless, of course, you want to use a wild card. Remember, that is a choice. I'm just going to double check how to spell assuage. Oh yeah. So yeah, I'm going to do a wild card as well. Oh no. I or C? Nope. A wild card, you can choose what it is at the very end of the game. Yes. Oh. I'm giving up on a perfect 8-letter word. I'm going to put I separately. I've decided I'm going to be a bit more humble. At least for this game. S or C? Oof. And remember, you have 3 wild cards to use, and there are only 2 letters left, 2 cards left. So at this point, if you haven't used all your wild cards, if you've got 2 remaining, which might be possible, you'll just use your 2 wild cards, no matter what the last 2 things are. So E or L, which I'm using my second wild card. And this is the penultimate card. Everyone ready for the last one? It is S or H. As long as it's a word. So I managed with 2 wild cards to make assists, which is a 7-letter, and I, which is a 1-letter. Now the 7-letter is doubled, so that's 14 plus 1 gives me 15 points. Does that make sense? Would you like to show your bits of paper if you've been... Well, isn't there ASS something? I mean, ASS is basically, you can cross off anything from the end. So in this example, you can keep the first 3 letters. If this was what I'd ended up with, I could just go with as. And so if... But one of them is doubled, so with 2 3-letter words, that would be 6 plus 3. So that would be a total of 9. Your longest word is doubled. Chris? Wages? 4, 5. Ah. So that's a 5-letter word plus a 3-letter word, makes it 10 plus 3, so for 13 points total. Oh, and Neko-chan has gone with, oh my god, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Neko-chan is in Twitch. But Neko-chan, do feel free to join us in the Discord if you would like. But they've gone with a sailor, which is an 8-letter word. So Neko-chan actually won that. That was very impressive. I did not think of the word assail. That is very impressive. I'm going to double check it on a sailor. Yeah, one who starts a hostile action. Aggressor, assailant, assaulter, attacker. I will... So... Neko-chan says they're under a desktop which doesn't have a mic. But you can jump in and then you can still type on the text chat, but you could see everyone on the voice chats. It's up to you. Like, don't want to make anyone do anything that they're uncomfortable with. You can just... Yeah, that is the game. So we've had... If I write it down, so that's... The winner was 16, then it went 15, 13, 10, and 9. But like now everyone understands the game. So would you be up for a second round? So all you need is the deck. Give it a wee bit. This is shuffled enough. 1, 2, 3. To be fair, I understand you're wanting to use your deck. Is that part of it? Oh. I tell you what, after this one, you run a game. And so, first letter, O or V. Could be worse. I mean, you could have the... I mean... Yeah, it's... But one of the Q has an eye on it. Second card. T or L? Oh. So you can tell that I'm counting on my fingers how many, if something is actually going to potentially be an 8-letter word, which is keeping that ultimate goal. I or B? Am I going to give up on my thing already? So, everyone ready? Yeah, I don't think I can. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait. Okay, I've got a word. I'm going with it. I'm keeping fourth. Oh, sorry. It was OV to start. Then it was TL. TL was the second. The third was IB. So I will put them like that so you can see maybe the things. And now the fourth one is SB. Oh my gosh, this is amazing for me. Wait, no, there's an O. OTO. Okay. Oh, this is not great for me. Oh well. Replacing that with I've used my first wild card. Come on, S. Oh, really? I or you? Do I use a second, or do I give up on that Tate's letter and put I on a separate line? I'm going to live the dream, even if I crash and burn. I'm putting a second wild card. Oh, yep, that's me done. R or H? So, yeah. There's this one word which is otious, and I was hoping for otiosity, but but R or H. So there's only 2 cards left. The penultimate card is T or M. I'm using my third wild cards, and they're all in a row. Penultimate card. Are you all ready? Final card is, come on, give me a vowel. Oh, darn. R or W. Yeah. I cannot do anything with that R or W myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have a 6-letter word, which is otious, which, to look up, serving no useful purpose. Otious. And that is 6, but at least I double it for 12 points. So we see that again? So vibe would be 4 times 2, and that's 8, and oh yeah, 11. Because remember to double your longest one. Listen, that's a pretty good one. Nice. No. In Discord, it mirrors yourself, and so you see yourself mirrored, but for everyone else, you're flipped. Okay. So that was a relatively lower scoring game. 12, 12, 11, 10. And Neko-chan has otitis. I've not heard of this game. Otitis? Let me... Inflammation of the ear, especially the middle ear, with pain, impaired hearing, or the outer ear is called otitis externa, with inflammation between the eardrum and the external opening. So we've got questions of what is your day job, Neko-chan, if you're willing to share. That is super impressive. And even though that's still 12 points, so it's not like you won outright, but you were joint first, so you did win both games, Neko Chan, so congratulations. Yeah, just for clarity, there's 2 people on Twitch which are watching, and 3 people on the Discord. So sorry, I'm kind of multi-functioning, but yeah, congratulations. I think that what we're going to do, if some people want to play again, then maybe Jason can run the last game and I will join in here. And for those people who want to just watch the stream, then Krys will go up there and talk about whatever they want for half an hour whilst we finish off. Does that sound okay, Krys? No, here. So I'm going to so the stream is just going to be now for, but would you like to play again, Liz, or? Okay, great. So Jason, shuffle up and take it away. Oh, hold on a second. Dina says they can join the game. Dina, for the game, we're going to be playing on the on Discord. So, Dina, if you could jump into the Nano Muckell channel.
Hello. Is it just me in here now?
Krys, remove yourself from the thing. So, congratulations, Dina, for finishing up your socks.
Ah, there we go.
And
okay.
yeah, let's see if Dina, are you comfortable to join us whilst yeah, sorry.
Hello.
I thought Dina was about to come in. Don't know where they are. Oh, Dina's just. Oh, there they are. Hello, Dina. And bye, Krys.
Hello, everybody. Is anybody still there? Yep, we have people here. Hi. Just double checking you can all hear me. Hello. Yeah, excellent. Okay, so I have been given some questions from Bez just to answer for you all. So my first question from Bez was why board games are brilliant and why I am currently into them. And it definitely has to be because of Bez themselves. So just for a little pretext for you all, before I think actually sort of getting to know Bez and then living with Bez, I really wasn't that into board games. I was kind of just something that I used to play. We play very basic games like Monopoly, Kaplunk. Maybe I've had interactions with Twister as well in the past. I think probably my favorite as a child, just due to the fact that it didn't go on for hours, and I really I enjoyed the randomness that it had and the balance to it and stuff like that. But ultimately, when I eventually got it to meeting Bez and playing some new games and doing stuff that I'd never done before, it suddenly really opened my eyes and widened my sort of perspective as to how much different stuff's out there and how you can actually have a much more enjoyable and pleasurable experience playing a game that you actually all want to play and you all enjoy. I mean, I had so many terrible experiences, games that as a family we just didn't want to play collectively, and so having 12 to 10 people at one point, obviously pre all of this world mess, it was really, really fun to finally be able to play games that everybody could get involved with. I say the best thing about board games is definitely got to be that it doesn't really matter who is playing a board game, because there's pretty much any board game is out there for any type of person, if that makes sense, rather. It's you don't have constrained by the game you're playing, if that makes sense. Sounds a bit, yeah. Anyway, so definitely the second question to be, so what's my first memory in general? To go really far back, that would probably be back when I lived in South London. I was living with my parents, and so I'd gotten up very, very early in the morning, and we lived in Lewisham, which was, I'm not the best of areas, and they had these alarms on the curtains, so you could tell if somebody had like shuffled the curtain. It was a safety measure. And of course, I was just looking out the window as a kid, and next thing you know, I'd set off all the alarms, and that was my first memories. It was quite an experience, I have to admit. I ended up hiding from my parents and pretending that I hadn't done anything, but yeah, they obviously knew. My first memory of playing a board game would have to be Monopoly. Unfortunately, it's sad. Just literally, I think we'd played for about 3 hours and we were at a stalemate. Nobody was enjoying the game anymore, and we were all just waiting for the eventual demise of all of us, just eventually plotting around the board and eventually just landing on somewhere that we just couldn't afford. But we'd spent maybe an hour in stalemate, just going back and forth between, oh, I'm bankrupt, no, I'm not. Oh, I'm bankrupt, no, I'm not. So I'm definitely happier to have experienced new and different board games now than I used to before, if that makes sense. So then the next question is, how did I get into board games? Yeah, it's pretty much just Bez. Obviously, they are such a wonderful person to be with, and when I first met Bez, I was very apprehensive. They had a lot of I wasn't too popular. I'm still not, let's be honest. And it was just really fun to experience of entertainment that I'd never even considered before. I found their enthusiasm and energy and just all round, the fact that it was all new for me, and I'm genuinely in awe of the amount of stuff that Bez has been able to do over the years. So yeah, it's been really nice over the last couple of years to get a bit closer after living with them, and having really down to earth chats. There's a lot of this industry, but I tend to feel that Bez is one of those people that will always be there for you to listen to talk to, and to just have a reasonable, logical conversation or a soundboard, just to talk about the things that you want to talk about. And yeah, it's been really nice over the past year as well to work for Bez. We've been doing quite a lot of designy stuff, which for me is relatively new. I do photography on the side. That's something that I do as a hobby. I'm learning to become a driving instructor. But yeah, it's I think that the photography kind of melds into helping Bez with some of the design work that we do, and that's mainly just I'm used to using the Adobe software products, so I can help with organizing and putting things together. And like I said, the reason I love working for Bez and doing those things is purely just because they're just such a joy to be with. And no matter how I feel on a bad week, and I go in and feeling pretty down, and like today, for example, but next thing you know, we've had some good games, and we're really I think that energy rubs off a lot. Yeah. And the fourth and last question definitely has to be, they asked me what my current relationship with board games is, which I think is quite an easy question to answer, because as you I work with Bez, we play games every week. We have them come over on a Monday to ours. We usually play some 2-3 player games. Muckell, who you've probably heard of before. And yeah, I'd definitely say my relationship with board games now is far, far better than it ever was in the past. It's to highlight some of my favorite board games would have to be maybe Wavelength. I absolutely love it. I'd love to get a stream going with that. And then I would say Tisch for Taschen. It's also got to be game, and the reason I love that one is just the conversation that you have that breeds from the game. You can get political, you can be quite aggressive, or you can be quite neutral as your playing style, and it doesn't really at most have an effect on the outcome of the game, but more the people that you're playing with, and that's who you're having to play against. And I feel like that's the most direct form of interaction that I've had with a board game where that happened. What's my last favorite board game? Just trying to think now, but I can't. So I'll happily open up the floor to anybody that wishes to me any more questions. I'm gonna keep blabbering on if I can for another 20 minutes somehow. Yeah. Honestly, I'm stumped now, because I think my story tends to be quite packed, and but I think that's just due to the fact that I've only been in the board game community for about but again, I just can't fault it, when people come over, and I mean, Bez used to be that, because they knew so many different people, and we would be able to have people over who we'd never sort of spoken to before, or met before, and you really sharing an experience over a board game, which I tend to find that you just can't do most of the rest of the time, especially with social awkwardness. End up chatting about stuff that you want to chat about, but I mean, as if you're having a conversation where people come around and you have a dinner, then there's a lot of conversation, but it tends to be quite awkward to get that started. But board games really, they push you into conversation, and getting to know each other's play styles, or that gives you a slight hint as to how people encounter lives and their perspectives, and these are all the things that you can learn from board games that you otherwise couldn't from other forms of entertainment. Gosh, still no questions. Some of my favorite board games of Bez's would definitely have to be I love Yogi. I'm not a big fan of Yogi Guru, just because I have a physical limitation on my lower half of my body. But I do enjoy Yogi, and I find that one very, very fun. My family love that game. They ended up stealing my copy just because they loved it so much, and they go on holidays and such. Would you consider yourself a casual board game player who plays for fun, or do you very competitive? Now, that is a really good question, because I am probably one of the most competitive people I know. I can't stand not winning. Tends to affect my bias as to whether or not I enjoy a game. But I think that's come with time. Like, I am starting to understand that just because I've not won a game, it can still be good. But I do enjoy breaking down game components and the mechanisms, and breed some strategy from it. So in that way, I'm heavily, heavily competitive. But in other ways, I would say I can be quite casual. think it depends on, as with most people, just the day you've had, what kind of board game you're playing, and I'd say the games aren't usually aren't usually the most fun for me, purely because I know I get competitive, and I tend to find I lose the fun aspect from it. But I do still enjoy playing board games with people, even if it's not competitive. I tend to find that those kind of games are much more healthier in the finish. Makes sense. The games where you try to ruin another person's games are usually my least favorite, I would definitely say. Does anybody else have any questions that they would like to ask, or any questions about Bez, any questions about me, any questions about board games in general? If not, I'll just chat and chat and chat about my nails, or maybe just some board games in general, or just Bez. Oh, okay. So another question we have is: Bez is gone, so be honest. Is she a good boss? Now, as you probably heard a little bit earlier on in the stream, when me and Bez first met, as you know, I was a little bit tentative. Hey, is eight? Sorry, Zate. Exate. I'm not going to say it right, am I? Anyway, going back to the I would definitely say Bez is a good boss. Obviously, as I said before, earlier on in the stream, we were talking about how when we first met, it was really, really fun. Sorry, it was really quite awkward because as personality styles, we differ completely. But once I'd figured out soon that it was quite logical thinking and was not afraid of criticism, who was very open and honest and was willing to listen, excellent qualities in a boss that I've worked for companies who, quite frankly, none of my managers really cared about my personal well-being. And if I have an honest discussion and I say, look, I'm just not feeling right today, or something's impacted me mental health wise or physically, Bez is always the kind of person who will sit down and listen carefully as to what you have to say, and if they have something to suggest, they will. But it comes over time. I think it was the biggest shock for me, purely because when we first met, I'd moved in with my partner who was already living with Bez, and so it was quite thrown in the deep end, because at the time I didn't have a job either. So Bez was quite frequently always around the house doing their thing with other people who were working for well, or it was tentative to begin with, but honestly I couldn't ask for a better boss now. I definitely would anybody if Bez is opening up another employment position, definitely look into it. So I have to apologize, Exate. It's nice to have you in the chat, and I guarantee you have questions for me. So if you want to ask, this is your time. You might as well go for it. And also, I am curious to hear what your first meeting with Bez was like. It would be nice to have a little bit of context as the difference that we might have had. Why am I wearing a shirt? Well, Bez did ask me before they left. Things PG. I think that was fair. Also, it's not exactly summer anymore. It's a bit cold. But we do have to get that calendar sorted. And for anybody who's not privy to those presentations, Xavier was the first person to sort of bring up the idea of making a LDEC calendar in which some people were all stemming around the fact that we were doing some board game testing for the LDEC design competition, and it was very hot. And to stay cool, I took off my top. But not today, Zate. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. Oh, okay. Well, you never know. We may reignite the idea, or we could start something completely business and have a little calendar going that has nothing to do with stuff by Bez. I think that might be a good idea. I will admit I was a bit slow on the uptake for that idea, purely just because of everything currently going on. I work part-time for Bez 1 day a week. I also work part-time for another company where I mainly do data entry. Is really boring. I used to work for them doing more NHS-y stuff, trying to get some more community engagement going, but stressful. So, but recently it's gone that way again, just because the amount of work that's coming in, and the amount of work that Bez needs doing as well. So much that Bez is always, I mean, for starts, the streams every day at 10 a.m. I mean, I'm amazed that they are so motivated and encouraged to continue doing these things, when I think a lot of other people may have come to the conclusion that it was hard for them to do, and me especially. I definitely wouldn't be able to keep an organized life enough to be up every day at 10 a.m. I was not up at 10. It was maybe around 11, 12. Shh, don't tell Bez. But it's really nice to keep up in the streams. I think the conversations that Bez breeds through their streams are really, really insightful to the board game industry. So if you haven't checked those out, you really, really should. Because, the most recent one that they were talking about to me when I last saw them was the imposter syndrome one. I think that really touched as a subject for a lot of people, because me especially, doing photography, I tend to have a lot, and I think that's usual for a lot of different people out there. What was that? The days when chats get out of hand. Yes, the best days. Definitely, they are indeed. When we can distract Bez during their 10 a.m. streams and get them to laugh, stuff that we really, really have in jokes and whatnot. It's a lot of fun. But I think let's have a quick look. Since I'm always struggling for stuff to talk about, I will firstly mention that I have an eye issue, so that if I keep coming to the screen, that's why. This one is massive, so dilated. But that's because I have inflammation. So I'm using steroid drugs, which is a lot of fun. And I'm just trying to get onto my Instagram account and show you some of my photos, so you can have a little bit of an insight into my life. And some of the work that I've done. Although I know Exate has probably already and had a look. Let's see. Let's do that one. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Unfortunately, is that working? Nope. Okay, so I can't share my screen because Bez isn't here, and Bez is the admin. Otherwise, I would. But if you want to check out my Instagram, it is Memoria. It's really basic, but as I was referring to, it's all about the imposter syndrome, and I think you tend to look at your own work and wonder why you are special or different to other people in the same industry, and it's really hard to convince yourself sometimes, even when other people are telling you that you have a really good thing going, or you have a great idea, or something along those lines. It's to not be self-critical and say, like, we could just do better in general, and I think that's always something very good to strive for, is of yourself and other people around you. But I think ultimately sometimes it leads to self-destructive thoughts that aren't always fun, to be honest. But I think it's really nice to see the community that Bez has built around board games. At least I have more fun teasing Bez by pretending to be obsessed with you than I am actually obsessed with you, right? Shh, don't tell them. Well, you do know that they are going to check. I wish I hadn't read that. But No, I know. I am sensible. I am obsessed. But it is fun to mess with Bez sometimes, I have to admit. Does anybody have any more questions for me? We've only got, what, like 9 minutes left before Bez is probably going to check in on me and make sure that I'm not doing anything. Of course, you're obsessed. Yes. But yeah, just trying to think. There was definitely a third game that was one of my favorite games that I mentioned earlier. We've got Tish and Length, and can't remember. It's not coming to me. I think, yeah. I'll move on to. Oh no, of course. If you definitely wanted to teach somebody Root, then yeah. I mean, teaching board games is such a wonderful thing to do, and I really do enjoy it. You own it, but you've never heard of it before. In regards to Tish for Tashin and Zay again. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize that was your job. Literally your job. I mean, this is literally my job right now. So, but yeah, I really quickly wanted to just say that it's no, it's gone. That'll be part of my ADHD. You'll have to apologize. Oh gosh, it's been too long. This is the longest stream I've ever been left alone on. I'm scared. Right. Okay. So you work for the company that localized Root to Germany. Makes a lot of sense as to why you're in Germany. Yeah. Why? It's not working. No. Are there any more questions? I mean, this has been quite a really fun day, actually, I have to admit. I missed quite a lot of the earlier on stuff that was happening during the Twitch and Discord stuff, but I got to play a little bit of Micro Muckell, and that was really, really fun. So, what's the most embarrassing thing you've ever seen Bez do? Ooh. Gosh. I think I would definitely say the most embarrassing thing for least would definitely be when we were playing. I can't remember which game it was, but we were playtesting a game that created. I think it might have been. Oh gosh, I think it was the L deck. I can't remember which game we were playing, but it was a new one, and setting up. I made a very, very simple mistake that just handed me the win, and I cannot remember the specifics of it, but it was a lot of fun to be there at that time. Gosh, that doesn't sound very interesting at all, does it, for an embarrassing story? Ooh. Okay, we've got 5 minutes left, so I'm really hoping the most embarrassing thing I've ever done. Oh, asking some very harsh questions here. I'm sad. Most embarrassing thing I've ever done. This is a question I think that has been asked a lot. It's one of those like icebreaker questions, and I won't lie, I have had embarrassing moments in my life. I am absolutely sure. Especially when you're sat in bed at night trying to sleep, and next thing you know, there's a memory of you saying thank you to somebody or sorry to somebody who should have apologized to you. That's one of my most annoying bugbears. But I would definitely say probably if I'd gone to, yes, when I'd gone to restaurants and they usually say enjoy your meal, and I say you too. Yep, can't help that one. It happens every time. Very embarrassing, I have to admit. And yes, to answer your question, I was living with Bez in December of 18. year before. Yeah, I'm fairly certain. We only moved out last July purely because we'd found this place, which is really, really lovely. It was really sad to leave Bez's flat, but we'd had a very, very small room in. It was literally big enough for a double bed, wardrobe, couple of shelves, and a desk, and there was no room to like stand or sleep or pretty much anything. So we did to leave, but. We really enjoyed the sort of game nights that proceeded around Bez's, and that kind of wonderful atmosphere that I think usually made things lovely. Apart from one person in the flat who is not there anymore, thank gosh, but made things very awkward. I'm sure we've all terrible housemate that we don't want to think about too often. Think we met, and I would meet he. You know what? It's more than likely. Whenever people usually came round, I tend to be quite polite and courteous. I think I pull it off well. I mean, people may beg to differ, but I pride myself on trying to just get on with people and try not to be too competitive or emotional when I lose. But I'm sure you'll have that issue too. Whew. Come on, Bez. Save me from your stream. I came for a game today with Bez. Came for a game day with Bez, and Bez forgot to wake up. Else let me into the kitchen and tried to be nice, but was like, "Why are you here so early? We are all still asleep." That sounds like a George thing to say. The other housemate, which sounds very, very similar. It may have been you as well. I'm starting to have small memories of maybe meeting you. Yeah, I mean, so I'm just gonna like loop all the way back around to why board games are brilliant and highlighting all the best things about board games. And I think these are the reasons why, like that's going on into Twitch at the moment, for example, is probably like the biggest example of that is that we all have something to talk about, and it's such a fun aspect of life to have is we'll have collectively experienced together. And I tend to also find the board gaming industry community welcoming, and most of the people within that community are very open and accepting of others within that community as well. And I tend to find that it's the exclusionary in the sense that if you're not within the board gaming industry, nobody minds. Like if you want to go and play test a game that you've never before, then nobody's going to have a go at you or be upset with the fact that you weren't clued in on the rules or you hadn't played a game that was similar to this game before, or that it's a really, really lovely community to be in. And I definitely have to say that I really appreciate everybody in the community. Yes, thank you. Save me, Bez. Oh, I can't hear you at all.
What did I save you from?
There we go. Yes, I can hear you now. Just me chatting to myself. And being terrified.
Hello.
Why are you terrified? Hello, Alan.
Hello.
Half
Hello,
an hour
everyone.
talking about myself. It was hard. I don't like that. I usually let you take over and explain things to everybody, and then I just like duck in with a little bit of information, and that's it. We can.
Oh.
Alan.
Hello. It's just me being very professional, getting everything wrong.
And
it took me about 5 minutes as well. So. Oh, thank you, Neko-chan. Yay. Yes, hide, quick, hide, Zane.
Wait, Chris says, Neko-chan. Oh, Chris wants to do another hour. I think Dax. I want to listen back to see what conversations went on with you.
It was more just me talking and hoping somebody would ask another question, so I had something to talk about.
How long did you talk about with were the questions that I gave you not enough?
I'm not gonna lie, I accidentally went about 7 to 8 minutes, and next thing you know, I just had to come up with something. But luckily, the people in the chat were quite providing with, especially Isaac and Nico Chan were really good at giving me questions to kind of talk about you and how amazing you are, and how we were a bit tentative to begin with when we first moved in with you, and how that progressed into the situation that we're in now, where I feel it's part of a really lovely community of people that has been built around Bez, but also around board games in general, and how people within that community are lovely. You're muted. Oh, maybe they're in the... Who knows?
I'm just going to remind the other Chris, and yeah, who else are? Yeah, Isaac Shalev, possibly. Isaac. Well, I should maybe message Isaac on WhatsApp. I don't know. But they might have things going on with their kids. It's been a fairly ramshackle day, and
ramshackle.
It says demand a calendar.
Sorry.
I think me and Zay, I think now we just need. You know what? I'm just gonna make my own calendar. Zay, I will send it to you personally. It will have some Chris Day stuff. All right, there we go.
Wait, so you're going to make a calendar just for tweets?
Yes,
wow.
Yes, just for Zay. They really, really, really want that calendar. So I feel bad if I don't provide.
They deleted the picture, from their Instagram.
Wow.
It's fine. Well, I'll ask them to send it to me. It'll be there.
Where I said, look, if we get 2 people making a photo, that could be from the calendar, and there's the L-deck cards covering up bits of you, then
I think what it was is purely that the original image that Exec produced was just it hit the nail on the head. It was it had your deck in it. It was just perfect all over, and I just couldn't compete with that. So I think we need to remove the theme of it and just let me be sexy on camera as I'm great at, obviously.
Okay, fine. This sounds like how it's with the kind of you and say discuss this somewhere else.
We will have some private. Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for coming back to save me, though. That was wonderful.
Chris, did you mean to share this screen?
Whoa.
Well, I wanted to earlier, but it's gone now. So no.
Because if you share the screen, then I think that I have to click it.
Yeah, I tried to put up just my Instagram so people could see my photography, because I was briefly mentioning about imposter syndrome and stuff like that. But yeah, no, it's fine.
So I thought that what we do is we would descend into chaos even more, and I am just sharing the link. So Chris, Alan, and myself will chat about this first, and then if anyone wants to join us, whether that's Kate or Neko-chan or anyone who I actually have some awareness of who you are, then you can join the stream right now.
Embrace the chaos.
Hooray for chaos. Yes.
So this is the end. This is the end, my friends. Thank you very much for joining us. And hopefully no one gets run over by a bus.
I'm really hoping not.
No, I'm really definitely hoping not. Although you could stand outside my house, you've got a good chance, to be honest. But... to be fair, it's got better since we put traffic calming in. Sorry.
Yeah, I hope.
Did you mention chaos? Chaos? Okay, fine.
Yeah, like I hope that no buses come and smash into the 4th floor. Yeah, that would be quite sad.
That would be sad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be very intrigued, but yes, sad.
Hello.
Isaac.
Hello.
Hi.
We were just like kind of saying that is the end from all of us, and I hope that no one gets run over by a bus.
Excellent. Bye. See you.
Spinning off from the bus. Yes, why not?
How was the day for you, Isaac?
It was lovely. It started earlier than anticipated because when we went over the times yesterday, they seemed perfectly reasonable to be Eastern times, like New York, East Coast of the U.S. times. And only this morning, when my phone buzzed at an ungodly hour for a Saturday morning, did I realize that no. We were in UK time.
Yeah.
So everything sort of kind of moved back, but it was fine. I had a great time, and thank you for hosting. It was a terrific experience.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it. Do you think you would be up for doing it again?
Oh, sure. I had a wonderful time, and I also really enjoyed playing How Much Money, which was super fun and a great icebreaker kind of game. So nice chance to put faces to some names that I knew, and maybe a nice chance to play games with people who I've wanted to play games with but haven't been able to. So yeah, I'd love to do it again.
How about you, Alan?
Sorry, was that me? Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yes. I didn't manage to play a game with Isaac, which was a shame. I think we should have done somehow. Not quite sure.
Did you not get a chance to play the same round of How Much Money at the start?
Oh, I did play a little bit of How Much Money. To be fair, I did play a little bit of How Much Money.
As did I. I don't know if we precisely overlapped, but look, at least it's an item we can look forward to for the next one.
Yeah. I've had a good game of Ming Voyages, which was really close. We went down to the wire, so that was nice.
Nice. And Krys, I didn't get a chance to play with you at all either. You popped into to my chat right as we were winding down. How'd you enjoy the day?
So I missed most of the day, mainly because I'd woken up late and I was being a bit lazy on my one first day. I drank a bit last night. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, it was really nice. We ended up the first game that I properly got in, Nano Muckell. Really love it. It's
Nano Muckell.
Which is the difference again?
Nano Muckell is 8.
No, smaller. Nano smaller. I'm looking for the one that I don't know what's after Nano.
I think it's Pico.
Pico, which means you only get one card with one letter on it, and that's it. You have to choose between play the letter or don't play the letter.
I like it. But yeah, it was really nice just to play some of that. And then I was just left alone in a stream here, talking about myself and Bez for a little bit, which is usual, to be honest. Usual conversation on a Wednesday, for example, when I work for Bez. We usually talk about ourselves a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I basically thought, okay, Krys, there's at least one person in the chat who's interested in hearing from Krys, and so why not let Krys talk a bit? What I've learned is that maybe for next time, have more questions for Krys in case other people don't ask questions.
I think I've also got to prepare myself a bit better and have some questions for myself to fill in those gaps.
I mean, I'm interested in this experience because I've got to do something like this. I don't think we're doing it for as long, but at Spiel Digital next week. So I mean, it'll be my first kind of hosting of things. So I think I'm learning. Don't leave somebody on their own in the chat in the stream. Always put 2 people in. At least they can talk to each other. Is that fair, Krys?
Yeah, I would agree with this one. Yeah, it's definitely more enjoyable right now with all of you guys in it as well. So
Inksate says next time let me know ahead when Krys is on. I had the schedule written. Like I shared that several days ago.
Oh, there's a secret I've already learnt, Bez, that nobody actually reads schedules. You actually have to tell them face to face, and then you've got some chance that things might happen.
Look, I have a 13-year-old son, and he makes an excellent point. You tell him, well, why don't you put it on your schedule? And he says, well, I can put it on my schedule, but how will I remember to check the schedule?
That's it.
Yes. I want to just shout out to your 13-year-old son.
There's posted. And so, Chris, do you want to accept Sate's offer of
Oh yeah,
helping you
definitely.
fill some time?
Oh, we could fill so much time.
That sounds vaguely like a threat.
Yeah, we're going to fill you.
Oh, we're going to fill so much time. Oh,
well, if you want to help out at Spiel Digital, where we've got lots of gaps in our schedule.
oh, I mean, sorry, breaking up.
Well, I've got a bunch of asparagus in a pan, and it's starting to smell like I'm going to need to attend to it. So thank you very much. Really enjoyed this. Thank you, Bez. Any last minute something before I go?
Is there anything that you would like to see changed for today?
Yes, I would like to see the president of my country changed before that. That would be lovely. But if what we do on this stream can have any impact on that, that would be awesome. Other than that, no, I've no constructive feedback. I had a wonderful time. I would love to do it again.
It's been lovely having you, and I look forward to chatting about Q4U and having a proper debrief and everything.
Wonderful. Take care, everybody. Thanks very much. I'm out.
Bye-bye.
Hey, okay.
So, how about you, Alan? Is there anything that you would suggest changing?
That's a good question.
And like to those people in the chat,
I'm
like,
happy. I think if we
can, anyone who's still watching,
teaching
did you
session,
enjoy it? And if you didn't engage, why not? What would you like to see changed?
The teaching session. I'm happy to teach. Is it possible to teach through the stream with a shared screen, for example, rather than going off course? Because I was just thinking, yeah, we could go to Discord and do a teach. But is it a better idea, or is it an idea at all to do a teach through the mainstream? I don't know the answer.
So what I did for Nano Muckell was once it got to 5, I put myself in the Discord, and so I was chatting to I want to say, Chris was, and Jason and David and Liz who were there, and then Neko-chan was over here. I didn't want to join the Discord, but like we had some people watching there and some people and one person watching here, which was interesting.
Yeah.
And so you could almost do that, like turn your camera on there, but maybe kind of do them both at the same time, if you know what I mean. So people could see you there and here at the same time.
Because I was thinking that I don't know how. I mean, maybe people weren't as interested in the Ming Voyages, perhaps, but I seem to have relatively few people. But that maybe that's just.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised, to be honest. Xate says they were just a bit too tired. They didn't feel like doing Discord,
sure.
And then they had to do Root for work.
Yeah.
Rob just had a load of other things to do, so was only on like the stream intermittently. And I don't know one thing. I know Liz wanted to play a couple of games, but they said that they just couldn't get Tabletopia to work, and so for them.
I really enjoyed the
oh man,
Dead and Breakfast. That was good. Oh, what?
Xate's been having a lot of physical problems recently.
Oh, that's
and
bad.
They say that they might actually have the coronavirus.
I really hope not.
Yeah. That makes
Are you getting
of sense.
Are you getting a test?
And yeah, as Rob says, I do hope you feel
Yeah.
better soon.
Yeah.
Lots of
Keep
love
well.
and yeah, many sympathies. I really hope you get better soon.
Yeah.
There's lots of things to be neutral about. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just having flashbacks to that neutral stream. Not a risk group, so no test unless Sate
right.
needs to go to
Okay.
hospital. Sate, for those who don't know, Sate has already shared several times they live in Leipzig. Leipzig? It's Leipzig, right?
Leipzig.
Yep. So that is a place which is big enough to have its own airport in Germany.
There should definitely be a trigger warning on that one.
Trigger
Flashbacks. Oh, flashbacks.
I find it really hard to know when Xates is being serious. I assumed they are just joking. Like they could have left at any time during that stream, and they chose to stay the whole thing, so it couldn't have been that bad. Come on. Basically, Alan, Chris, Emma, and I, two excitable, joyful people, spent an entire hour or two trying to be completely neutral. Emma gave up after about an hour and said, "You know what? I'm just not going to bother being neutral anymore." And I basically spent the entire stream sticking to, "Okay, I'm going to be neutral."
Okay.
And
I mean, as mods, we had to be there just in case. We don't want any riots. Or maybe we were the ones trying to start the way or the other. Yeah.
No seriousness, Sate, if you do want to join this chat right now rather than type, because typing's harder, do it. But this is basically what I wanted to do. I wanted to say let's do the whole wrap up thing. So let's do. This was a stream with myself and Isaac Shalev. Pardon?
This is a stream.
It was a stream.
This is a game. This is a stream.
This is a dream. We're all going to wake up soon. It'll be absolutely fine.
Oh, you mean 2020? Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Look, we did a whole bunch of things. We talked about we talked about first memories and like games being brilliant. Oh no, wait. Yeah, we did that with Isaac Shalev and Krys. And then we came back on, like, we started with Krys talking about how much money, and then we had there's someone else.
Much money,
and then we
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So now we are going to delay the recap, unless you want me to just carry on the recap and then you chime in with Bez, you're an idiot some occasionally.
We will do exactly that. Go for it.
Okay, so we had Krys chatting about how much money, and then it was lovely to see how many people were playing that game. We had like 11 people with their videos on at one point, which was, more than we could have had in StreamYard, and everyone was just kind of chatting and having a big thing. And then with the Ming Voyages, it was myself and Alan, and then we got really off topic because, frankly, of course we would. I think
we got
never happens.
I think we got off topic right from the start, didn't we?
But what if you did a topic that was called off-topicness? Would you be capable of getting off of the topic of off-topicness?
Would we be chatting about the nature of going off topic?
No, we wouldn't be. Not in that case.
Or maybe it would just be a whole stream of you trying not to talk about board games.
Yeah,
that would be hard.
We do that often enough.
That seems like fairly easy.
Without a single mention?
What? That's really hard. That is.
I mean,
board game.
Limiting talking about the L deck and Yogi gets difficult.
Yeah.
We could always cut to the chase and just talk about card games and not board games at all. Yeah, I know.
Card games other than Yogi and the Elder.
Dina's got a lovely cup of hot cocoa with marshmallows.
Oh, not marshmallows. Oh.
What's wrong with marshmallows?
Oh, I don't like marshmallows in things, or indeed marshmallows, to be honest. Let's face it. Hi.
And
hello.
yeah, Dina, if you want to join us, then
I'm in a very, very small minority that obviously doesn't like marshmallows.
I can't believe I'm in a stream with somebody that doesn't like marshmallows.
I'm indifferent to marshmallows. Like
I don't like marshmallows.
We can form a club. We can form a club.
Congratulations, you found your brethren. How does Charlie
I also
feel
don't
about
like whipped cream.
marshmallows?
Oh, Charlie
Like
really
whipped
loves
cream, and people put that on stuff. Ugh.
Charlie loves marshmallows. Yeah.
Not a big fan
Well,
of
see,
whipped
that's the
cream
thing to
myself
do.
either,
You just
so-
have to find a partner who likes marshmallows and whipped cream, and then all of yours just go into their portion, and they are super happy and thankful and like,
Yes.
oh, you'll give me your marshmallows. That's so kind. Oh, what a sacrifice! And you're just like,
It's the
anything for you.
foundation of my marriage. Yes. I give
I was
her
going to say that's the foundation of my relationship as well. I drink cider, my partner drinks beer. We don't like each other's. It's great.
Oh, she gives. Oh, yes, she's here. Sorry, she gives me her brown licorice all sorts because she doesn't like. She likes the other ones, but not the brown ones. So I eat the brown licorice. Oh yeah, they're not. Sorry, they're chocolate. So she can't eat chocolate. So I get all her chocolate. You see, look. I mean, so I've got a nice bag of Bourneville, Old Jamaica. You see,
Old Jamaica. Old Jamaica. What's that?
Do you not know Bourneville Old Jamaica? Oh, it's got rum and raisins in it.
Oh.
Yeah. No. In fact,
I've never seen this.
Oh no, that was my daughter bought it by mistake, thinking it was the ordinary dark Bourneville, and so I had to have 2 bars of Old Jamaica.
I think it's Old Jamaica.
Yeah,
OLD.
old Jamaica. Yeah, Old Jamaica. So I can't. Advertising
Go like that.
Advertising. Here we go. Look, if I can get it.
I make and sell chocolates. So
Old Jamaica. There we go. Bourneville, Old Jamaica, milk, dark chocolate. Yes, delicious.
Oh, Dina.
You're showing off.
Make today ridiculously amazing. It's a new one to me as well, Rob. I agree. It's like I'm super excited by this. I've never seen this before. I hope that I will get a chance to try it at some point. I agree, Rob.
are we all just showing cool things we have near us, or?
Yeah, why not?
I have a beast or a beast resin in a tube.
Wow,
What?
that's pretty
That's
darn
a
cool.
thing that I.
What? Sorry, what is that? Oh, have we lost sight?
Oxate, you kind of stopped for a moment.
It's just some kind of bead in resin.
Oh,
Oh,
B
nice.
and resin. Oh, okay.
Ah.
Right.
Oh, shoot. I've got an unboxing. I got a new box. I should do the unboxing. Let's do the recap, and then I'll do the unboxing, okay? So we were just talking about Alan Paull and me talking and how he often gets off topic. And then we got off topic. Oh my gosh, it's gone. But
Oh no.
then, like, whilst Chris was there, like, I was just kind of chatting about the what was going on in Discord, and then when Dave went away, I think I started just chatting about Isaac Shalev and kind of introducing them, and I was like, okay, actually now I'm really talking about them, and then I asked Isaac to come on a wee bit early because they were in the room still chatting to Chris, and so I was like, hey, could you join me? And they were like, oh yeah. And so we had a lovely chat about, the nature of what a party game is, and trying to get out of the player's way and just be like, hey, here's some fun stuff, it'll be fun, promise. Oh, Rob's going. Oh, bye, Rob.
But yes, I had a good chat with Rob, actually. Yeah, I had a very good chat with Rob.
Did you chat to Rob, like, vocally with voice?
On Yeah, on the Discord. Yeah, we had a good chat.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
I didn't get to play with Rob. Sorry, Rob.
He dropped into the Ming Voyages to have a chat. So it's good.
But thank you for dropping by, Rob, and yeah, I hope you have a lovely evening. Then what else happened? Oh yeah, I had Isaac Shalev, and then I started just going through my Instagram and sharing all those early memories, and that was lovely. And then we had Lewis, who was talking about Dead and Breakfast, and then Dina came in, and Xate's kept freezing apparently. I'm sorry. But then after Dead and Breakfast, then at about 4:30ish, Krys came on, and then we just had a lovely chat about everything, and all sorts of things that you'll never know, Xate, unless you go back. Unless there'll be more Krys at some point in the future, potentially, maybe.
Oh, okay.
But then did the Nano Muckell, and that was it. And that was the end of the day. Did you enjoy yourself today, Dina?
I did sauna, which is why my hair is super weird. It just gets everywhere. But my kid really wanted to do sauna today. So he was like, Mommy, I want to do bathtub and sauna. So we had a lot of fun. There was like balloons and bubbles and stuff.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. We go all out on like sauna time.
I'm going to get my box because I said I might do an unboxing, which I think I know what might be in it. But maybe we can do. Do you want to skedaddle, Alan?
I probably need to go pretty soon. But I'm if it's a quick unboxing, I'm happy to.
Oh, yeah.
Box clever. I don't.
Okay, I'm going to grab the box. It's just over there.
Isn't it a bit dangerous to unbox something when you're not actually sure what's in it?
Always scary.
Maybe it's a good experiment. I don't know. Maybe we should send Bez a random box with something in it and get Bez to unbox it online.
Don't say, but I'm actually planning for you. So there's like gonna be like a finished present coming over.
Oh, right.
Like stuff, and I'm hoping that we can get Bez to open it live.
Okay, good.
Nice.
Nice.
If you have any good ideas of what we should include, DM me.
Hi, Bez.
Hey, Bez.
Hello. This is a box.
Is that a box of toilet rolls you got there?
Oh.
What is it? Oh, I can't read
this
that.
Box probably does not reflect the content.
Too many bones? What?
It's almost certainly not this.
Okay.
This is what the box says. You can guess what is in it if you want, but
have you played Too Many Bones? It's really good.
I still haven't.
It's really good. Yeah, we've played it. Charlie and I play it occasionally. It's very good. Well, we haven't got any expansions yet. I keep threatening to buy some expansions for Too Many Bones, but we haven't really got around to it.
What's
Which
it
one
about?
would Pop go to if you were to get an expansion?
Pardon?
Which one would you get if you were to get one expansion? Because I'm kind of doing it too.
The first one with the extra characters in it, I think. That's what I'd probably do. I just like I like the fact that it's got completely over the top production values. It's just one of those. I mean, if you want to go completely over the top on everything, neoprene mats for everything, it's just poker chips for the things that you'd have counters with. It's just
absolutely beautiful.
I'm really not a fan of the. Wait, did I just show my address?
Classic nuggets.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of these. What is the box?
It's a box full of polystyrene. Well done. Nice, yes. So now what you can do with that is going to go all over your room and be all over your room for the next 3 days. Well, that's the way it works to me, anyway.
Here's an empty box on the side.
You're into paint, like you can get a really.
I did this yesterday, and it was only a Hoover. It wasn't even a board game. It makes riveting TV. This actually.
Yeah. Similar.
I was really hoping it would just be an empty box.
Wait a minute. This says wrap up. It says wrap up. You're unwrapping. That's wrong. It says wrap up. Oh,
it is tapestry.
It's tapestry.
And my little scythe.
Wow, that's incredible.
So there we go. Yay, 6 wins. So yeah, it's looks like quite a big game. It's 1 to 5 players. It's 90 to 120 minutes. It says there's like.
Oh, don't! You'll break things.
Yeah. But it sounds exciting. There's my little scythe. This one's heavier. This one's heavier than tapestry.
Your tapestry has now got miniatures in lots of little pieces in it.
Hopefully not. And so that is that. Maybe I'll. Nice. You know what? I'll do the friendly. I'll kind of. I don't know if it's. Should I unbox the whole thing? Should I actually show what's inside?
The crowd wants to know, Bez.
Oh, I don't have the above cam. It feels like it's going. Okay, I'll make myself a wee bit bigger. Oh, that came off easily. That's a delight. Excellent. Ooh. There's something satisfying about that whole shrink wrap thing.
Yes.
No.
Oh.
So there we go. That's the game. And get the rules. Oh, there's more.
There's a lot of. Yes.
Tapestry Ultima. And then Shadow Empire variants. Don't know what that is. Reference guides. Big cards. That's like a really big card. It's giant. Oh my gosh, check out this board. And there's so much stuff in there.
Oh, I like the corners to it.
It's shrink wrap.
Yeah. I have played Tapestry.
Everything covered in plastic.
Yeah.
You knew I was going to play it before I saw you, right? See, it's
like that.
So, oh, cool. There's like these things, and like they've got a lovely picture on the back, which
all double-sided.
The back is identical, but the fronts are all different. It's like these things. Don't know what's going on there. I guess I'll read about that. There's things to punch or pop out, as is your. There's this board. There we go. The classic. Oh, it's double-sided. I wonder what the difference is. I guess one side's just a wee bit different.
Number of players, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. And then there's a good amount of bags. I mean, I kind of have enough bags anyway, to be honest. But I know I'm in the minority because I buy bags in the thousands. Because literally I had 1,000, little packs of stickers. There's some cards, some more cards. Oh, some fancy dice. D6, D6, D12, I want to say. Any fancy looking dice. Yep. And hey, here's all the bits.
Here's your bits, yes. Completely extravagant miniatures.
Wait. smells
very,
nice.
Hey,
It smells
Bez.
of
it's very pretty.
paint. So, yeah, lovely. And so there's a lot going on here. Wow.
Wow, I love those.
I
look
do
awesome.
hate this kind of wrapping though, where it's like single-use plastic. I'm slightly disappointed by that, to be honest. I don't know how anyone else feels about that single-use plastic.
Very upset, but we shall leave that for another day.
Oh, there's some cute little. Do you see the dark kinds of engraved things? They're tiny things. Oh my gosh, these are. Oh, look at this! Looks amazing. Wait, can you?
Wow.
It's got really good sculpted stuff in it.
That does look phenomenal. I'm going to. This actually inspires me to want to play it solo. Woof, that's actually quite heavy. And there's another thing. My little scythe, which I thought might be something that McCall might potentially enjoy.
Before you,
I will have to let them know.
Before you start that, Bez,
skedaddle, Alan.
I'll have to skedaddle at this point.
Okay, let's take a break. Alan,
I will see you on Tuesday. I think.
I'm looking forward to seeing you on Tuesday. Yes, we're talking about first Kickstarters. There's definitely going to be Phoebe from Phoebe Wild, and there's maybe going to be a surprise guest.
Right.
Which, don't tell anyone, but it's basically Tally, but Tally's not 100% sure if they can come or not. But fingers crossed they can.
Okay, good. I will see you then. Thanks for a great day, everybody.
Thank you so much for being part of the
joining.
Lots of love, and say hi to Charlie.
Cheers. I will do. See you. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. So are people wanting to see My Little Scythe?
Yeah.
Yes. I am also going to have to dip out though because my eye is now struggling because I've got this giant lighty thingy bright. But it's, as you can see, my eye is fully dilated.
Oh, hold on. Let me make you big.
Ooh.
So it's a plus, but it's also a downside. Even though it does look cool, I just end up with pain. So I'm gonna just.
See, it says turn off the lights, but stay there.
But now I'm in the dark. Anyway, but yeah, it was really, really lovely to be on the stream.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you letting me take control for half an hour, even though you have no idea what I said. Oof, that's fun.
I am definitely going to. Honestly, I'm just looking forward to hearing like what happened. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just excited to hear. This will be actually. I think this is the first ever time it's been a Bez stream for a protracted amount of time without me on it.
Wow, I feel honored, but also don't ever do that again, please. Say, you're supposed to be on my side here. Come on.
I'm sure you have, and we will obviously check what happened.
Krys, it's lovely to see you. If I get you the details and photos tonight, will you still be able to do a stream schedule?
Yes. As soon as this is over, if you can send those over before I enjoy the rest of my evening, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
If not, is tomorrow morning okay, actually?
Yeah, tomorrow morning would be fine.
Sweet. Excellent.
Like, make sure it's before 12 if possible, like you do it before 12.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, awesome. Well, enjoy your evening. Lots of love.
Thank you all. Thank you all for having me.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Krys.
Bye.
Oh, it says, thought Krys couldn't see anymore. Meant Krys was awesome and kind. Bye-bye, Krys. Oh. Yeah, Krys is lovely. But, yeah, so I got this because McCall doesn't normally play games that are all that's involved, but I figured that, because, yeah, this is 1 to 6 players, which is quite exciting. 45 minutes, which is, within a decent time frame, and ages 8+, which, I figured that if it's ages 8+, maybe even though Muckell might have had a difficult day and not want to play anything complicated, they might, join in. And maybe I can get Krys and Muckell to play this. Is my, I was going to say secret plan, but it's more of a public plan. So let's put it down there and... Oh my gosh, wow. Well, straight away, what's this? Some compartments are intentionally empty. They are available for an expansion. Don't know how I feel about that. My Little Scythe. It's the rules. So Nano Games presents. Interestingly, these rules are a little bit longer than the rules for Tapestry, which is really interesting. How Tapestry, it streamlines its rules so much that it's just under 4 pages. Whereas this one, to be fair, there is a big setup thing here, so there's lots of pictures, but the text is actually quite small. I mean, it looks like, that it's going to take you a good few minutes to read through that.
What text size is that?
Auto-mounty. This is the thing for the one-player game. And so, yeah, be interesting to try that out. It's interesting, and it all fits within 2 things. Here we've got, an achievement sheet. So, this is meant to be okay, the people who do particular things. That's a lovely idea. So it kind of, it's a way to commemorate the first winner with this trophy, or the first winner without this trophy, or the first player aged 10 or younger to win alone, or different stages. The first team to win against a team of Automounties, and the first players each month to finish the game with 4 trophies on the track.
Really cramped in that gamification, huh?
Here's a painting guide. So I guess they're kind of saying, hey, these things aren't going to be painted, I guess. And then, hey, here's some colors that you could use if you want. The expansion is pie in the sky, says Xate. This is, it feels like 310 GSM linen finish card. It's quite nice. It's not quite as bumpy as I like, but it's a little player sheet, it looks like, one for each player. There we go. And then we've got the main board, which is, whoa, this is big. Whoa. Wait, I need to stand further away. Oh. Yeah, this is terrible cinematography. You can sort of see what's going on here. It's bright colors. There's it looks quite exciting. I am actually looking at this, and even though it looks like it's going to be quite an involved game, but again, it's ages 8+, so how difficult can it be? Do you know what I mean? And then whole bunch of things to punch out. Oh, already coming out. Oh, that's probably a good sign. Very easy to take out. Here's little pie thing. Oh, there's no cards. Oh wait, there are cards. And then down here, there's all the things, all the little animals. My Little Scythe. There you go. Whoa, this is such a crazy, chaotic stream. Oof. Oh my gosh, these are so cute. Hello. How are you, Dina? How are you, Kate? I hope that you're having a good night.
I mean,
we must go. We must go and venture beyond. Hello.
Kind of remind me of Mouse Guard.
Yes. Wait. They're identical. And then, these are
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sticks. Oh wait, I think these have been put in slightly wrong. Each player's meant to have 2 identical pieces, and then the black and the white ones got chucked in together. So you've got the red ones, which are these kinds of Stalin-esque people. I mean, they've got the communist star on them. And then you've got, there's a bit of a kind of fantasy steampunk vibe going on.
Oh yeah, it's quite fantasy.
Sickland Star, how communist can you get?
Oh, that's diverse in terms of lighting. Whoop.
There we go, like the little monkey thing. I'd paint the monkey purple, personally. Yeah. Like a deep purple. Not really sure if I will paint them, but like, then finally, this is what you've got left. You've got some little fruits, some apple tokens, 5 dice. These tiddly bits. Don't know what's up with these little things. That's weird.
Chips.
Some pawns. This seems like almost disappointingly generic, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
These look cool, like nice kind of blue gems. I guess that's what you're fighting for. And then you've got these. I guess there's like some monster. Oh no, these must be like the equivalents of the event cards in Scythe, you know, when you do things. And then you've got just a picture and then you get like 3 choices. So this is like that. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of things. Oh, and then these, I guess that's the battling cards. Maybe it uses the same kind of battling system from Scythe. I don't know. But
yes.
it's got. Anyway, I will have a proper look at that later on. Oh, when you get to 5, it's like all the meteors are firing down from the sky. Pie fight. And finally, this trophy thing, I'm going to unwrap this one. Oh, what's going on here? This is really nice shrink. Feels a bit... So this is, I guess, some sort of objectives. I don't know what this is. I'm just guessing this is something that you've got to do. It gets you pies, and then these are the trophies for other objectives, I guess. No, really, it's pie fights, not battle. Oh yeah, of course, it's pie fights, not battle cards. But yeah, because they made it more kid friendly, so I think no one actually dies or anything ever. But yeah, that is Tapestry and My Little Scythe. And I bought, well, I didn't pay for them, but I did pay for the shipping. And yeah, I basically promised to do a review. No one dies in Scythe either. Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Anyway, I am excited to play that. That's definitely going to be something that I try out, and I will tell people at some point before the end of the year what I think of it. Maybe I'll do a review of Xate if Xate fancies. Then if I can get them into a suitcase, I could put those into a little rucksack because those are quite actually heavy. So yeah, Xate says yes please. Xate wants to be part of that review. So yeah, that's a thing that we could do. I will schedule some sorts of thing for a couple of days, and we can do that for each. Okay, let's do that. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I did kind of message you just to see if you wanted to play Tapestry, because I thought, yeah, I reckon Xates will want to play Tapestry together. Yeah, the situation is I shared my review of Energy Empire with Jamie Stegmaier and was like, yeah, this is a review that I did. If you want to send me something, then I'm down for that. And so then you were like, yeah, here, if you want to have any of these things, then you basically have to pay for shipping. Let me know if there's one or two of them that you'd be interested in. So that's the thing. And we had the whole talk with Antoinette Mason, the obligations of the reviewer, and talking about the whole Somair thing on Friday. Was it Friday? Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday I talked with Antoinette. Anyway.
Yeah. I was able to catch
that was a lovely thing. And I want to say thank you. Yeah. Anyway, time to recap. So how's your day been? How's your evening been? I've already told you everything, and then I recapped, and I got to the unboxing, and then I unboxed, and then I started recapping, and now I'm recapping the recapping. So let's recap your day. Let's recap something slightly different. Did you enjoy Nano Muckell? Did you enjoy your time with your child? Are you happy that your child is asleep?
Very much happy he's asleep. He was up really early today, but I managed to get him back to sleep. So sometimes he likes to have a snuggle in the morning, and I can get him to sleep for another hour. Today was like he wanted to sit next to me and play, but he was really insistent that I had to sleep, which is hilarious. But yeah, I have my kid during the weekends, like one weekend in a month. So I tried to make it kind of special, and obviously with quarantining and stuff not actually happening around here, it's balloons in the bathroom with bubbles.
Oh, it looks lovely though.
Yeah. And I managed to fix my socks today, so whoop.
Woo woo! Darning socks. It's where it's at.
Yeah. It's 3, well, it was 3- in the morning, and now it's like -5. So we're probably gonna get snow on Wednesday. So I'm already prepared. I have a shovel ready outside my flat in case I have to, plow my way to the roads.
Oh, it sounds like such a lovely thing. This is the bit which I kind of hate doing because I don't like saying goodbye, and I would almost, parts of me, if it would be nice to just have everyone pops in and then pops out, and then we have a constant stream, and then maybe whilst I'm asleep there's someone that I trust to kind of, maybe it doesn't need to run while I'm asleep, maybe like there's someone that I trust, and then they're doing it all on the one Twitch channel. I don't know, but then talking and then
You could have like a Bez week, and then for the entire week there will be a stream going. And if you can't do it, you get someone else to do it, and then you could have a rotation going. It could be really awesome, and then they could schedule their own guest coming in, and it will be.
Why not? Why not? Is it just because of fear of missing out? Is that your issue, Xate? I just want to. It's like a little living room. It's like you kind of pop in whenever you want.
Yeah.
And then it's like, we're not talking about anything of importance. It's just we're popping in. Xate says it's too much to be there the whole time, but missing out is sad. I can get that. And yeah, it's sad for me every time that I say bye to Loserpalooza. But I always make sure to leave before the game, because it's a nice place to say, okay, I'm going to go before the game starts, because it's been nice seeing the things. And David Edartwin agrees with Xate. And I'm sorry, I feel like this is like the bit where people at a certain point, what's his Bez going to say? What's his Bez going to do next? Look, I love everyone. I want to say you already know everywhere you can find me. It's stuffbez.com. It's my website. I need to improve it. Stuffbez.bitcard.com, can buy my stuff. And I need to get some stuff back in stock. Twitter.com/stuffbez. I think I'm doing well on that. Instagram.com/stuffbez. Did you notice that I started using a lot more hashtags since it came on, Dina?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm trying to do it like 10 to 14 because he said 15, and if like 15 is quite a lot. Also, if you're typing out, that's really difficult, but I just like do it with my voice. Hashtag, okay, what else can I say? Hashtag gamer, hashtag gamers, hashtag board games.
When you get in one tag, scroll down and see if there's other tags that uses the same start as the one that you began, and see how many you have. So if you can find that one that has less than 100,000, you add that one, and then you go in and you write the same word again, and then you see is there other ones, and then you add that, and that way it's really nice.
This is the thing, like you can always spend a bit more time. You can always start, searching it on your laptop. It's like, but it is such an important thing, and that's the biggest takeaway that I've had, honestly, the past 3-4 years, like how important marketing is. So I keep saying, like, Hyogi has sold about 70 times, I want to say, as much as I ever printed of In a Bind. And so, it sold a good amount, and it's not like, it's, I'm really happy with it, and it's like feeling, oh my gosh, I just realized one of the that's disgusting. And one of the little foam bits fell into my tea, and now I can't have that tea anymore. That's what happens with foam bits. They fall into your tea, and then you've got to throw the tea away. Damn you! And for the record, that was nothing to do with Jamie Stegmaier. That was all to do with Spiral Galaxy. But I understand them putting foam bits, but they are still annoying. Damn you, Spiral Galaxy. Anyway, back to the...
Yeah, for that, if you are into painting, like acrylic paints, mix them in with some water with your acrylics. It makes a really cool effect. Like, my kid loves that.
Ooh. So, you could even try this with watercolor. What would that be like? That would be cool.
I haven't done that yet. That would be my next one, yeah. But it works really well with acrylic paints, so yeah, maybe try watercolors. And then you can just mash them up and...
Sorry, I'm saying no to it.
Yeah, there's so many toxic chemicals in that stuff. You do not want to take that stuff in. I mean... Ooh.
Yeah. Anyway, like I was going through my links, and then, the Twitch everyone knows about because you're probably watching me here. Let me just check. Yeah, there's no one watching me on Facebook or YouTube. So twitch.tv/StufferBez. I do every day at 10 a.m, Tuesday at 8 p.m, Facebook.com/thingsbybez is a thing, StufferBez@gmail.com if you wish to email me. And Dina,
this is back here the 30th of this month, and we'll be talking about Instagram and what to do with your graphics. I am the Gamer Valkyrie, and I also now have a Bookstagram where I share poetry. So if people are interested in that, like, that's Mary Apple Blossom. So I'm using a pseudonym for fun.
So it's Instagram.com/Mary Apple Blossom.
Yeah, Mary __ Apple Blossom. That's the one. But no, it's Mari.
Let me Apple Blossom.
So not Marie, but Mari. So the last letter has to go away.
I can't. Could you put it into the private chat?
Let's see. Can I private chat?
But yeah, I want to say thank you to everyone. I want to say thank you to, everyone who was demonstrating their games. Thanks to Krys, who was showing off a great game, How Much Money, to Emily and Lewis, who were showing off Dead and Breakfast, to Alan Paull, who was showing off Ming Voyages, which genuinely I think you would like Ming Voyages, Xate, because there's a fair bit to it. It's a fairly meaty game. Isaac Shalev, who was running things, and of course Tom Cauldron and Jason, who were just making sure that everything ran smoothly in the Discord, which was lovely of them. And a big thank you to everyone who attended. A big thank you to, like, I don't want to name all the attendees, and like just everyone who's still there and everyone who keeps coming and watching this thing, and it says they might try it. And I see. So Mary with no I, Mary _ Apple Blossom. Yeah, just thank you very much, everyone. You are all wonderful people, and I have so much love for you all. And this is
This is me.
this is you. Interesting. So that's a sneaky thing. Oh, let me actually just paste that into. So yeah, there's all sorts of book stuff, and I'll check out what's going on there. Yeah.
I love sharing some of my poetry because see, I've been writing poetry since I was like 12 or something, and I won a competition when I was like in my teens, and I was like, well, I'm probably never going to be a better writer than this, but so I never shared it after that. After I got an award for being like the best 13-year-old to write poetry in Norway, but then I decided like, screw that, I'm gonna start sharing it again.
Sorry, it's a lovely thing to do, to share the joy of your creation or whatever your experience. And yeah, it's one of the 3 things that I really took to heart during that one stream. That, yeah. But Prego says Edartwin, I want to say over to you. What are you up to? Now's the moment to share if you want to. So is there anything that anyone wants to share before we properly say goodbye? Is there anything that you're looking forward to? Is there any hopes or ambitions? Or do you want to share a boring facts about yourself, or an exciting fact, or something important, or just fun? Yeah, I don't have anything particularly to share because I used to be always talking about the Bez and Friends game day, but that was today, and you're all already in the Discord, so thank you very much. And yeah, that's a thing. So yeah, that happened, and you know what? I'm going to share this one moment. I'm going to share the moments when it kicked off, and I saw 8 people all playing How Much Money, and then it went to 9, and then 10, 11, and then everyone, because it's a game where people can just jump in and start playing, and seeing everyone, like more than half the people had their face visible, and everyone was like getting to know each other. There was someone that had never met before, and then I played Nano Muckell with them later, and he said, "Oh, thank you for running this," and it was lovely. It felt like really lovely thing. It had a smidgen. I'm not going to say it was an exact replacement, but it had a smidgen of that joy that I felt at UK Games Expo 2019, when I was like, okay, this is all running, and I'm now just watching this and seeing it happen. I felt like this, I've put this into action, and so thank you. Sate says they hope to feel better soon, and I am going to, you know what, if you, I will send out all my thoughts, and not all my thoughts, because I obviously have thoughts for other things as well, but I will send like so much thoughts, and like I have so much love and so much hope for you, and like so many putting out energy to there, and I hope it reaches you. And yeah, if you want to chat, you know, shoot me a message. Oh, I can't think about anything other than Xate again until Xate as well. So Xate needs to occupy literally all my thoughts. So I don't know who I'm talking to tomorrow. I don't think it's Xate, so you know, I can't be talking to anyone tomorrow. I've got to cancel that stream. So yeah, no more streaming until Xate's well. Man, this is a sudden time. Man. Oh, Xate will be in chat, so, you know, I can stream, but only because Xate is going to be in chat. So I've got to make sure that, okay, Xate, so I'm going to tell you tomorrow I am streaming with Tiz, who I think you know we did that Seize the Power tomorrow, but I'm doing it for you. I'm only going to be thinking of you. And I'm going to be watching Emily in Paris, maybe. I'm going to be eating dinner in a bit. So I'm going to be doing it while thinking of you.
That would be good, yeah.
Anyway, do you have anything you want to share, Dina? Or anyone else in chat?
Yeah, well, I'm doing a move the 27th, which is super exciting. I'm getting into a new flat. The 28th, I'm doing a womanizer talk, a roundtable talk, where we're talking about the importance of soft skills. And then the day after, I'm doing a game talk about harnessing your imagination on the road to success, which is basically like how to market board games. And then the day after that, I'm on here again to talk about more marketing. So it's like, yeah, I got 4 days with like super intense stuff to do, and then 1 week to like gear up to it. So that's I'm really looking forward to that.
Sounds awesome. Yeah, it will be the 30th of October. So it will be the day before Halloween.
Yeah.
We could talk about Halloween, like, yeah, maybe Halloween will be the brilliant thing, because I've never streamed during Halloween before. Like, this is, you know, I'm fairly sure this was the first year that I ever streamed. And I think I deserve to be believed, Xate. I'm just going to say that. I don't think it's fair to say that that's proof of how sick you are. I think it's proof of, you know, I'm a believable person. Anyway, I'm not going to think about my future streams except for how they relate to Xate. I'm going to filter everything through that lens. You know, Xate has already... I don't want to ask Xate to share or spread the word, but, you know, if you want to, Xate...
For Xate, and, you know, together we will ensure that Xate gets well really soon.
Like, so bring more people in, and then more people can chat to Xate. Anyway, I have a little reminder to suggest if I... Where's my... I'm going to double check if there's any music. I might listen to some musician, if it's even worth it, given how few of us there are. Nah, there's no one going that. No, there's only one left for me to do. And that's fair. You did, and thank you very much. So, yes, what I'm thinking is that I need to share and spread the word. And so I'm going to tell Krys about it. And so then Krys is going to make a schedule. And then we'll have more people coming in. You know, so I'll do this marketing just all because of Xate. So, like, then hopefully I'll bring more followers. And so these followers will turn into supporters for Xate.
And we set up a special hashtag and ensure that we have, you know, for sharing, for stories, there'll be a separate one there, like, get Xate well soon.
Oh, Xate well soon. Xate might be a bit embarrassed by that, though. That might be a bit too much attention for Xate's liking.
Or we can have like a fill your stories.
Come on,
with
Xate, show us the way. Guide us, Xate. You know what? Rob Davio knows who you are. True story. Rob Davio, creator of Risk Legacy and co-designer of Pandemic Legacy and Pandemic Legacy Season 2, and you know many. And Rob Davio's biggest claim to fame, although they're probably not going to be get top in the hobby industry, but Rob Davio's biggest claim to fame is that they basically set the template for how Monopoly is reskinned constantly. True story. Rob Davio did that. Yeah, we can rewrite it. So Rob Davio's biggest claim to fame is knowing Xate, yeah. Yeah, in all seriousness, it has been a lovely stream. All good things must come to an end. Love you all, love you lots. And yeah. Bye, 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 bye. This is a goodbye song. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you for watching along. Bye, 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 bye. This is the end of the show. Bye, 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 bye. And now it's time to go. Bye, 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 bye. This is a goodbye song. Bye, 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 bye. We're thinking of Satan's song. Bye, 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 bye. This is the end of the show. Good night, Sades. Bye bye. Enjoy Lootapalooza. But for now, we have to go. Bye bye.